Chapter 992. Seeing Dollar being swallowed by the countless tentacles, Yun Sheng was very anxious. After coming out of the water and taking a breath of fresh air, she shook off Duguxiu and wanted to go back to the bottom of the sea to save Dollar. Do you want to die? It's just a magical beast. Duguxiu was very angry. This stupid woman, he had spent so much effort to save her, but she still wanted to die. Surrounded by so many abyss tentacles, that Qilin was dead. Yun Sheng had many magical beasts under her command, so what if one died? In the sea, a large number of tentacle anemones had appeared. They attacked everyone they saw, so they had to leave this sea area as soon as possible. Dollar is not an ordinary magical beast. Yun Sheng's face was red with anger. Duguxiu was startled. Yun Sheng was also shocked when she heard this. It turned out that unknowingly, in her heart, Dollar was not just a magical beast. Just now, it must have been very sad to throw Dollar away. Yun Sheng's face was pale, her black hair stuck to her face, and her body trembled slightly. This so annoying. You stay up here, I'll go down. Duguxiu refused to let Yun Sheng go down. He gritted his teeth and prepared to go back again to save that magical beast. He really owed this woman in his previous life. Not only did he have to care about her life and death, but he also had to care about her magical beast. He was about to become a nanny. Under the sea, there was a terrible fluctuation, and countless waves gushed out from the bottom of the sea. It felt as if there was a big explosion at the bottom of the sea. Blood instantly dyed the sea area red, and tentacles floated out of the water. The cut of each tentacle was neat and uniform, as if it was split open by a sharp blade. Duguxiu's face suddenly changed. Could it be that the magical beast was actually, just as Duguxiu was pondering, a golden light rushed out of the sea like an arrow. A golden Qilin, rippling with water, swept past Duguxiu with a whoosh. Duguxiu was hit by the airflow and was knocked back dozens of meters. It was not easy for him to stabilize his body. On the other hand, Yun Sheng had already landed steadily on the back of the Qilin. Dollar, are you okay? The ecstasy of regaining what she had lost made Yun Sheng lose control. She could not help but hug Dollar and kiss him on the neck. Feeling the softness on his neck, the golden Qilin under him stiffened, and a suspicious blush appeared on his face. Duguxiu's expression turned even worse. Was he seeing things? That magical beast was actually so intimate with Yun Sheng. Looking at Yun Sheng's expression just now, he had never seen such a happy expression on Yun Sheng's face. A large number of anemone abyssalis tentacles were floating around him. Duguxiu casually picked one up and tugged at it. He discovered that the tenacity of the tentacle sunflower was very high. Ordinary blades and battle chi were unable to cut it. How did this magical beast kill so many tentacle helianthus in an instant? This Qilin wasn't simple. Because of Dollar's fight, the tentacle sunflowers had obviously been severely damaged. The sea surface, which was originally surging with angry waves, had quieted down a lot. 2 people and 1 beast, one sinking and one floating on the sea surface. At this time, there was a shout in the sky. The empty ship of Later Qin slowly descended. After discovering Duguxiu's figure, Madame Qi Bai hurriedly ordered people to save him. Although he was extremely unwilling to save Yun Sheng, as soon as Duguxiu boarded the ship, he ordered Madame Qi Bai to save Yun Sheng and the golden Qilin as well. The seawater is wet and cold. Wipe him first. Madame Qi Bai glared at Yun Sheng and diligently took a blanket to wipe Duguxiu. Although Yun Sheng had disguised herself, Madame Qi Bai knew that this Prince Regent of Zhou State was Yun Sheng in disguise just by looking at Duguxiu's disregard for her. After Duguxiu took the blanket, he handed it to Yun Sheng without saying a word. Yun Sheng hesitated for a moment, but still took the blanket. Duguxiu was delighted. However, the golden Qilin's expression wasn't very good. It stared at Duguxiu with hostility, unwilling to let him even half a step closer to Yun Sheng. After Yun Sheng took the blanket, she didn't immediately wipe the water off her body. Instead, she gently wiped Dollar. As she wiped, she said, "Dollar, those tentacles didn't hurt you, did they? Duguxio's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. He glanced at his left arm. Just now, he had accidentally been stung by the tentacle sunflowers. The dissatisfaction in the golden Cheelant's eyes was immediately replaced by arrogance. It raised its head with a look of enjoyment. In its throat, it growled a few times. Its golden eyes seemed to glance at Duguxio a few times. Its small eyes seemed to be saying, "What? Do you have this kind of treatment?" Duguxio was already full of anger after being hit by the golden Cheelant earlier. Now that he was provoked like this, he was so angry that he couldn't speak. He turned around and went into the cabin to change his clothes. If it weren't for Yunsheng's presence, he would definitely fight the golden Cheelant to the death. Moreover, with a man's intuition, it wasn't difficult for Duguxio to discover that this golden Cheelant was very hostile towards him. That gaze and that arrogant look just now made Duguxio really suspect that it was just a magical beast. "Yunsheng, you shameless person. You're already married, but you still go around seducing other people's men," Madame Chi Bai said viciously while Duguxio wasn't around. "Madame Chi Bai, please understand that it was your man who came to provoke me. If you're worried, you can find a chain to tie him up. I guarantee that he won't be able to escape for the rest of his life." Yunsheng sneered. You actually dare to insult His Majesty. "Do you believe that I won't tell everyone that you're impersonating the regent of Great Zhou?" Ji Rumo of Penglai of Gojoseon invited the emperors and prince regent of several large countries to Penglai to discuss important matters. Yunsheng must have come impersonating the prince regent for another purpose. "Chi Bai, I advise you to be smart. Our identities are very awkward. Your and Duguxio's identities aren't much better," Yunsheng retorted sarcastically. What she meant was that Madame Chi Bai and Duguxio both had Bahuang bloodlines. When Madame Chi Bai heard this, she was speechless. At this time, cries for help could be heard from the sea. On the sea, a passenger who had survived the disaster was lying on the wreckage of the flying dragon ship, calling for help from the empty ship. Yunsheng recognized that the person was the magical beast merchant Chong Wei, who had been thrown out by Jin Bai in Class A earlier. "I know that person. Save him," Yunsheng said in an indifferent tone. "Do you think I'll save him just because you say so? This is a later Qin empty ship. I won't save him." Madame Chi Bai wanted to throw Yunsheng off the ship. Duguxio walked out of the ship's cabin. He had already changed into dry clothes. After hearing Yunsheng and Madame Chi Bai's words, Duguxio only said one sentence in a deep voice, "Save him." While Duguxio and the others were saving the magical beast merchant Chong Wei, on the sea, several summoners were searching for Yunsheng and the whereabouts of the black box. Chapter 993. The magical beast merchant Chong Wei trembled as he was rescued onto the empty ship. He had been a magical beast merchant for so long, but this was the first time he had encountered such a critical situation. As soon as he got on the ship, he heard that it was Yunsheng who had ordered to save him. He was very touched. "Gongzi, no, I should call you Prince Regent. Thank you for saving me." He grabbed Yunsheng's hand and wiped away his snot and tears. However, two cold gazes made him feel a chill down his spine. Chong Wei stole a glance. One of the gazes belonged to the black-faced, later Qin Emperor Duguxio, and the other one, needless to say, was the golden Cheelant who almost made him lose half his life earlier. What was wrong with this person and beast? It was as if he owed them millions of dollars. Chong Wei could only let go of Yunsheng's hand in embarrassment. Yunsheng was not a saint. If she wanted to save Chong Wei, it would not be because the two of them had met once. She saved Chong Wei because she wanted to ask about this sea area, as well as about the flying dragon ship and the black box on her. Chong Wei was the only native of Penglai on the empty ship of later Qin. "Chong Wei, let me ask you, is the magical plant in the sea a native plant of Penglai?" Yunsheng had fought with the tentacle sunflower earlier. That kind of tentacle sunflower seemed to be very immune to magic. It was also very difficult for ordinary weapons to hurt them. It was certain that this was a kind of underwater plant with an extremely amazing reproductive ability. No. I, Chong Wei, can guarantee that this kind of monster has never appeared here before. This sea area was very calm before today. It's too tragic. It's really too tragic. Chang Wei was still a little stuttering at this moment. The sky had gradually darkened. Under the afterglow of the setting sun, the sea had temporarily returned to its calm state. The broken wreckage of the flying dragon ship could still be seen. A large number of corpses of passengers were scattered everywhere like colorful garbage. Other than Chang Wei, no other survivors were found on the empty ship. How much do you know about the flying dragon ship? The black box was still lying quietly in Yunsheng's arms. Within the beast speech ring, the resonance of the divine weapons had already stopped. Yunsheng was sure that the item in the black box must be one of the 8 barren divine artifacts. However, she didn't have the chance to check which one it was. Longxiang is an empty ship under the Penglai Pavilion, the largest dock in Penglai. Since Penglai of Gojosian took over Penglai, it has been developing very well. The empty ship picks up passengers and various goods. In the past 10 years, there has not been a single shipwreck. Chang Wei really understands the situation in Penglai. It was also because it belonged to the Penglai Pavilion that it could be said to be an empty ship operated by the royal family. That was why magical beast merchants like Chang Wei could ride it without worry. If it belonged to the Penglai of Gojosian, then did the black box belong to Penglai of Gojosian or the Zhao state? Yunsheng was deep in thought. Your Majesty, there are a few summoners in front of us. They said that His Highness the Regent of Great Zhou stole something from them. The soldier in charge of the lookout reported to Duguxiu. Several summoners appeared in midair. Together with the summoners, there were a few magical beasts between level 7 and 8. A black mass of them entered the later Qin's empty ship. Judging from the clothes of the 2 people in the lead, they were of high ranks in the Zhao state. One of them was the 7th summoner who had fought with Yunsheng earlier. The other one was the Zhao state summoner who Yunsheng had never seen before. The 7th summoner was still injured. This time, he disguised himself as the captain of the flying dragon ship and was responsible for escorting the black box with a group of summoners from the Zhao state. Although they did not know what was in the black box, the Zhao state had sent all the elites to escort the black box. The 7th summoner was safe and sound all the way. He thought that the mission would be completed soon after entering the Penglai Sea. Who would have thought that he would be ambushed by Anemone Abyssalis on the way? Then, he encountered the sinister regent of Great Zhou. His magical beast with sacred patterns was killed, and he almost died in the Penglai Sea. Fortunately, the 2nd summoner, who was waiting at the port of Penglai, saw that the flying dragon ship had not arrived after an hour had passed. He went out to sea to look for help and save the 7th summoner, who was dying. In order to cover up his mistake, the 7th summoner insisted that the regent of Great Zhou stabbed him in the back and stole the black box. The 2nd summoner had received an order from the Emperor Zhao in red that the black box was related to the fate of the boundless land. He must bring it back. Therefore, he and the 7th summoner searched for the region of Great Zhou and the black box along the coast. Who would have thought that they would discover the whereabouts of the regent of Great Zhou on a later Qin ship? Yi Baiming, hand over the black box. The 7th summoner was in a sorry state. On the other hand, Yunsheng was not even scratched, let alone injured. He was furious just looking at her. How dare you? The Zhao state is too presumptuous. Who allowed you to behave so atrociously on my ship? Since you're on my ship, you are one of my people. If you want to take her away, you have to ask me first. Duguxiu's expression turned cold. The people of the Zhao state were indeed arrogant. They completely ignored his existence. As Duguxiu shouted, he released his battle qi without holding back. In the past 3 years, Duguxiu's cultivation had improved greatly. His martial emperor aura was like a black cloud pressing down on the 7th summoner. The 7th summoner was seriously injured. He immediately lost his balance and staggered, almost falling from the sky. Luckily, the 2nd summoner was fast enough to grab the 7th summoner's robe. However, he had already lost all face. Later Qin, when Duguxiu was still the crown prince, he was already famous for his cold-blooded cruelty. After he became the later Qin emperor, although he had restrained himself a little in the past few years, his aura was like that of a tiger and wolf. Before he even made a move, it was already enough to make people tremble in fear. However, what surprised the second summoner was that the regent of Great Zhou, who was rumored to be like fire and water, and the later Qin emperor, Dugu Xiu, were actually on the same boat. Furthermore, from Dugu Xiu's words, it was clear that he was on the same boat as the regent of Great Zhou. Could it be that the rumors outside were all false? Didn't they say that because of a woman, the later Qin emperor and the regent of Great Zhou? The second summoner raised his eyebrows slightly. He remembered that the woman who caused the regent of Great Zhou and the later Qin emperor to go to war with each other was now in the Zhao state's water prison. These two people appeared together in Penglai. Could it be that they knew something? The second summoner had some misgivings in his heart. He wondered if he should tell the Emperor Zhao about this earlier. Otherwise, if the news reached Penglai of Gojoseon's ears, it would be bad. In fact, whether it was the woman in the water prison or the black box on the flying dragon, Penglai of Gojoseon didn't know about it beforehand. In the past few years, the relationship between Penglai of Gojoseon and Emperor Zhao had become increasingly tense. The second summoner didn't know how to explain to Penglai of Gojoseon after the flying dragon crashed. The second summoner didn't dare to go head-to-head with Dugu Xiu. On the later Qin's empty ship, the two men who stood as straight as javelins were young emperors who could change the weather of the boundless continent with just a stomp of their feet. However, the black box was also a very important item. He had to get it back. Chapter 994. In order not to alarm the Penglai of Gojoseon, the second summoner didn't bring too many people with him before he set off. The seventh summoner's demonic beast had been killed, so he was half crippled. The second summoner obviously had no chance of winning against two martial emperors. The second summoner was much smarter than the seventh summoner. He knew that he couldn't fight them head-on, so he immediately put on a smile. "Your Majesty Dugu, that's not what I meant. It's just that the Prince Regent took something that Emperor Zhao spent a lot of effort to find. If he loses it, Emperor Zhao won't let it go. Why don't the Prince Regent hand it over, and the seventh summoner and I will pretend that nothing happened?" The second summoner tried to persuade the seventh summoner. "How can that be? That guy killed my sacred beast." The seventh summoner wanted the second summoner to stand up for him, but he didn't expect the second summoner to just say that nothing happened. "Shut up. Don't you think that this matter isn't big enough?" The second summoner said in an exasperated tone. "Emperor Zhao's things?" Dugu Xiu glanced at Yun Sheng suspiciously. "So what if it's Emperor Zhao? I'm the Great Zhou state. The country is rich and the people are strong. I'm the regent of Great Zhou. Do I look like the kind of person who would steal other people's things?" Yun Sheng's expression was calm, and she didn't blush at all. Her tone and gaze made it seem like the matter of Xiao Hei's box had nothing to do with her. Madame Qi mocked in her heart. "Keep pretending. You're the one who took it." Dugu Xiu coughed in a low voice. Based on his understanding of Yin Sheng was really the kind of person who would steal other people's things. Dugu Xiu had fought with her several times. He didn't know how strong Yin Sheng really was, but there was no doubt that she was cunning. Just based on her tone, Dugu Xiu could conclude that Yin Sheng took something from the Zhao state. Forget it. What's done is done. The Emperor Zhao in red, so what? If she wanted it, then so be it. Dugu Xiu retracted his gaze with an indifferent look on his face. Did the two of you hear that clearly? When the second and seventh judges heard this, they became even angrier. "Prince Regent, you are clearly robbing us. There's no need to make it sound so unpleasant. Forget it. It's just a black box. This prince doesn't want it." After Yun Sheng finished speaking, he really took out a small black box from his bosom and waved it in his hand. Dugu Xiu and Madame Qi looked over. The black box looked very ordinary. The second judge was about to take it, but was stopped by the seventh judge. "Second judge, it's better to be careful. That person is very cunning. I was plotted against by him before." The seventh judge was also frightened. He looked around and confirmed that there were no traces of anemone abyssalis nearby. However, he still didn't give up. Earlier, he clearly saw that after the region of Great Zhou threw the box out, the anemone abyssalis couldn't move at all. It was as if someone had tampered with the black box. It's up to you whether you want it or not. Since you don't dare to take it, this prince also doesn't want to get into trouble. I'll just throw this box away." Yunsheng sneered. He waved his hand and really threw the black box overboard. The small black box turned into a black dot and was thrown into the vast sea. If such a small thing really fell into the sea, it would be very difficult to salvage it. The second judge didn't dare to hesitate. In a flash, he was about to snatch the black box. "You!" Duguxiu was astonished. With Yunsheng's personality, how could she hand over what she had obtained so easily? Just as the second judge's fingers were about to touch the black box, a smile appeared on his face. However, at this moment, the black box suddenly exploded. Then, something rolled out from inside. Everyone present was a top-notch expert on the mainland. With just a glance, everyone clearly saw what was inside. The item that the Zhao state and the region of Great Zhou were fighting over was a bronze key. Yunsheng, the Golden Qilin, and Duguxiu all recognized the key at the same time. The Netherworld Ghost Key. The three of them had caught a glimpse of one of the 8 Wastelands divine artifacts in the ruins of Taiyuan 500 years ago. It was the Netherworld Ghost Key that could summon the Netherworld Ghost King. There was another saying about the Netherworld Ghost Key. Every time the owner of the Netherworld Ghost Key used it to summon the Netherworld Ghost King, the Netherworld Ghost Key would disappear. No one would know where the Netherworld Ghost Key went. Until the next time the Netherworld Ghost Key appeared in front of the world, it would wait for someone to summon the Netherworld Ghost King again. Just like its name, the Netherworld Ghost Key came and went without a trace. Who would have thought that what the Emperor Zhao in red was searching for was the Netherworld Ghost Key? When the Netherworld Ghost Key fell, it emitted a strange light. The second judge finally managed to snatch the Netherworld Ghost Key. After obtaining the key, the second judge's expression relaxed. He even forgot that he was about to fall into the water. Yunsheng's pupils constricted. She said softly, "It's coming." Gah! Bubbles kept popping up on the originally calm sea surface. The piercing scream caused the second judge's mind to go blank. He lost control of his body and rushed towards the sea surface. Something emerged from the bottom of the sea. When the second judge realized that something was wrong, he struggled and waved his magic scepter. He used a wind elemental spell to stabilize his body. When he saw the thing that came out of the water, the second judge was shocked. He wanted to run, but it was too late. Like a volcano erupting, water arrows shot out from the bottom of the sea and stirred up waves that were dozens of meters high. A mountain-like shadow emerged from the depths of the sea. It was a terrifying magic plant that looked like an octopus but was not an octopus. It was full of tentacles. Anemone abyssalis. There were thousands of tentacles on its body. The most shocking thing was that when the anemone abyssalis made an unpleasant sound like a duck, small tentacle flowers would appear on the surface of the water. The surface of the sea was soon filled with tentacle flowers of different sizes. There were so many of them that it made one's scalp tingle with fear. It was the king anemone tentacle that had the ability to summon. Gah! There was another ear-piercing chirp. Like soldiers who had received a general's command, the tentacles of the abyss tentacle sunflowers of various sizes shot out at the same time, shooting towards the second lord as if throwing countless javelins. The second judge wanted to resist, but he found that he couldn't move at all. Puff, puff, puff. Dozens of holes appeared on the second judge's body. His eyes were wide open until he died, and he still held the Netherworld Ghost Key tightly in his hand. The second judge was sucked dry and turned into a bag of skin. The Netherworld Ghost Key fell. Anemone abyssalis loosened its tentacles and was about to grab the key. It was obvious that the sea anemone had appeared for the Netherworld Ghost Key. But at this moment, a pink shadow pounced in front of Anemone abyssalis and grabbed the key tightly. Then it flapped its wings and rushed into the sky like a whirlwind. Everyone looked and saw that it was a pink fluffball-like magic beast that had snatched the Netherworld Ghost Key. Chapter 995. The Explosion of the Black Box, King Anemone abyssalis that rushed out of the water, and the sudden appearance of baby sheep. Everything was too much for him to handle. Why did that venomous-tongued beast suddenly appear here? Only then did Duguxiu remember that baby sheep, who had always been inseparable from Yun Sheng, had disappeared for a long time. After connecting the dots, Duguxiu suddenly understood. No wonder Yun Sheng was so calm from the beginning. That woman had actually planned this all along. She had probably even calculated that the second summoner would be killed by Anemone Abyssalis. Duguxiu could not help but smile bitterly in his heart. Even he had unknowingly fallen into her trap. Just now, he had almost snatched the Netherworld Ghost Key. Duguxiu was absent-minded for a moment. He asked himself in his heart, what kind of person is Yun Sheng? A moment ago, she was still willing to disregard her own safety for a magical beast. But in the next moment, she was so astute that it made people tremble in fear. Without shedding a drop of blood, she borrowed a knife to kill the second summoner. Even if the Zhao state investigated afterwards, she could still evade all responsibility. This woman, or Huiyu, who was the real her? Even if he spent his whole life, he would not be able to figure it out. However, it was also because she was so unpredictable that he was attracted to her. Duguxiu's sudden realization fell into the eyes of the golden Qilin Yi Baiming. The other party only sneered in his heart. Duguxiu, you will never be able to understand this little wild cat. Yi Baiming also did not understand some of Yun Sheng's actions. Yun Sheng was different from any other woman he knew, but Yi Baiming did not mind. He liked this kind of Yun Sheng. If she was willing to do it, he would let her do it. He would help her do it. Who asked her to be the woman he liked? Baby sheep, the key is in my hand. My dear master, please praise and caress me. Baby sheep was very proud of getting the Netherworld Ghost Key. Earlier, when the flying dragon ship was swept into the sea, Baby sheep was looking for its master in the sea. It was careless and lost its way again. Coincidentally, when it got lost this time, it accidentally discovered the multi-legged monster lurking at the bottom of the sea. At this time, Yun Sheng also sensed Popping Sheep. Popping Sheep told Yun Sheng about the tentacle monster. Yun Sheng had long been puzzled. The magic waterfall that trapped the flying dragon ship was definitely not a magic restriction that could be formed by ordinary tentacle sunflowers. Therefore, she suspected that there was an even more powerful tentacle helianthus hidden in the Punlai Sea. That tentacle helianthus might even be a king-level existence, and its target was the black box that the Zhao state had worked so hard to transport back to the Zhao state. Yun Sheng believed that although the seventh summoner had been tricked by her once, he would never give up. He would definitely bring his accomplices to ambush her again. Under the premise that she could not directly expose her summoner's strength, Yun Sheng wanted to defeat the enemy and successfully snatch the Netherworld Ghost Key. King Anemone Abyssalis was a good thing that she could directly use. Baby Sheep also happened to find the location of King Anemone Abyssalis. Yun Sheng found that the location of King Anemone was within the active area of Later Qin's spaceship. Earlier, because some of the King Anemone tentacles were injured by the Golden Qilin, the King Anemone tentacle temporarily lay dormant at the bottom of the sea to recuperate. Yun Sheng used the time when she rescued Changwei to let the Later Qin's spaceship approach the location of King Anemone. At this time, the people of the Zhao state rushed over. Everything that happened next was very smooth. The moment Baby Sheep snatched the Netherworld Ghost Key, King Anemone Abyssalis flew into a rage. Its tentacles, which were amazingly flexible, suddenly rushed toward Baby Sheep like an arrow, trying to snatch back the Netherworld Ghost Key. Hundreds of meters in the air, King Anemone Abyssalis' tentacles stretched out like lightning. But just as the tentacles were about to reach Baby Sheep, King Anemone Tentacle seemed to have suddenly discovered something. There was another ear-piercing sound. King Anemone Tentacle's tentacles retracted as if they were burned by fire. It seemed that it was very afraid of Baby Sheep and did not dare to snatch the Netherworld Ghost Key again. Hey, many-legged monster, look carefully. Isn't it from the underworld? Why did it come to the human world? It must be the world deity of the underworld. That dead fish-eyed man neglected his duty. Baby Sheep widened its black eyes and stared at Abyss King Anemone. It was still afraid that it could not see clearly. Without any fear, it flew to King Anemone's side and looked left and right. The more it looked at baby sheep, the more it realized that something was wrong. This King Anemone was not from the boundless land. The reaction of the sea anemone king, which was equivalent to a king-level magical beast, was also very subtle. Its tentacles shrunk tightly, and it even let out a frightened sound. King Anemone already possessed a human-like consciousness. It originally lived in the underworld, but due to a freak combination of factors, it fell to the boundless land in the human world. It had been hiding in the depths of the Penglai Sea for more than 5,000 years. For many years, it had been trying to find a way to return to the underworld. Finally, it felt a mysterious force that could lead to the underworld. It was the netherworld ghost key that the seventh summoner and the others were in charge of escorting on the flying dragon. The sea anemone king's intuition as a demonic plant king knew that the key was most likely an opportunity for it to return to the underworld. That was why it had chased after the flying dragon ship with all its might in order to retrieve the key. But just as it was about to get the netherworld ghost key, this unknown magical beast appeared. The sea anemone king didn't care about a magic beast that had neither magic nor battle skills. Just as he was about to insta-kill it, the sea anemone king suddenly discovered that this pink magic beast, there was an extremely familiar, yet terrifying aura coming from this magical beast. In King Anemone's consciousness, a handsome man dressed in blood-red clothes appeared. His black hair fluttered in the wind, his eyes were red, his hands were as white as snow, and he had a pair of black wings on his back. He was holding a blood scythe that could split the moon in half. The man's smile was filled with bloodthirsty, killing intent. King Anemone shuddered. In the underworld, the netherworld ghost king was undoubtedly a powerful expert. Thousands of magical beasts would avoid him. But other than the netherworld ghost king, there was another person who was not inferior to the netherworld ghost king in terms of strength. That was the underworld deity. This pink magical beast's aura was actually similar to the underworld deities. Even if it was given another 10,000 years of cultivation, it would not dare to provoke the companions of the underworld deity. Seeing that King Anemone did not dare to attack Bobo, Yunsheng felt that it was strange. But in the current situation, she did not have the time to care so much. Food should be eaten one bite at a time. Killing people should be done one by one. With the netherworld ghost key in hand, it was time to deal with those people from the Zao state. Yunsheng's lips curled up. Her dark red lips were like cherry blossoms, suddenly revealing a heart-palpitating smile. This article was updated 4 times a day. Basically, it would be finished before 9 p.m. If there were any more updates, it would be notified separately. It was nearing the end of the year, so students and workers should not stay up late to wait for it. Recently, I've been thinking about whether to couple Bobo and the sheep. Chapter 996. When the netherworld ghost key was stolen, King Anemone didn't kill Mr. Bobo, who had stolen the key. Instead, he cowered and didn't dare to attack. This scene terrified the group of summoners. They looked at baby sheep as though they had seen a ghost. Needless to say, they went forward to snatch the netherworld ghost key from baby sheep's hands. When the second summoner was killed, the seventh summoner and the other Zao state summoners were also shocked. The seventh summoner pointed at Yunsheng. You, aren't you afraid of the Zao state's revenge? Revenge? You'll have to be alive to talk about it. Yunsheng's eyes turned cold. The 2 summoners' lives were just an appetizer. A pair of wind wings appeared behind her, and she raised her magic scepter. In the clear sky, a bolt of lightning struck, and several black dark heavenly thorns pierced through the sky like tree roots, shooting toward the seventh lord. The seventh summoner was disheartened. He thought that he wouldn't be able to escape death today, but it was too late. In the void, a figure appeared out of thin air and suddenly appeared beside the seventh summoner. The man wearing a jade mask moved his lips like a ghost. On the surface of the sea, water vapor condensed, and a water shield met the dark heavenly thorns. It was a simple water shield, but collided with the dark heavenly thorns. The dark magic power and the gentle water power canceled each other out. The water shield shattered, and the dark heavenly thorns disappeared. In the mainland's magic world, it had always been believed that the higher the level of magic, the more powerful the magic would be. For example, when a low-level magic met a high-level magic, it would lose without a doubt. Before this, Yin Sheng had also thought so. But today, after meeting the jade-faced man, she realized that her understanding of magic was completely wrong. Mages who had comprehended magic to the highest level had already reached an astonishing level of simplification. Even the most common water shield was enough to contend against high-level or even super magic. The dark heavenly thorn was a new dark magic that Yun Sheng had comprehended for 3 years after absorbing a part of Yi Baiming's magic soul. Its power was extraordinary. That jade-faced man actually used the simplest water shield to exhaust the power of the dark heavenly thorn. One could imagine his cultivation. Yin Sheng felt a chill in her heart. The seventh summoner managed to keep his life. When he saw who it was, he cried out, "My king, his majesty Peng Lai of Gojoseon." Based on the seventh lord's tone, he seemed to be more frightened than happy to see Peng Lai of Gojoseon. His body began to tremble uncontrollably, and even his teeth began to chatter. Even when facing Anemone Abyssalis, the seventh summoner had not been so afraid. This tall and slender man with a jade-like face was the second wall of the boundless continent, the Prince Regent of Peng Lai, Ji Rumo. Peng Lai of Gojoseon, Ji Rumo. Seventh summoner, so you still have me as your king in your heart. Ji Rumo's voice sounded very gentle, like a gentle sea breeze on a summer's day. However, every word he said was chilling to the seventh summoner's ears. My king thing, the thing that belonged to the Zao state, was snatched away by that magical beast. The seventh summoner could not even complete his sentence. One could imagine how much he feared this Peng Lai of Gojoseon. This also made Yun Sheng and the others even more curious about Peng Lai of Gojoseon. Peng Lai of Gojoseon was wearing a mask, so one could not see his exact appearance. However, if the rumors were correct, he should have been a handsome man. His mask outlined a perfect side profile. Unfortunately, under the jade mask, there was already an incomplete face. But even so, Ji Rumo's voice alone was enough to mesmerize thousands of young girls on the continent. Ji Rumo had finally arrived. Duguxiu was not surprised by Ji Rumo's sudden appearance. On the contrary, Duguxiu was a little surprised that Ji Rumo had only arrived now. He had sent a messenger falcon to the Peng Lai pavilion. Logically speaking, he should have arrived yesterday. Your Majesty Dugu, Your Highness Prince Regent, greetings. Rumo is very sorry to have frightened the two of you in the Peng Lai Sea. Ji Rumo nodded at the people on the empty ship. When his gaze landed on Yun Sheng, he paused imperceptibly. Yun Sheng could not help but feel nervous. She secretly thought that Yi Baiming had never met Ji Rumo. It was impossible for him to recognize her. Ji Rumo quickly withdrew his gaze. Yun Sheng and Duguxiu did not notice that when Ji Rumo withdrew his gaze, his jade-like slender fingers hidden under his royal robe could not help but clench tightly into a ball. It's her. Layers of ripples appeared in his heart. Thanks to the jade mask on his face, Ji Rumo's loss of self-control was well concealed. Little guy, you took something you shouldn't have. As soon as Ji Rumo appeared, Bobo Sheep secretly prepared to sneak to his master's side. However, Bobo Sheep's plot was seen through by Ji Rumo at a glance. He raised his hand, and a ball of purple lightning appeared in his hand, making crackling sounds. The ball of lightning contained a large amount of white light. Ji Rumo raised his hand, and a ball of purple and white magic light wrapped around Bobo Sheep, forming a small cage. Bobo Sheep was stunned. He felt a numbing current rush into his body. He could not flap his wings, and even flying was difficult. What the hell was this? Ing, it actually couldn't escape. Ji Rumo closed his fingers, and the ball of purple and white magic light returned to his hand. He held the ball of light in his hand as if he was playing with a handball. Bobo, my dear master, quickly save Bobo Sheep. Bobo Sheep was furious. This tattered masked man had actually imprisoned him. He wanted to escape and kill him, but he did not have the strength. Yin Sheng was also shocked. Bobo's sheep, who was almost immune to all magic barriers, could not do anything to that ball of purple and white magic light. It seemed to be a kind of profound magic similar to Yun Sheng's profound magic, the lightning vortex. Peng Lai of Gojoseon, Ji Rumo, was indeed not simple. Peng Lai of Gojoseon, that is my magical beast. Can you return it to me? Yin Sheng did not want to have a direct confrontation with Peng Lai of Gojoseon. It was a pity that the Netherworld Ghost Key had flown away. This man was too strange, and his strength was unpredictable. Before she could figure out his strength, Yin Sheng did not want to fight with him. Moreover, this time, she came to find the whereabouts of her mother and father. It seemed that Ji Rumo and the Zeo state were not jackals of the same tribe. Perhaps she would need his help. Prince Regent's magical beast is very special. I can return it to you, but I can't give the thing in its hand to the Prince Regent. Please forgive me. Rumo will host a banquet tomorrow to welcome the Prince Regent and your magical beast. Ji Rumo laughed loudly. After taking the Netherworld Ghost Key, he threw Bobo sheep to Yun Sheng. He then threw it, but the strength he used was quite ingenious. That ball of purple and white magic light collapsed in front of Yun Sheng, and Bobo sheep fell into Yun Sheng's arms, begging for a monthly ticket. Chapter 997. Bobo, Tu Yin masked man. Bobo Yang looked like he was about to cry. Now you know that there is always someone better than you out there. Yin Sheng scratched Bobo Yang's soft fur. Bobo Yang was used to being arrogant since he was young. Letting him experience a setback would be good for his growth. As for the Netherworld Ghost Key, she could only think of another way. While Yin Sheng was comforting Bobo Yang, she was secretly surprised. Peng Lai of Gojoseon didn't seem to have any hostility towards her. From his tone, he seemed to be very friendly. Yin Sheng also felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity towards him. Could it be that they had met somewhere before? But Yin Sheng had never been to Peng Lai, let alone have any dealings with the royal family of Peng Lai. So where did this sense of familiarity come from? When the Seventh Lord saw that the Netherworld Ghost Key was back, he was secretly delighted. He said recklessly, Peng Lai of Gojoseon, the Emperor Zeo asked me to escort this key. You see, Seventh Lord, you and the Second Lord secretly used the Flying Dragon to transport the Netherworld Ghost Key behind my back. Do you know that the evil aura on the Netherworld Ghost Key will attract a large number of dark monsters? More than 1,000 lives on the Flying Dragon. I will settle accounts with you when I get back. Ji Rumo's voice was cold. When the Seventh Lord heard this, he couldn't help but feel shocked. Peng Lai of Gojoseon had made it clear that he was going to settle accounts with you. In other words, not only was he going to hold the Seventh Lord responsible, but he was also going to settle accounts with Emperor Zeo. Peng Lai of Gojoseon was Peng Lai of Gojoseon. Even in front of Emperor Zeo, he was not willing to back down. The Seventh Lord's face became even uglier. After saying that, a sharp light flashed in Ji Ru's amber eyes under her black, jade-like face. Your Majesty Rumo, please move your airship. Rumo wants to clean up these uninvited guests in the sea. Ji Rumo decided the fate of those abyss tentacle monsters as he spoke. Dugushio wanted to see how Peng Lai of Gojoseon would deal with the abyss tentacle monster. As soon as the Netherworld Ghost Key left Popping Sheep's hand, the King Anemone Tentacle in the sea had already sensed it. King Anemone Tentacle wasn't that polite to the masked man in the sky. The tentacles were like countless lightning bolts, and the King Anemone Tentacle's tentacles pierced towards Peng Lai of Gojoseon's chest. As soon as the tentacles arrived, Peng Lai of Gojoseon's shadow flashed, and he was already thousands of meters high in the sky. He raised his hand, and small speedboats appeared on the surface of the sea. There were hundreds of speedboats, and they surrounded King Anemone Abyssalis in all directions. Wind magicians speed up, earth magicians attack. Hundreds of magic scepters flashing with yellow and green light were aimed at the tentacle sunflower on the sea. In an instant, Countless rays of magic light surged toward the abyssal tentacle Sunflower King like a rising tide. King Anemone Tentacle commanded the Anemone Abyssalis to fight with the ships. Its tentacles were like countless whips, wildly waving and attacking Penglai of Gojosian. Penglai of Gojosian's body movements could no longer be seen with the naked eye. In the sky, countless tentacles turned into black shadows and chased after the unusually agile purple shadow. Suddenly, the purple figure dove down at a low altitude, and purple and white lightning arcs appeared in his hands again. However, this time, the arcs of light didn't condense into a magic light ball, but formed two purple dimensional daggers with half-moon edges. The purple dimensional daggers were like fiery wheels, cutting through the air with irresistible force. King Anemone's tentacles were cut into several pieces as soon as they touched the dimensional daggers. As if it knew the power of the purple daggers, King Anemone Abyssalis became timid and swam to the bottom of the sea. The purple shadow dived rapidly again, and in an instant, rushed to the bottom of the sea, and a huge concave surface about 10 meters wide appeared on the surface of the sea. The purple dimensional daggers slashed through, and a purple moon seemed to rise on the sea. Puff! The power of the dimensional daggers was amazing. They formed a stunning bright arc and cut through King Anemone's head. The purple shadow kicked King Anemone's head, which had been cut in half, out of the sea. The broken tentacles rolled down like rain, and the fishy plant juice washed over the entire sea. Penglai of Gojosian withdrew the purple dimensional daggers in his hand, and a cold look flashed across his eyes. Behind him, the sun rose slowly from the east, and the purple shadow floated on the sea, making people feel a chill in their hearts. King Anemone was killed, and the other abyssal anemones became insignificant. Penglai's magic speedboats quickly cleared the rest of the abyssal anemones, and the sea surface gradually returned to its blue color under the effect of the wind magic. After everything was cleaned up, the speedboats withdrew in an orderly manner. Penglai of Gojosian had no weak soldiers under his command. In the sky, on Laterchin's empty airship, everyone was dead silent. Laterchin's emperor, Dugushio, did not look very good. All along, he had thought that Yi Baiming of Zhou State was his opponent, but today he saw that Penglai of Gojosian and Jirumo were not easy to deal with. King Anemone, who even Dugushio found difficult to deal with, was quickly eliminated under the command of Penglai of Gojosian in half an hour. If that was the case, why didn't he appear earlier? He had sacrificed the lives of more than 1,000 people on the Flying Dragon. The impact that Penglai of Gojosian brought to Yunsheng and the Golden Qilin Yi Baiming was no less than that of Dugushio. Penglai of Gojosian was able to become one of the Wuji 5 Jade Annulus. He was older than Dugushio, Yi Baiming, and the others. Of course, his strength would not be too weak. However, no one expected him to be so strong that he could perfectly kill a king-level dark magical beast in 15 minutes. It was not only Penglai of Gojosian's unpredictable magic that made people apprehensive. There was also something else that made people apprehensive. Since Penglai of Gojosian was born in Penglai, it was very likely that he had summoned beasts. If he was also a summoner, perhaps even Yunsheng would not be his opponent. Just now, the purple weapon that Penglai of Gojosian used was very special. Yunsheng actually did not know what kind of weapon it was. It seemed to be a product that fused many kinds of magic elements. Penglai actually had such a master of magic hidden. Penglai of Gojosian was hiding too many secrets. Yunsheng had no choice but to treat him with caution. Penglai of Gojosian landed on the empty ship of the Laterchin dynasty. His voice was still as warm as before, as if the massacre just now did not affect him at all. Your Majesty Dugu, Prince Regent of Gojosian, welcome to Penglai. The three of them looked at each other and smiled. However, the meaning in their eyes was completely different. Penglai of Gojosian's gaze seemed to sweep past Yunsheng. There was a strange fluctuation in his eyes. Dugushio was on his guard. He was even more cautious about this trip to Penglai. Yun Sheng, on the other hand, felt that the future was unpredictable. She did not know if her search for her parents in Penglai would go smoothly. The empty ship moved forward slowly. In addition to the golden Qilin Yi Baiming, who was also on the empty ship, this ship actually gathered the top experts of the younger generation of the mainland. Chapter 998. The empty boat moved forward slowly. Around sunset, an island finally appeared on the vast sea level. Penglai was the only sea country among the 5 major countries on the mainland. It was also the most famous island group on the mainland. After Yun Sheng traveled to the mainland for more than 10 years, she had been to the Zhou state, later Qin, Tang Yuan, and later Qin. She had never been to Penglai. Firstly, it was because Penglai was the territory of the Zhou state. Yun Sheng's identity was special. Before she knew the whereabouts of her mother, she tried to avoid dealing with the Zhou state. Secondly, Penglai was located in the open sea. Even if it was an empty boat, it would take many days to sail. This was the first time that Yun Sheng set foot in Penglai. Before coming to Penglai, among the 4 major countries, Yun Sheng thought that a mortal residence was the most beautiful. The elves were originally a race of compromise. The various construction techniques of elves and mixed-blood elves were also unparalleled in the world. However, when she saw the Penglai Islands scattered like a string of pearls on the blue sea, Yun Sheng changed her opinion. The sea breeze carried a moist, salty taste. Penglai Island sparkled under the sunlight. There were clouds and mist around it. All kinds of flying magical beasts of different shapes and breeds soared high in the sky. Penglai was like a beautiful woman with a veil draped over her shoulders, slowly revealing her true appearance in front of everyone. Penglai Island is in front of us. Penglai has a history of more than 1,000 years. The main island is divided into 2, namely Fire Island and Iceland. The Penglai Pavilion is located in Iceland, and the Zhou state is located in Fire Island. In addition to the 2 main islands, there are more than 60 small islands. Penglai is simple and the scenery is very good. At this time, there are still some days before the Dutian summit. If the Prince Regent doesn't mind, Romo can take the Prince Regent to see the scenery of Penglai. The man's warm voice sounded in Yun Sheng's ears. Ji Romo of Penglai of Gojoseon stood beside Yun Sheng. Under the jade face, the pair of amber eyes were like a jar of wine, mellow and rich, which made Yun Sheng dazed. When she remembered that this man had killed a magical plant like Anemone abyssalis by himself, Yun Sheng stopped looking down on him. Something was wrong. This man seemed to have some unusual feelings for Yun Sheng. At the side, the golden Qilin Yi Baiming's golden eyes flickered. It cast a sidelong glance at the baby sheep lying comfortably on Yun Sheng's shoulder. As soon as the latter met the golden Qilin's gaze, the 2 beasts communicated with each other through their eyes. A king-level magical beast soul stone to deal with that masked boy. Bo deal. Bo, I don't want the masked man. Bo immediately became energetic. Anyway, it was stingy and hated Penglai of Gojoseon. Bo rolled proudly on Yun Sheng's shoulder. Penglai of Gojoseon's face stiffened. Yun Sheng smiled faintly and said with a bit of politeness, Penglai of Gojoseon is very busy every day. How would this king dare to disturb you? Just now, this king has promised your country's magical beast merchant, Chong Wei, that he will be the host. As for accommodation, this king will temporarily stay in the Great Zhou Embassy in Penglai. Among the 5 major countries on the mainland, except for the Immortal Abode, which did not receive envoys from other countries, the other 4 countries all had embassies in other countries as long as they were not at war. Later Qin's Dugu Xiu and the others also lived in Later Qin's embassy. Yun Sheng rejected Penglai of Gojoseon. The latter's eyes darkened, and he pretended to hide the disappointment in his eyes. Lord Penglai of Gojoseon, Prince Regent saved this humble one's life. This humble one will definitely entertain him well. Chong Wei nodded and bowed at the side. Chong Wei spent a lot of effort to persuade the regent of Great Zhou. This way, he could understand the Prince Regent's two magical beasts at a close distance. Peng Lai of Gojoseon nodded and said, "No more." The boat gradually descended. When they were about to disembark, Yin Sheng suddenly said, "Peng Lai of Gojoseon, have we met before?" Peng Lai of Gojoseon paused. Just as he was about to answer, he saw a magical beast galloping towards them. On top of that magical beast sat a summoner. "Your Majesty Peng Lai of Gojoseon, Emperor Zhao of Gojoseon invites you." The Emperor Zhao, in red, was looking for Peng Lai of Gojoseon at this time. His goal was obviously the Netherworld Ghost Key. However, he did not know if Peng Lai of Gojoseon would hand over the key so easily. Peng Lai of Gojoseon snorted coldly. The seventh lord beside him could not help but shrink his neck. Needless to say, it was also the seventh lord's secret. Peng Lai of Gojoseon hurriedly bowed and bade farewell. After he left, Dugu Xiu came forward. He wanted to say something, but he realized that Yun Sheng had already been pulled away by the enthusiastic Chang Wei. The two main islands of Peng Lai Island belonged to the Peng Lai Pavilion and the Zhao State respectively. Ordinary people on the islands could not enter without a token. The empty boat that Yun Sheng and Dugu Xiu took earlier landed at one of the more than 60 islands of Peng Lai Island. There were many water, land, and air routes between the more than 60 islands. They could communicate with each other. Chang Wei was the royal magical beast merchant of Peng Lai country. He had a lot of property. His mansion on Peng Lai Island was located on the third largest island of Peng Lai Island. This island was also the first island with the most embassies, restaurants, and shops of other countries. Chang Wei first sent Yun Sheng to the embassy of Zhou State. That night, he also hosted a banquet to entertain Yun Sheng and the others. At night, Yun Sheng returned to the Great Zhou Embassy. After entering the room, the light of the illuminating magic array dimmed. A man in black waited outside the room for a moment. He did not leave until he heard a steady breathing sound from the room. As soon as the man in black left, Yun Sheng turned over and sat up. Sure enough, as she expected, the people in the Great Zhou Embassy of Peng Lai Island had been bribed by the people of Peng Lai Island. But she did not know who these people listened to. Was it the seemingly friendly Peng Lai of Gojoseon or the Emperor Zhao in red, who had never shown up? However, one thing was for sure. Yun Sheng had used a scheme to kill the second main summoner and caused the seventh main summoner to lose his sacred rune beast. Just based on these few points, the people of the Summon Palace would definitely not let this matter rest. If the people of Zhao State wanted to come, then let them come. Yun Sheng sneered a few times. She teleported and left the embassy. Because the appearance of the gold coin was too conspicuous at night, Yun Sheng simply left it in the embassy. She flew all the way to the estuary with baby sheep. In the night, the Peng Lai Sea, which was rippling in the daytime, looked like a dark curtain. Peng Lai Island was different from other big countries. At night, there were no patrolling guards. Because there were many dangerous demon beasts between the sea and the land at night, ordinary civilians consciously did not go out at night. Baby sheep, are you sure you can still find the whereabouts of King Anemone? The purpose of Yun Sheng going out at night was to find the dark magic plant, the Abyss King Anemone, who was killed by Peng Lai of Gojoseon during the day. Dear Master, you must believe in baby sheep. I'm sure that the monster with many legs is not dead yet, Baby Sheep said calmly. Chapter 999. Yun Sheng had her reasons for entering the Peng Lai Sea in the middle of the night. She was looking for the King Anemone tentacle of the dark demonic plant that had been killed by Peng Lai of Gojoseon. On the Boundless Continent, the attributes of the magical beasts were different. Some magical beasts were good at attacking, while others were good at defending. However, in terms of vitality and the harsh living conditions, the magical beasts and demonic plants of the dark element were undoubtedly the strongest. The saying, "Centipede dies but never falls down," was apt to be used on the dark creatures. Ordinary magical beasts would definitely die after receiving a fatal blow from Peng Lai of Gojoseon. However, the Abyss King Anemone was different. Since it was a dark element creature, its vitality was astonishing. In addition, It was a demonic plant. As long as it still had one tentacle, it was equivalent to having one more chance of survival for King Anemone. As long as it could absorb a portion of energy, it would be able to survive and come back to life again. Punlai of Gojosian did not expect this. Although he had already ordered people to salvage King Anemone's tentacle, there was still an extremely important life tentacle somewhere on the surface of the Punlai Sea. The fact that the life tentacle could revive King Anemone was just told to Yunsheng by Baby Sheep. Baby Sheep had a poor sense of direction, but its ability to locate magical beasts was top-notch. It had seen Anemone Abyssalis once and could accurately pinpoint its location. They soon discovered the tentacle of the sea anemone that had escaped death. It was just a tentacle that was as thick as an arm. In the sea, it could be swallowed by the seawater at any time. However, Yunsheng could still smell a trace of vitality from the tentacle. After sensing the unfamiliar aura of Baby Sheep and humans, King Anemone's tentacle trembled and tried to hide. Bo, tell it to submit to me, and I will have a way to save it. Yunsheng had the exquisite beast pagoda that all magical beasts yearn for. Coupled with the water spirit queen, it would not be difficult for her to save King Anemone Abyssalis. After a while, it said, "Dear Master, it doesn't want to." The Abyssal King Anemone was no ordinary magical plant. It had lived in the deep sea for more than 5,000 years. It was an existence that was even older than the 5 major countries of the continent. It was only because it was separated from the optimal growth area of the netherworld abyss that its growth was greatly affected. Even so, it was still the undisputed king of the boundless continent's devil plants. This unknown summoner in front of it, with his lowly strength, actually wanted it to submit. Even if it was now so weak that it only had a tentacle of life left in its consciousness, it was still a powerful, king-level magical plant. A lowly summoner was not worthy of being its master. If the sea anemone queen was human, she would definitely show a look of disdain. Even if she could not communicate with the sea anemone queen, Yunsheng could feel the sea anemone queen's contempt. There was no point in saying more. If it was not going to submit, then it was time to use force. A powerful magical wave enveloped King Anemone. King Anemone saw a withered hand reaching out from the man's sleeve. That hand did not match the man's youthful appearance. It was decayed like a mummy's hand, but it contained an infinite amount of terrifying magical power. As the black-clothed man chanted, balls of flames that resembled the sunset began to burn fiercely. Unlike ordinary flames, the flames released by the man were not afraid of the seawater at all. King Anemone suddenly felt the water in its body evaporate. It wriggled its tentacles and felt the fire burning its vitality bit by bit. King Anemone had never encountered such a terrifying fire. It seemed to be able to burn King Anemone's consciousness. If this continued, it would die. It would die in this sea. It was unwilling. It was very unwilling. It had not returned to its homeland. After 5,000 years of waiting, it finally had the chance to return home. Ba, multi-legged monster, you are so stupid. Why do you have to fight to the death? Your dear master is very powerful. Don't you want to return to the underworld? As long as you submit to my master, he will definitely think of a way to get the netherworld ghost key. At that time, you and your sunflowers can return to the netherworld abyss. By the way, the netherworld abyss is a damned place where birds don't lay eggs. This world god doesn't like it. Baba Sheep chattered. Yunsheng used her elven hellfire to burn King Anemone. When she was in the Grand Emperor city, Yunsheng caught a glimpse of the Emperor Yin. In the past 3 years, she repeatedly recalled the scene of the Emperor Yin appearance. It actually increased the purity of her elven hellfire by a level. The current hellfire of the elves could not only burn all kinds of ores in the world, but it was also the nemesis of all nemeses to dark creatures. Coupled with the summoning demonic hand, the hellfire of the elves could completely wipe out the consciousness of the sea anemone king. When King Anemone heard that Yunsheng had a way to let him return to the underworld, the last line of defense in his heart collapsed. He weakly expressed to Baba Sheep that he was willing to submit. In order to let King Anemone recover as soon as possible, Yun Sheng placed him in the Ling Long Beast Pagoda. King Anemone's weak body quickly recovered under the effect of the spiritual energy in the Ling Long Beast Pagoda. The tentacles that were cut off grew back again. About 2 to 3 hours later, King Anemone's true form was revealed. The sea anemone king, which looked like an octopus and was covered in ugly tentacles, was actually a bright-colored, beautiful sea anemone that was only half the height of a person. Yun Sheng was speechless at the disparity between the two of them. However, after experiencing the transformation of the puffed egg into a sheep, Yun Sheng's ability to accept things had improved greatly. King Anemone also quickly gained the recognition of the other magical beasts in the Ling Long Beast Pagoda and became a member of Yun Sheng's magical beast clan. Yun Sheng successfully formed a contract with the Abyss King Anemone. At the same time, she also obtained all of King Anemone's memories, including a part of the memories regarding the Netherworld Ghost Key. After fusing with King Anemone's memories, Yun Sheng found out that the Netherworld Ghost Key had another important function. Other than summoning the Netherworld Ghost King, the Netherworld Ghost Key could also form a spatial door to find the entrances to other continents or even realms. Find the entrances to other continents or realms. What's the difference between this and Bai Sheep's talent as a world god? Yun Sheng originally thought that the Netherworld Ghost Key, as one of the 8 Barons' divine artifacts, would have some amazing uses. Baba, my dear master, there are still some differences. For example, even if this world god's power is restored, I can only move about in the human world. However, with the Netherworld Ghost Key, I can enter other realms and enjoy a one-time immunity. You have to know that every realm has a world god. Without the permission of the world god of this realm, I can't go to other realms without permission. Otherwise, I will be punished by my soul being unable to reincarnate. Bashib stuck out its tongue. Chapter 1000. There were laws in the world, and naturally, there were laws as well. There was a rule in the 3 realms. Since there was the existence of world gods, there would be so-called laws and corresponding punishments. The human realm, the underworld, and the deity realm all had their own world gods. Other than maintaining the stability of their own realm, the world gods also had to guard against intruders from other realms. However, even with such strict rules, there were still some loopholes, and that was that there would be some supreme experts in every realm. With the birth of these supreme experts, Path of the Gods, Netherworld Ghost Key, and other heaven-defying existences that broke the rules of the world gods were born. For example, Path of the Gods. Its birth meant the birth of a new god. As for the Netherworld Ghost Key, due to some unknown reason, the 3 world gods and the Netherworld Ghost King reached an agreement. Every person who had the Ghost Key could have one chance to travel to another realm without being punished. And compared to world gods who could only bring one person back when the Netherworld Ghost Key was used, as long as the corresponding magic array was drawn, one could bring many people or even an army to travel between continents or realms. When Yun Sheng heard this, her heart skipped a beat. A name that she had forgotten for a long time suddenly entered her mind. That was the saintess of the celestial fox people, Hu Sheng. 3 years ago, Hu Sheng left without saying goodbye. After that, Yun Sheng was depressed for a while because of Yi Baiming and missed the best opportunity to find Hu Sheng. After Yun Sheng recovered, she had been looking for Hu Sheng's whereabouts, but there was no news about Hu Sheng. Because of this, Yun Sheng had always had a knot in her heart. Back then, she had promised Hu Sheng to send her back to the 8 Desolates continent, but she had no way to do so. Today, when she suddenly heard that the Netherworld Ghost Key could allow many people to travel between continents and realms, Yun Sheng remembered the promise she made to Hu Sheng back then. With Hu Sheng's strength alone, it would be difficult for her to return to the 8 Desolates continent. But she did not know magic, and she was also the Celestial Fox people. It was too dangerous for her to stay in the Boundless continent. In the past few years, Yun Sheng had never given up looking for Hu Sheng's whereabouts. Yun Sheng planned to wait until the Dutian meeting was over before she personally went to look for Hu Sheng. If there was a chance, she would try to snatch back the Netherworld Ghost Key and send Hu Sheng back. The reason why the Abyss tentacle monster wanted the Netherworld Ghost Key was to return to the underworld. As for the Emperor Zhao in Red's goal, it was obviously related to the Bahuang continent. This Duqian meeting had not even started, but the Netherworld Ghost Key, one of the 8 Desolate's divine instruments, had already appeared. The meeting was definitely not going to be simple. Counting the heart's bewildered lantern that she found by chance in the Taiyuan ruins more than 500 years ago, and the magical bracelet that went missing in the Taiyuan ruins, Yun Sheng had seen a total of 8 Desolate's divine instruments. The summoning hand, the immortal holy grail, the magical bracelet, and the heart's bewildered lantern. Until now, only the Destiny Mirror and Dongwang Qing had yet to appear. Among them, the appearance of the Netherworld Ghost Key was directly related to the Netherworld Ghost King and the Heart's Bewildered Lantern. The Heart's Bewildered Lantern played a key role in curing Hu Jiuxing's memory loss. Linking the two together, the importance of the Netherworld Ghost Key was self-evident. This made Yun Sheng even more frustrated. She had not successfully obtained the Netherworld Ghost Key today. She had hastily rejected Peng Lai of Gojoseon's invitation. She had been a little reckless. Earlier, the Emperor Zhao in Red had stopped Peng Lai of Gojoseon at the harbor. It must have been because of the Netherworld Ghost Key. However, she did not know if the extremely skilled Peng Lai of Gojoseon would give the Netherworld Ghost Key to the Emperor Zhao in Red. With such doubts, Yun Sheng returned to the Zhou State Embassy. She decided to look for Peng Lai of Gojoseon again in the next few days to see if she could get the Netherworld Ghost Key back. However, Yun Sheng was not the only one who was concerned about the fate of the Netherworld Ghost Key. On one of the main islands of Peng Lai, Iceberg Island, in a meeting room of the Zhou State Embassy, the two authoritative figures of Peng Lai, the Emperor Zhao in Red and Peng Lai of Gojoseon, stood facing each other. Both of them were equally tall and imposing. The two figures, one red and one purple, were like 2 stone statues contending with each other. Neither of them had any intention of backing down. In the meeting room, the 7th caller, who was standing, did not even dare to make a sound. It had been several hours since Peng Lai of Gojoseon had been summoned. Neither of the two authoritative figures of Peng Lai had said a word. Without receiving an order, the 7th caller did not dare to step down. He was also complaining in his heart. Very few people in the outside world knew that although Peng Lai of Gojoseon and the Emperor Zhao in Red were the two authoritative figures of Peng Lai, their relationship was like that of the 2 main islands of Peng Lai. They were polar opposites of ice and fire. Their relationship had always been very stiff. I'm doing this for Peng Lai. The remnants of the Bahuang tribe have always been restless. If we have the Netherworld Ghost Key, we can invade their beast god altar and uproot them. The Emperor Zhao in Red's search for the Netherworld Ghost Key this time was very secretive. Who knew that they would suddenly encounter some abyss tentacle monster? Thousands of people on the flying dragon ship had died. This matter had also made Peng Lai of Gojoseon very angry. This was the most troublesome thing. Even if it had fallen into the hands of any other power in the mainland, the Emperor Zhao in Red was confident that he could get it back. However, if the Netherworld Ghost Key fell into the hands of Jirumo, it would be very difficult to get it back. That was why the Emperor Zhao in Red had hurriedly called Jirumo over. However, looking at Jirumo's reaction, it was obvious that he did not buy it. Put away your high-sounding excuses. You can find a reason for everything that the Zhao state does. What do you plan to do with the woman in the water prison? Peng Lai of Gojoseon asked. He no longer had the warmth of a day. At this moment, he gave off the feeling of a knife in the middle of winter. His voice was bone-chilling and made people's souls tremble. When he first saw the face of the woman in the water prison, his breath almost froze. Fortunately, he immediately realized that the woman was not Yun Sheng. Otherwise, the biting cold on Jirumo's body became even more obvious. He knew about the celestial fox people. The Emperor Zhao in Red's face became even more ugly. This matter could not be hidden from him, after all. He knew that the reason why Romo had changed so much in the past few years was related to the woman in the water prison. That woman is the celestial fox people. I will use her as a blood sacrifice. At this time's Dutian meeting, I will announce this news. In order to avoid any more trouble, the Emperor Zhao in red decided to kill Yun Sheng in the water prison as soon as possible. So you thought that in my name, you would summon the people of the 4 countries? Peng Lai of Gojozi and Romo was even more angry. Not only did he know about the Netherworld Ghost Key, but he also knew about the gathering of the 4 countries in Peng Lai after the event. Although it was just a glance, Romo could conclude that the woman in the water prison must have something to do with Yinsheng. If Yinsheng knew about this, she would definitely not stand by and do nothing. How dare you talk to me in this tone? Don't forget that without me, there would be no you. The Emperor Zhao in red was very agitated. Chapter 1001. Without me, there would be no you. Every time Peng Lai of Gojozian and the Emperor Zhao in red got into a conflict, the Emperor Zhao in red would say this, and Peng Lai of Gojozian would always compromise. The 7th caller didn't even dare to say a word. Only the most important people in the Zhao state knew about the background of Peng Lai of Gojozian and Romo. The Emperor Zhao of the Zhao state couldn't marry. The Emperor Zhao in red was no exception. Romo was adopted by the Emperor Zhao in red. 20 years ago, the Emperor Zhao in red, who had just become the Emperor Zhao in red, came back from trip. It was early in the morning that the Emperor Zhao in red heard the sound of a child crying as he passed by the Peng Lai Sea. At that time, the Emperor Zhao had just turned 30 years old. His temperament wasn't as unpredictable as it was in recent years. Out of curiosity, he stopped and saw a naked baby boy on the beach. Unlike other babies that had been abandoned, the baby boy didn't have any swaddling clothes or anything that could prove his identity. Looking at his appearance, it was obvious that he had just been born. For some reason, his parents had abandoned him on the beach. However, his body was very clean. Even his umbilical cord was very clean. The lower half of the baby boy's body was submerged in the sea. Because he had choked on some seawater, he was on the verge of death. His face was purple. After the baby boy was picked up, he used his small fist to grab onto the Emperor Zhao in red sleeves. He wouldn't let go no matter what. The Emperor Zhao in red, who had always been cold, suddenly had the idea to bring the baby boy back to the Zhao state. After the Emperor Zhao in red rescued the baby, he didn't pay too much attention to it. After all, the Zhao state recruited a large number of orphans and abandoned babies every year. He just casually handed the baby boy over to the Zhao state's caretaker. Soon, the Emperor Zhao forgot about the baby. It wasn't until 5 years later that the Emperor Zhao in red met him again. The Zhao state was famous for its summoners. In order to attract new blood, every 5 years, the Emperor Zhao in red would test and select a batch of outstanding summoners from the orphans and abandoned babies. According to the Zhao state's rules, the Emperor Zhao in red would personally reward the talented summoners who were promoted and specially trained. He would also select a few of them and accept them as his direct disciples. Among the selected Zhao state's new talents, the Emperor Zhao in red immediately saw a 5 or 6-year-old boy. The reason why the boy attracted the Emperor Zhao in red's attention was because he was young. The second reason was that the boy was very beautiful. The third reason was that the boy was alone. The Emperor Zhao in red was an elegant and handsome man. However, the boy who was selected stunned him. His skin was white and tender like tofu, as if it had never been exposed to sunlight. He had long and dense eyelashes and a pair of amber eyes. Even when facing the most powerful person in the Zhao state, the Emperor Zhao in red, the boy's expression was calm and he didn't show any fear. However, other than his age and appearance, what made the Emperor Zhao in red surprised was that the boy didn't have any summoned beasts beside him. The other new talents beside the boy all had summoned beasts lying beside them. They were all summoners. Since he wasn't a summoner, why was he able to stand among these new talents? Moreover, from the looks of the other new talents who were older than the boy, They seemed to be in awe of him. "What's your name?" The Emperor Zao in red was a little curious. "Rumo." The boy opened his mouth. His gentle voice revealed a calmness that didn't match his age. He wasn't like the others who were timid. He calmly faced the Emperor Zao in red. "You're not a summoner?" The Emperor Zao in red's question was directed at the 10th main summoner who selected these new talents. What he meant was, since he wasn't a summoner, why was he selected? Since when did the new talents of the Zao state start to judge people by their appearance? In Punlai, in the Zao state, summoners had always been respected since ancient times. If he couldn't even summon a summoned beast, then he was a piece of trash. In the Zao state, he could only be sent to the outer islands to do things. The Emperor Zao, in red, did you forget that this child was the abandoned baby you picked up back then? Although he can't summon a summoned beast, he is very talented. He can learn all magic with just one look. That's why I made an exception and selected him. The 10th main summoner was afraid that the Emperor Zao in red would misunderstand, so he quickly explained. Rumo was picked up by the Emperor Zao in red, but he didn't receive any special treatment. He grew up with other orphans and babies. Babies in the Zao state were different from babies in other places. They weren't breastfed, but were fed by magical beasts. Babies who were breastfed by magical beasts were born with the scent of magical beasts. It was easier for them to get close to magical beasts, and it was easier for them to become summoners in the future. After being fed for a few years, Rumo's appearance slowly grew. He also lost the ugly bruises he had when he was first picked up. Because of his outstanding appearance and cold personality, Rumo was bullied by other children in the Zao state before he was 3 years old. Once, a few older boys led him to the magic beast forest behind the Zao state that specialized in taming magical beasts. In the magic beast forest, there were some freshly caught magical beasts that were still wild. The boys originally wanted to scare Rumo, but they didn't expect that they would attract a group of level 4 tiger lion beasts. Among the boys, the oldest was only 10 years old, and he had just learned intermediate magic. After being surrounded by the tiger lion beasts, there was almost no chance of survival. However, when the summoners from the Zao state heard the commotion and rushed over, they found that except for one boy who was dead and one who was seriously injured, the rest of the boys were safe and sound. The one who saved their lives was the youngest, Rumo. When he found the boys, Rumo was still holding the magic scepter in his hand. He was familiar with many types of magic, and he could even use an intermediate magic. As for that intermediate magic, it was something that Rumo had learned from the oldest boy and used on the spot. It was also after that Rumo's talent was discovered, and he was selected to participate in the Zao state's rookie selection. He could learn any kind of magic in one go. If that was true, then this 5-year-old boy named Rumo could be said to be the continent's #1 genius. It didn't matter whether he knew how to summon or not. If you can learn any kind of magic in one go, then I'll test you. The Emperor Zao in red didn't believe him. He flipped his hand, and a purple and white magic thunderball appeared on his palm. That was the Emperor Zao in red's unique magic, Thunder God's Break. The boy didn't move. You can't? Well, that's not a normal magic. The Emperor Zao in red wasn't surprised. Thunder God's Break was an esoteric magic that combined 2 types of magic elements. The purple and white magic light on the boy's hand was like a shooting star in the night sky, and it instantly attracted the Emperor Zao in red's attention. Chapter 1002. Hiss! The red-robed summoner king sucked in a sharp breath. The Emperor Zao in red, who wouldn't change his expression even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of him, suddenly changed his expression. He looked at Rumo with an unfathomable gaze. Earlier, when the 10th summoner praised Rumo's talent, the Emperor Zao in red didn't believe it. Even if a 5-year-old child's talent was really amazing, it was impossible for a 5-year-old child to understand the fusion of 2 magical elements at once. However, he had no choice but to submit to Rumo. Although the purple and white magical light did not condense into the Thunder God's Break, this child's future was limitless to be able to form such a large-scale magical light with just a glance. The Emperor Zao in red's next move shocked everyone present in the Zao state. He picked up the boy and laughed heartily. From now on, you will follow I's surname. You will be called Jirumo. Although the Emperor Zao in red had other adopted sons and daughters before he gave the surname Jirumo, Jirumo was the only one who was given the surname Jirumo. His actions undoubtedly confirmed Jirumo's position in Penglai, second only to one person and above tens of thousands. At that time, the Emperor Zao in red was also worried about the issue of the Penglai royal family's heir. Ever since the Taiyuan crown prince's incident, Penglai had implemented the separation of religion and politics. The Zao state had always wanted to secretly control the Penglai royal family, but they couldn't be too blatant. Coincidentally, at that time, Penglai of Gojoseon's only son had unfortunately died. In the Penglai royal family, there were no more outstanding bloodlines to inherit the throne. The Emperor Zao, in red, secretly changed the identity of the boy and announced to the public that the boy was Penglai of Gojoseon's bloodline. When he was born, he was blessed by an auspicious beast and naturally became the heir to the throne of Penglai of Gojoseon. That boy became today's Penglai of Gojoseon, Jirumo. Jirumo was very talented. His learning ability was amazing. Except for the magical beast that he couldn't summon, he knew almost all magic. The seventh summoner had never seen anyone who could learn magic as fast as Penglai of Gojoseon. For example, the move that he used to kill King Anemone on the sea was the Emperor Zao in red's famous Thunder God's break. Only a few people who were close to the Emperor Zao in red knew that today's Emperor Zao also somewhat avoided Jirumo. Although Jirumo was personally promoted by the Emperor Zao, the two were not close. Maybe it was because Jirumo lived in the Penglai pavilion on the side of Iceland since he was a child. When he was still a child, his temperament was frighteningly cold. Emperor Zao would expand the power of the Zao state. In recent years, he had recruited soldiers and bought horses and intervened in the affairs of the mainland many times. Especially in recent years, because of political differences, Jirumo and Emperor Zao had several conflicts. Perhaps even the Emperor Zao, in red himself, did not expect that one of his unintentional actions in the past would lead to the terrible situation of Penglai today. Originally, he thought that this time, when the Emperor Zao in red brought up the past, Penglai of Gojoseon would compromise like the previous few times. However, this time, Penglai of Gojoseon did not give in. He was reprimanded, but he was still unwilling to hand over the Netherworld Ghost Key. The disaster between the human race and the Bakra orcs almost destroyed the Boundless Land. I will not let the Boundless Land fall into the abyss of suffering again. Penglai of Gojoseon rejected flatly. Jirumo, do you think that I can't do anything to you? The Emperor Zao in red's body flashed with a terrifying murderous intent. The purple and white magic power burned fiercely like flames. No one knew what Jirumo's expression was like under his jade face. However, a purple and white magic power also filled the air around him. In terms of scale, the two magic powers were actually on par with each other. The two magic powers collided together, and the ground cracked rapidly. The walls shook as if they would collapse at any time. The seventh summoner was the most miserable one. He was sandwiched between the two malefic stars and could not escape. At this moment, he was forced to kneel on the ground. He only felt that it was difficult to breathe. His body was also being hit by the two magic powers. It was as if he was being pressed between two walls. Emperor Zao, Penglai of Gojoseon, spare me. The Emperor Zao, in red, did not expect Jirumo's strength to improve so rapidly in the past few years. If he were to fight force with force, unless he summoned his beast directly, otherwise, this kid was still useful for now. He still needed to be present at the Duqing conference. This time he would let him go. He did not believe that he would not be able to get the Netherworld Ghost Key when the time came. Good. You're all grown up now, aren't you? You dare to challenge I? Scram back to your Penglai pavilion immediately. The Emperor Zao in red retracted his magic power. Penglai of Gojoseon parted with him on bad terms. He waved his sleeves and left the Zao state. The Emperor Zao in red glared at the seventh summoner. All of them were useless. In the Netherworld Ghost Key incident, he had lost his second summoner. Earlier in the Taiyuan ruins, he had lost his third summoner. The Zhao state's 13 summoners had lost 2 of them in just a few days. How could the Emperor Zhao, in red, not feel depressed? The Emperor Zhao in red had found out about the whereabouts of the Netherworld Ghost Key by chance. He had thought that his plan was flawless. Who would have thought that he would lose both his money and his life in the end? Emperor Zhao, you can't blame me for this incident. If you want to blame someone, blame the regent of Great Zhou. That despicable person had schemed against us so many times along the way. He was the one who caused the death of the second summoner. Seeing that the Emperor Zhao was about to blame him, the seventh summoner hurriedly poured all the dirty water on the regent of Great Zhou. The seventh summoner recounted everything that had happened in the Penglai Sea, Anemone Abyssalis, and the magical beast beside the regent of Great Zhou. You said that the regent of Great Zhou has a magical beast that can pass through the magic waterfall? Could it be that the regent of Great Zhou is also a summoner? The Emperor Zhao in red was a little surprised when he heard this. The magic waterfall was a type of super water magic that had very strong defensive abilities. Even if he encountered it, he would have to go through a lot of trouble to break it. A magical beast that could completely ignore the magic waterfall and pass through it freely was definitely not an ordinary magical beast. Moreover, as the Zhao State summoner, the seventh summoner had seen at least tens of thousands of magical beasts. If he couldn't identify the species of magical beast at first glance, then it definitely wasn't an ordinary magical beast. Over the years, in addition to recruiting summoners, the Zhao State had also used the magical beast merchants in Penglai Sea to buy all kinds of magical beasts on the Wuji continent. Their goal was to find new magical beasts. From what I can see, the region of Great Zhou is not a summoner. The summoning office of Zhou State has never recorded anything like this. That magical beast should just be a magical pet. Other than being able to pass through the magic barrier, it doesn't seem to have any other abilities. The seventh summoner remembered that the regent of Great Zhou didn't have any summoner's mark on him, nor did he wear any summoning token. Originally, the seventh summoner wanted to tell the Emperor Zhao in red that besides the pink magical beast, there is also a golden magical beast beside the regent of Great Zhou. However, when he thought about how that magical beast seemed to be carrying the regent of Great Zhou, it probably wasn't a powerful magical beast. Chapter 1003. Magical Beasts, especially high-level, sage-level, or king-level magical beasts, were as proud as the masters and kings of the human race. They were extremely proud and arrogant, unless they were as powerful as Emperor Zhao or Penglai of Gojoseon. The Prince Regent of Zhou State could not be compared to Emperor Zhao. Thinking of this, the seventh summoner did not tell Penglai of Gojoseon about the existence of the Golden Kylan. It seems that I have to meet the regent of Great Zhou when I have the chance. The Emperor Zhao, in red, muttered to himself. Emperor Zhao, don't worry. I have already sent people to hide in the embassies of Zhou State and later Qin. The 2 people in the embassies of Zhou State and later Qin will not be able to escape my eyes before the Duqian conference. The seventh summoner wanted to make up for his mistake, so he quickly asked for credit. His arrangement was indeed in line with the Emperor Zhao in red's heart. In terms of strength, the seventh summoner and the second summoner were not the best in the Zhao State. They were even worse than the ninth summoner, Hu Jioshin. The reason the red-robed Summoner King thought so highly of the 2 of them and had even handed over the matter of the Netherworld Ghost Key to them was because the 2 of them had won his favor in certain aspects. The second main summoner was an outstanding husbandry summoner. The most important magic beast forest in the Zhao State was under the care of the second summoner. For many years, the Zhao State was able to control the best magic beast forest on the mainland because of the second summoner. This time, the second summoner died. For the Zhao State, it was not so much a loss of a summoner, but a loss of a caretaker of the magic beast forest. As for the seventh summoner, although he didn't have the same level of skill as the second summoner, he was very good at flattery. Furthermore, he had a wide network of connections. The Netherworld Ghost Key had been missing for many years, and it was the seventh summoner who found some clues. Therefore, even though the seventh summoning mission had failed, the Emperor Zao in Red had no intention of severely punishing him. Although he hadn't obtained the Netherworld Ghost Key, it was in Jirumo's hands. With his temperament, he definitely wouldn't use the Netherworld Ghost Key. The evil aura on the Nether Ghost Key would indeed attract many dark magical beasts. Only a magician as powerful as Jirumo would be able to suppress the Nether Ghost Key. With that in mind, the Emperor Zao in Red decided not to pursue the matter of the Ghost Key. Emperor Zao, there's one more thing. The second summoner is dead, and the third summoner is in trouble. Do you think we should promote some summoners? Especially the Magic Beast Forest, there hasn't been anyone in charge for a long time. Perhaps I can. Seeing that the Emperor Zao in Red wasn't pursuing the matter of the Netherworld Ghost Key, the seventh summoner took the opportunity to plead for leniency. The Redcoat summoner suddenly remembered that the Zao state had also lost some people because of the Netherworld Ghost Key. These days, he had ordered the Summoning Institute to recruit new summoners as soon as possible, especially since the second summoner was in charge of the rearing of the Magic Beast Forest. He had to find someone to replace him as soon as possible. Keep your thoughts to yourself. Are you sure you can manage the Magic Beast Forest? The Emperor Zao in Red obviously knew what the seventh summoner was thinking. There were many wild magic beasts and wild herbs in the Magic Beast Forest. Whoever managed to manage the forest would have a lot of money to gain. Over the years, the second summoner had relied on the money in the Magic Beast Forest to secretly sell the herbs and young magic beasts to the Magic Beast merchants. He made a lot of money. The seventh summoner had been drooling over the Magic Beast Forest for a long time. However, because of the second summoner, he had not been able to get his hands on it. Emperor Zao, please don't worry. I have many summoners under me. I will definitely be able to manage the Magic Beast Forest well. The seventh summoner patted his chest and promised. The death of the second summoner was a great opportunity. He wanted to get his hands on this fat piece of meat before the other summoners could. Then I will leave the Magic Beast Forest to you for a month. If everything goes well in the Magic Beast Forest during this month, I will consider letting you take over the position of the second summoner. The Emperor Zao in Red was a little tired from the confrontation with Jirumo. He needed to meditate and rest for a while. Tomorrow, I will not let Emperor Zao down. The seventh summoner heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that the Magic Beast Forest was under his control. He left happily. When he left, there were still two summoners waiting outside the Zao state's main hall. It was not until the seventh summoner left that Yun Songhai, who had been pretending to be a summoner of the Zao state, raised his head. The region of Great Zhou, Yi Baiming, also came to Zhou state. 3 years ago, Yun Sheng and Yi Baiming got married. As a father, he could not attend their wedding. That night, Yin Songhai wanted to meet Yin Sheng. However, because of the Hu Sheng incident, he finally passed by Yin Sheng. In the past 3 years, Yin Songhai only knew that Yin Sheng had not walked around the mainland. If Yi Baiming also came to Penglai, he had to find a chance to meet him. Firstly, he could ask about his daughter's recent situation. Secondly, he might be able to ask him for help in rescuing the woman in the water prison. Yin Songhai made up his mind. He decided to inquire about the specific residence of the regent of Great Zhou in the next few days. However, when Yin Songhai was preparing to find the prince regent, Yun Sheng tried every possible means to sneak into the Zao state. Because of this, the father and daughter had missed the best opportunity to meet each other. After contracting the tentacle sunflower from the Penglai Sea, Yun Sheng returned to the Great Zhou embassy. In the next 2 days, Chang Wei warmly entertained Yun Sheng and took her to visit several main islands of Penglai. However, Yun Sheng's mind was not on sightseeing. The reason why Yun Sheng came to Penglai was to find the whereabouts of her father and mother. Along the way, she also asked Chang Wei about the general situation of the Zao state. She wanted to find a chance to sneak into the Zao state. However, to Yun Sheng's surprise, Chang Wei told Yun Sheng that even he had only been to the Zhao state a few times. Although the Zhao state was in Penglai, not everyone could enter. The two largest islands of Penglai were the Ice Island and the Fire Island that Yun Sheng saw on the spaceship of the later Qin dynasty. In the east was the Fire Island. The Fire Island, as its name suggested, was originally a volcano. However, many years ago, it was sealed by the first Emperor Zhao and became an extinct volcano. Although the volcano was sealed, the accumulated geothermal energy made the temperature of the Fire Island dozens of degrees higher than the average place. This also made the Fire Island very suitable for all kinds of demon beasts to hatch and grow. The first Emperor Zhao chose the Fire Island as the location of the Zhao state. It gradually developed and became the headquarters of the current Zhao state. However, the Fire Island could only be entered by people who had the Zhao state summoner's token. The other main island of Penglai was the Ice Island in the west. The Ice Island was covered with ice all year round. The Penglai Pavilion, the residence of the Penglai of Gojoseon, was built on the Ice Island. Similarly, the Ice Island could not be entered at will. Only people who had the Penglai Pavilion's token could enter. Ordinary civilians could only live on the 60 or so islands outside of the two main islands. After listening to Chang Wei's words, Yun Sheng understood that if she wanted to enter the Zhao state and find her parents, she had to become a citizen of the Zhao state. Chapter 1004. Why? Does the Prince Regent want to enter the Fire Island? Chang Wei was a businessman and was very good at reading people's expressions. He saw that Yun Sheng was so concerned about the Fire Island, so it must be related to the Zhao state. I have an old friend in the Zhao state. I wanted to inquire about his whereabouts. Yun Sheng forced a smile. So you want to inquire about the whereabouts of an old friend? That's easy. Don't forget that I, Chang Wei, am a merchant of magical beasts. I know many people from the Penglai Monastery. If the Prince Regent wants to inquire about someone, just go to the Penglai Monastery and tell them my name. Chang Wei wanted to accompany Yun Sheng personally, but Yun Sheng politely declined. After getting the news from Chang Wei, Yun Sheng returned to the Great Zhou Embassy first. When Yun Sheng returned to the Great Zhou Embassy, she used a little trick to find the spy sent by the Zhao state. Yun Sheng's golden eyes flashed, and the spy became muddle-headed, not knowing where he was. The seventh summoner? Ha! Remember, in the next few days, tell the seventh summoner that I will be staying in the embassy. The spy nodded. After dealing with the spy, Yun Sheng began to plan how to sneak into the Zhao state. Before she set off, Yun Sheng had already used the disguise magic to change her appearance. On the streets of the third largest island in Penglai, there was a thin girl with a yellow face. Beside the girl was a Xiaohei dog. The girl and the beast were Yun Sheng and Xiaohei in disguise. Before Yun Sheng went out, she was still hesitating. The reason was that Yun Sheng didn't know which magical beast to bring out. To enter the door of the Penglai Summoning Institute, one had to be at least a summoner. When Yun Sheng was in Dezhou, she had participated in the local Summoning Institute's assessment. However, at that time, she was only the most ordinary beast summoner. It was time for him to retest his summoner skills. However, to test her summoner level, she had to choose a suitable magical beast. Yun Sheng originally wanted to bring Jean Coin. However, after wandering around Penglai for a few days, Yun Sheng gave up on this idea. The reason was that Jean Coin was too eye-catching. Jean Coin was the most handsome among the magical beasts. Its golden scales were enough to blind the eyes of the street. It had a vigorous posture, and there was not a trace of fat on its body. No wonder Chang Wei, who had seen countless beasts, wanted to use it to breed. At that time, Yun Sheng thought that Chang Wei was making a fuss over nothing. But later, she discovered that Jean Coin's attractiveness was really not small. She and Jean Coin strolled around Penglai Street. There were already many summoners who asked Yun Sheng about Jean Coin's rank. There were also some female beasts who chased after Jean Coin. These days, it seemed that a handsome magical beast was also very popular. Jean Coin was annoyed for a while because of this. In order to appease Jean Coin, Yunsheng could only let it stay in the Linglong Beast Tower for the time being. In the past few years, Yunsheng's magic cultivation and summoning level had increased greatly. The summoner level was no longer the same as it used to be. The most important thing was that the strength of her magical beasts had also increased. Each of them was not ordinary. When they went out, they would scare the people in the summoning office. After Yunsheng screamed, she finally decided to take Xiaohei to the summoning office. Xiaohei was the first magical beast that Yunsheng had contracted besides Bobo sheep. Its cultivation level was now at the level of a holy beast. It would not be too high or too low. After choosing Xiaohei, Yunsheng went out and went to the summoning office in Penglai. Penglai was indeed a country of summoners. Along the way, many people were summoners. Penglai Monastery was easy to recognize. It was on the busiest street in Penglai. Unlike the desolate summoning office in Zhou State, the entrance of Penglai Monastery was crowded. There were people and magical beasts everywhere. Most of them were wearing summoner rings on their hands. Just as Yunsheng was about to enter the door, she suddenly saw a person. When Yunsheng saw the person, she was very alert and retreated to the side. The person who walked into the summoning office arrogantly was the seventh summoner of Zhou State, who had a grudge with Yunsheng. However, Yunsheng had used a disguise spell, so he did not notice that Yunsheng had walked right under his nose. Why did the seventh summoning office come? When Yunsheng saw this, she also walked into the summoning office. There were a lot of people in the Penglai summoning office. There were summoners waiting to be certified and magical beasts waiting to be rated. As the seventh summoner of Zhou State, the person in charge of the summoning office personally came out to greet the seventh summoner. No one paid attention to a foreign summoner like Yunsheng. Yunsheng pretended to walk to the two of them and pricked up her ears to listen to what they were saying. The person in charge of Penglai Monastery was a bald, middle-aged man. He nodded and bowed. Seventh summoner, may I know what brings you here today? The summoning office hasn't recruited any new summoners recently. The seventh summoner had a proud look on his face. The person in charge of Penglai Monastery hurriedly took out a roster and checked it. After checking, he told the seventh summoner that the Penglai Monastery had recruited a total of more than 20 new summoners in the past week. To be able to recruit more than 20 summoners in a week, this number wasn't small at all. Yunsheng couldn't help but think to herself. When she was in Zhou State, she heard the person in charge of the Yujing Summoning Office say that the Yujing Summoning Office didn't have a new summoner for a few years. Penglai was indeed the world of summoners. The so-called new summoners of the Penglai Monastery were obtained through two channels. One was through freelance summoners who became employees of the summoning office. Although freelance summoners were free, they were relatively less guaranteed. After joining the summoning office, they could receive a certain amount of salary every month and also have the opportunity to improve the abilities of their summoned beasts. Previously, Yunsheng had met Bing Ling at Wanlong Gambling House. At that time, she had relied on the second summoner through this method. The other channel was through new summoners who had awakened their innate summoning ability. This was similar to Yunsheng's childhood. Compared to the first channel, the Penglai Monastery generally preferred the second channel. This was because new summoners from the second channel were more likely to pledge their loyalty to the Zhou State. Are there any summoners who are good at raising animals? The seventh summoner had been in a good mood these past few days because he had received a good assignment in the Magic Beast Forest. However, at this critical juncture, something had happened that made him very vexed. This matter was related to the development of the entire Magic Beast Forest. If he couldn't settle this matter, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to report to the Emperor Zhao in Red in a month's time. Right now, he needed a summoner who could raise animals, so the seventh summoner came to the Zhao State. The person in charge of the Penglai Monastery looked carefully and also flipped through the information from a few months ago. However, to the seventh summoner's disappointment, he couldn't find any summoners who could raise animals. Bastard, why isn't there even a summoner who can raise animals? The seventh summoner heard this and loudly reprimanded the person in charge of the summoning office. Chapter 1005. The seventh summoner scolded so loudly that everyone inside and outside the summoning hall could hear it clearly. The person in charge of the summoning hall was embarrassed. He was considered a big shot in Penglai, but in front of the seventh summoner, who was deeply favored by the Emperor Zhao and Red, he could only obediently be scolded. Yin Sheng heard everything clearly from the side. When she heard that they were going to switch to a nurturing summoner, a hint of joy appeared between her brows. However, she was not in a hurry to interrupt and just listen from the side. Summoners were also divided into several types. Just like warriors, some were good at offense, and some were good at defense. It was the same for summoners. Some summoners belonged to the category of beast summoners. In terms of combat, they had a tacit understanding with beasts. One person's strength was enough to fight against 10 beasts. For example, Zhong Yi, one of Yin Sheng's subordinates, was a holy beast summoner and a beast summoner at the same time. But not all summoners were beast summoners. There were some who were not good at fighting, but were very good at rearing animals. Those were the beast summoners. This kind of summoner didn't have brave summoned beast companions, but they understood the habits of various magical beasts very well. They were born with the ability to make magical beasts close to and trust them. As a result, it was easier to tame magical beasts, and at the same time, the magical beasts could reproduce better. Compared to beast summoners were more rare, especially in the Zhao state, which needed a large number of magical beasts every day. A good husbandry summoner could raise hundreds and thousands of magic beasts, which was a huge fortune. Although Yin Sheng didn't specialize in beast summoners, she had the exquisite beast pagoda that no beast summoner had. The exquisite beast pagoda was a rare artifact on the mainland. It could make magical beasts grow faster, and it was a treasure that magical beasts scrambled for like ducks. Therefore, as long as Yin Sheng had the exquisite beast pagoda in hand, she had a fatal attraction to any magical beast. The person in charge of the Penglai monastery was scolded badly, but he didn't dare to say anything. He only dared to curse in his heart. The seventh summoner was simply making trouble for no reason. Beast summoners weren't cabbages that could be found everywhere. Otherwise, the Emperor Zhao in Red wouldn't have placed so much importance on him after he received the second main summon. The second summoner himself couldn't even summon a holy beast. After the death of the second summoner, the Zhao state had lost an excellent animal summoner. The problem the magic beast forest could only be solved by finding an excellent animal summoner. Excuse me, are you recruiting domestic-type summoners? Just as the seventh summoner was getting angry, a very discordant voice interrupted his reprimand. The seventh summoner looked and saw that the one who interrupted him was a sallow and emaciated female summoner. Her clothes were thin, and she only had a tattered summoning ring on her hand. The magical beast beside her was also inconspicuous. It looked just like a slightly larger dog. A lowly, low-level summoner actually dared to interrupt him? Where did this country bumpkin come from? Can't you see that this lord is talking to someone? The seventh lord snapped. Honorable Lord Summoner, I accidentally overheard your conversation. Are you looking for a domestic-type summoner? I'm a domestic-type summoner. Chang Wei introduced me. Yin Sheng said respectfully. Go away, go away. Don't you know where you are? The domestic-type summoners that the Zhao state wants are all high-level magical beasts. They're not Tom, Dick, or Harry. The seventh summoner wasn't happy. Instead, he looked disgusted. When the person in charge of the Penglai monastery heard Yin Sheng mention Chang Wei's name, he took a few more glances at Yin Sheng. Chang Wei and the person in charge of the Penglai monastery had a lot of business dealings. Chang Wei was a very arrogant person. He was very picky when it came to magical beasts and people. This was the first time he heard that someone had been introduced by Chang Wei. With one look, the person in charge of the Penglai monastery was shocked. Seeing that the seventh summoner was being disrespectful to its master, Xiao He roared angrily. Its back arched and its fur stood on end. A cold, murderous intent surged in its eyes. Its originally ordinary black fur was surging with a special pattern that looked like a cloud pattern. When Xiao He showed its might, the magical beasts in the Penglai monastery all trembled. Even their masters couldn't control them. Heavens, this is a holy beast. Could it be that you're a domestic-type summoner? The person in charge of the Penglai monastery had better eyesight than the seventh summoner. He looked like he couldn't close his mouth and pointed at Xiaohei. What? You're saying that she's a holy beast summoner? Don't be mistaken. The seventh summoner was shocked. He had actually almost chased away a holy beast summoner. Moreover, this person claimed to be a domestic-type summoner. No, the summoning ring on her hand is obviously the ring of a low-level beast summoner. Among the beast summoners, there are the most basic beast speakers, beast summoners, wizard beast summoners, sacred beast summoners, main summoners, and Emperor Zhao. Yinsheng's ring was disguised as a beast speaker ring. It indeed retained the appearance that she had when she first became a beast summoner in the Jade Capital. It was absolutely impossible for a beast summoner to control a holy beast. In other words, this female beast summoner was definitely a holy beast summoner. However, due to some reason, she had yet to participate in the assessment, so she had yet to advance. This was the first time in many years that the person in charge of the Penglai monastery had encountered such a bizarre situation. Oh, this is a long story. When I first contracted Xiaohei, she was still a low-level wild dog. However, after I raised her for more than 10 years, she evolved into a holy beast. Yinsheng rubbed her head with an honest look. When she said this, everyone in the Penglai monastery looked like they had seen a ghost. Raising a low-level magical beast into a holy beast in more than 10 years was the most unbelievable thing in the world. Sir, please come inside. As long as we verify that your magical beast is indeed a holy beast, the Penglai monastery will immediately give you the certification of a holy beast summoner. The person in charge of the Penglai monastery was very excited. It had been a long time since the Penglai monastery hired a holy beast summoner. Moreover, the other party claimed that she was a domestic-type beast summoner. This was much more precious than a normal holy beast summoner. It was no wonder that the person in charge of the Penglai monastery was so excited. The seventh summoner also stared at Yunsheng and Xiaohei, who was beside her. Before the certification, according to Yin Yun, the people in the Penglai monastery had specially checked her background. It proved that more than 10 years ago, in the Penglai monastery in the Jade Capital of Zhou State, there was indeed an 8-year-old girl named Yin Yun who had been certified as a beast summoner. The person in charge of the Penglai monastery didn't have any more doubts. He and the seventh summoner welcomed Yunsheng into the back hall. Chapter 1006. Half an hour later, when Yunsheng walked out of the summoning house again, she had already obtained the certification of the Penglai monastery and confirmed that Xiaohei was a sacred beast. She had also successfully become a sacred beast summoner. The summoners in the summoning house looked at her with eyes full of respect. In Penglai, there were 2 ways to determine the level of a summoner. One was to determine the level of the summoner according to the strength of the summoner. The other was to determine the level of the summoner according to the strength of the magical beast. After all, if a summoner could contract a sacred beast, it didn't matter whether the summoner's strength was strong or not. After all, having a sacred beast was equivalent to having the combat power of a sacred beast. After Xiaohei defeated several high-level magical beasts in one go, no one doubted Xiaohei's strength anymore. Yinsheng also had a new summoning ring on her hand. Even in Penglai, the number of sacred beast summoners did not exceed 100 people. The Zhao state was also very generous towards sacred beast summoners. Any sacred beast summoner who was registered in the Zhao state could have a private mansion on any island in Penglai, a limitless gold card with 1 million gold coins, and a summoning ring inlaid with a sacred beast soul stone. These were all used unconditionally. Yinsheng also learned from Changwei that the summoning house had many functions in Penglai. In addition to providing certification for those who wanted to become a summoner, the summoning house's function in Penglai Island was similar to the function of the Hunters Guild in the mainland. It provided job opportunities for summoners. Some freelance summoners could be permanently or temporarily employed in the summoning house by the Zhao state, other organizations, or individuals. Yunsheng did not agree to the summoning house's employment. She knew that the seventh summoner would definitely come looking for her. When Yunsheng left the summoning house, she deliberately walked slowly. She had already noticed that the seventh summoner was waiting outside the summoning house. Sure enough, after a few steps, the seventh summoner noticed Yunsheng and followed her. "Master Yin Yun, please take care," the seventh summoner said flatteringly. "Seventh summoner, I didn't know you were the summoner of the Zhao state. Please forgive me for my disrespect." Yunsheng was also flattered. "Master, I would like to hire you as our summoner of Magical Beast Forest." The seventh summoner went straight to the point with his invitation. He took Yunsheng to the most luxurious restaurant in the city. Yunsheng found out from the seventh summoner that the seventh summoner had recently accepted an assignment from the Zhao state's Magic Beast Forest. But recently, a very bizarre thing had happened in the Magical Beast Forest. In a Magic Beast Forest, there were a large number of holy beasts. These holy beasts were used for summoners to contract, so they were very important to the Zhao state. In the past few hundred years, there had been no problems with the Holy Beast Forest. However, about 3 days ago, after the second summoner of the Zhao state met with an unfortunate accident, the Holy Beast Forest began to die one after another. Most of them were holy beasts of high rank. Other than the second summoner, doesn't the Zhao state have other summoners? Yunsheng thought that the second summoner couldn't be the only summoner of high rank in the Magic Beast Forest. There are other low-level and mid-level animal husbandry summoners in charge of the Magical Beast Forest. However, there's only one high-level animal husbandry summoner, the second main summoner, not to mention a holy beast husbandry summoner like you. In order to manage the Magical Beast Forest well, the seventh main summoner had used his personal resources to hire a few animal husbandry summoners. However, these guys only knew how to brag. When they accepted the seventh summoner's money, they all promised that they would be able to solve the problem in the Magic Beast Forest within a few days. However, after a few days, the holy beasts still died in batches. Every morning, seeing the bodies of the holy beasts being transported out of the Magic Beast Forest, the seventh summoner's face was even sadder than if his own mother had died. "Master Yin Yun, can you accept my invitation to go to the Magic Beast Forest and find out the specific cause of the holy beast's death?" The seventh summoner changed his previous snobbish attitude and spoke in a flattering tone. Now, in the eyes of the seventh summoner, this summoner named Yin Yun was more important than his own mother. Yin Yun had been confirmed as a holy beast summoner. In Penglai, there were several types of summoners of high rank, low rank, middle rank, high rank, and holy beast summoner. As the name implied, a summoner of high rank was able to raise a holy beast of the same rank. The second summoner of the Zhao state was a high-rank summoner. In the Magic Beast Forest, many high-rank holy beasts had been raised by the second summoner in the past few decades. With this ability alone, the second summoner was able to become the first summoner in the Zhao state, second only to Emperor Zhao. He had run amok in the Zhao state for several decades. Previously, the seventh summoner had also been wary of the second summoner's ability. However, Yin Yun had suddenly appeared out of nowhere and made him feel that the second summoner was weak. Yin Yun, who was old enough to be the second summoner's granddaughter, was actually a holy beast summoner. If she was given 10 years, she would be able to raise hundreds and thousands of holy beasts for the Zhao state. God, those were holy beasts. With so many holy beasts, the Zhao state would not have to worry at all even if the 8 desolate tribes came, let alone the boundless land. Furthermore, how old was Yin Yun? It was said that she was only 18. If she could raise holy beasts at 18 years old, who knew if she would be able to raise king-level holy beasts in a few decades? If any of the powers on the mainland knew about Yin Yun's existence, they would definitely fight over her, let alone the Zhao state. If the Emperor Zhao in red knew about Yin Yun, he would definitely hire her to be the first summoner in order to win her over to his side. When that happened, she would threaten the seventh summoner's position. Therefore, after weighing the pros and cons, the seventh summoner decided to snatch her away. He he did not hesitate to hire Yin Yun at the cost of 100,000 purple coins a month. Of course, the seventh summoner did not expect Yin Yun to be able to raise a holy beast for him within a month. All he wanted was for Yin Yun to manage the magic beast forest within this month. The seventh summoner had other plans in mind. He wanted to test out Yin Yun's abilities within this month. If she could really manage the magic beast forest, he would definitely find a way to make her stay. If she did not agree, he would find someone to kill her after everything was done. A venomous glint flashed across the seventh summoner's eyes. Yunsheng noticed the change in his expression and laughed coldly in her heart. Yunsheng and the seventh summoner chatted for a while and decided that the seventh summoner would bring Yunsheng into the magic beast forest on the Fire Island. He would also give Yunsheng a token so that she could enter and leave the Fire Island freely for this month. Chapter 1007. The seventh summoner's arrangement was exactly what Yunsheng wanted. Yunsheng wanted to enter Fire Island and infiltrate the Zhao state. As long as she could enter Fire Island, Yunsheng was confident that she could avoid the eyes and ears on the island and find her father or mother, Hu Jiuxing. However, before that, she had to earn the seventh summoner's trust. Therefore, she had to find out the real cause of the sudden deaths of the magical beasts in the magic beast forest and solve it. From the seventh summoner, Yunsheng found out that before the seventh summoner took over the magic beast forest, the number of magical beasts that died in the forest in a year was only a few. Moreover, most of the magical beasts that died from fighting with each other. The seventh summoner also sent a few of the Zhao state's animal husbandry summoners to investigate. However, they could not find the cause of the deaths. Some said that they died from illness, while others said that they died from fighting with the magical beasts. The seventh summoner's head was about to explode from listening to all of this. However, he still could not come to a conclusion. Therefore, he had no choice but to recruit external animal husbandry summoners through the summoning center. The seventh summoner's luck was not bad. He met a beast husbandry summoner as soon as he arrived. After listening to the seventh summoner's explanation, Yunsheng had a rough idea of what was going on. The death of a magical beast was either due to illness or non-illness. In comparison, if it was a normal death from illness, it would be easier to solve. Yunsheng was a doctor herself. With her knowledge of both Eastern and Western medicine and the little water sprite queen, who had unparalleled healing abilities, Yunsheng would be able to save the magical beasts as long as they were still breathing. What she was afraid of was that the magical beasts did not die from illness, but from some other man-made or non-man-made factors. After the two of them exchanged some pleasantries in the restaurant, Yunsheng packed her luggage and headed to Fire Island with the seventh summoner. There were many checkpoints and magical restrictions set up around the perimeter of Fire Island. Even Mosquito would not be able to fly in without a guide. Master Yin Yun, in this month, you can freely enter and exit the magic forest. However, do not wander around the other places on the Fire Island. Just send someone to inform me if anything happens. Also, don't tell anyone that you are a holy beast summoner for the time being, so as to avoid being coveted by others. The seventh summoner spoke politely, but in reality, he was telling Yunsheng not to act rashly. The seventh summoner had already sent people to monitor Yunsheng. Firstly, they could closely monitor her movements. Secondly, they could prevent Yunsheng from coming into contact with other people in the Zhao state and letting others know that she was a sacred beast summoner. In addition, the seventh summoner also told Yunsheng that teleportation magic was not allowed on Fire Island. Yunsheng agreed to all of them. Yunsheng entered Fire Island on a small empty boat. Even though she had seen the Fire Island from the later Qin's empty boat, Yunsheng only felt that it was different when she personally stepped onto this magical land that was obtained after the volcano was sealed. On Fire Island, the soil and the roads were all fiery red. The entire island was huge. According to the seventh summoner, it would take 2 days and 1 night to walk on Fire Island. The temperature on the island was above 35 degrees all year round. During the hottest part of the summer, the temperature on Fire Island could reach 50 degrees. As the island was rebuilt after the volcano was sealed, the fertile land formed by the volcanic ash left behind by the volcano's eruption thousands of years ago could be seen around Fire Island. These lands are now used to plant tropical flowers and herbs. Along the way, one could see colorful flowers and some unique volcanic magical beasts with strange appearances. After walking for about 3 to 4 hours, Yun Sheng and the seventh summoner arrived at the Magic Beast Forest. As soon as they approached the Magic Beast Forest, Yun Sheng felt that the temperature had dropped significantly. In front of her was a lush green forest. This was the Magic Beast Forest. The Magic Beast Forest was also the area with the most lush vegetation on the entire Fire Island. As it was close to Iceland, compared to other places on the island, there was more rain and abundant freshwater resources. Some magical beasts that did not like the heat lived in the Magic Beast Forest. Master Yin Yin, this is your entry token. There is a summoner's hut at the periphery of the forest. There is a special supply and communication magic array every day. The facilities are very complete. The seventh summoner was sweating profusely as he walked. After the death of his sacred beast, he had not contracted a new one. Originally, the seventh summoner had planned to find a high-level magical beast to contract. However, after meeting Yin Yin, he had other ideas. If he could successfully employ Yin Yin long-term, he might even be able to get Yin Yin to cultivate another sacred beast for him to use. The seventh summoner secretly sized up Yin Yin from the side with wishful thinking. He saw that there was not even a drop of sweat on his forehead. This female summoner looked frail and sickly, but she seemed to have a good constitution. While the seventh summoner was thinking, he had already reached the periphery of the Magic Beast Forest. In front of him, a few small wooden huts made of pine wood appeared. A few summoners hurried over to welcome him. Seventh summoner, you are finally here. We have found the cause of death of the magical beasts. These were all summoners who had been hired by the seventh summoner. There were men and women, old and young. All of them pushed each other, wanting to be the first to tell the seventh summoner about their findings. The seventh summoner was overjoyed when he heard that there was some progress. You found the cause? How did the magical beasts die? Summoner, I will say it first. I found out that the magical beasts in the Magic Beast Forest died after drinking poisonous water. Go away. What poisonous water? The magical beasts in the forest all drink water. How can a few magical beasts die? He clearly died after eating a rare poisonous moss. Go away. Those magical beasts clearly died from fighting. These summoners criticized each other one after another. The seventh summoner's head was about to explode. Lord Summoner, another magical beast has died. A forest patrolling summoner barged in. In his hands was a rank 8 windsword eagle that had just died not long ago. A rank 8 magical beast. That was not a low rank. The seventh summoner took a look and felt a headache coming on. A bunch of useless things. You still haven't found the cause of death. Go away. Let my newly hired master Yin Yin take a look. These good-for-nothings all wanted to contribute, but they were all half-baked. He had spent a lot of money to hire them. After spending a few days, the magical beasts were still dying one by one. If this continued, more than half of the magical beasts in the Magic Beast Forest would die in a month. Those summoners saw that the seventh summoner was respectful to Yun Sheng and somewhat hostile to Yun Sheng. But because the seventh summoner was present, they could not flare up. They could only resentfully retreat to the side. Bring that windsword eagle over. I want to cut open its body and take a look. Yin Sheng waved her hand and let the patrolling summoner come forward. Chapter 1008. When they heard that Yun Sheng was going to dissect the carcass of the magical beast, the summoners all showed expressions of disgust. They were summoners, not butchers. Where did the seventh summoner find this person from? Looking at her skillful movements, she must have been a hunter in the past. The seventh summoner was really desperate. He actually found such a woman to solve the problem of the Magic Beast Forest. The seventh summoner clicked his tongue in wonder as well. However, he quickly discovered that Yun Sheng's method of dissecting corpses was very special. In just an hour, she had completely cleaned out an 8th-tier magical beast from its fur to its organs. The rarest thing was that she even used water freezing magic during the dissection. There was not a single drop of blood during the entire process. After Yun Sheng dissected the carcass, she found that there were no internal injuries on the body of the magical beast eagle. There were also no signs of being hit by magic. However, the color of the liver and gallbladder was normal. It did not look like it was poisoned. The heart of the magical beast had burst, and there were signs of blood flow in reverse. It looked like it had been frightened and suddenly died. Yun Sheng had also heard the seventh summoner say that most of the magical beasts in the magic beast forest were level 6 to 9 magical beasts. There were about 2 or 3 sacred beasts that could scare a level 8 magical beast to death. Could it be that some terrifying magical beast had intruded into the magic beast forest? How is it, Master Yin Yan? Can you tell how the magical beast died? The seventh summoner asked anxiously. I can't tell the cause of death at the moment. I think I need to enter the magic beast forest to take a look. Yun Sheng could at least be sure that this magical beast did not die of illness. I thought you were very good. In the end, you can't tell anything. The seventh summoner still listens to us. The few summoners who had been left out gloated at their misfortune. All of you shut your mouths. In the future, you all have to obediently listen to whatever Grandmaster Yin Yin says. If Grandmaster wants to enter the forest, you all have to follow her. It's already late today. Tomorrow, the few of you will accompany her, said the seventh overseer. This bunch of good-for-nothings. Earlier, they said that the magical beast's food was poisonous. Later, they simply said that there was poisonous gas in the forest. Now, they were using the water source as an excuse. When the summoners heard this, their faces were filled with anger. Yun Sheng, however, looked at the magic beast forest with a meaningful expression. In the twilight, the magic beast forest was filled with dense trees. From time to time, the shrill cries of birds could be heard. At night, after waiting for the other summoners to fall asleep, Yun Sheng got up alone. After avoiding the gazes of the people watching her, Yun Sheng came to the entrance of the magical beast forest. Above the sky, there was a crescent moon shaped like a sickle. Yun Sheng began to chant, and 2 summoning arrays flashed beneath her feet. The enchanting knight, demon queen, and the centipede ant general appeared in front of Yun Sheng. They respectfully awaited Yun Sheng's. Take advantage of the night to enter the magic beast forest. Be sure to pay attention to every movement in the forest. If you find anything strange, report back immediately. Although Yun Sheng had said in the evening that they would enter the magic beast forest tomorrow, she had already made up her mind. She would not be like those useless summoners, blindly searching. Her summoned beasts were her best ears and eyes. They could find out anything that happened in the magic beast forest. The night passed. The night demon queen and the 100-legged ant general in the magic beast forest brought back news. But what surprised Yun Sheng was that neither the night demon queen nor the 100-legged ant general sent any clues related to the death of the magical beasts. But one thing was certain. In the magic beast forest, there were no ferocious foreign magical beasts, as Yun Sheng had expected. After hearing this, Yun Sheng also felt that it was a little tricky. It seemed that she could only enter the magic beast forest herself to find the possible cause of the magical beast's deaths. However, when Yun Sheng found several summoners who were familiar with the terrain of the magic beast forest, these people were not willing to accompany Yun Sheng into the magic beast forest. You don't want to live, but we do. That's the magic beast forest. There are wild magical beasts that have not been domesticated. Without the accompaniment of the Zao State's patrol summoners, we are not willing to enter. It's just sunrise now. The patrol summoners have not yet arrived. When those domesticated summoners heard that Yun Sheng was going to enter the magic beast forest, they all looked as if they had seen a ghost. Yun Sheng was speechless. These people wanted to find the cause of death by guarding a few magical beast bodies. No wonder these domesticated summoners did not have any clues after so many days. If you want to go in by yourself. Don't expect us to accompany you. Those summoners were not in a good mood. One of the summoners suddenly said, kindly, Master Yin Yin, I kindly remind you that you can go to the lake in the forest to have a look. In fact, most of the dead magical beasts were found near the volcanic lake. Volcanic lake? Yunsheng didn't think that these summoners would be so kind. But if most of the magical beasts really died at the volcanic lake, maybe the cause was really in that area. Yunsheng decided to go to the volcanic lake to have a look first. After asking about the specific location of the volcanic lake, Yunsheng entered the magic beast forest alone. Watching Yunsheng disappear into the dense forest, several summoners showed a malicious smile on their faces. Reckless guy, if she really enters the volcanic lake to investigate, she will die. The magic beast forest of Penglai was like a tropical rainforest. There were few traces of people walking. There were extremely lush trees growing everywhere, and some precious herbs. Yunsheng followed the direction of several summoners and walked all the way. She took Xiaohe with her. The holy beast pressure on Xiaohe scared away a lot of middle and high-level magical beasts along the way. Walking down the magic beast forest, the terrain gradually became higher. Looking at the terrain, Yunsheng had already entered the volcanic crater where the magic beast forest was located. In the air, there was a smell similar to sulfur. Walking to the volcanic crater, the forest also came to the end, and a lake came into sight. Suddenly, she saw a blue lake. The fresh water vapor made Yunsheng feel refreshed. This lake was also the most important freshwater resource in the magic beast forest. The lake water formed by the volcanic crater was generally rich in various minerals. If the magical beasts used the water here, it would be of great benefit to their growth and reproduction. However, to Yunsheng's surprise, she did not find any high-level magical beasts drinking water nearby. Yunsheng leaned over and looked at the lake water. At a glance, the lake water was very clear. She threw a stone in and made some splashes, but there was no response for a long time. This volcanic lake was far deeper than Yunsheng imagined. But at this time, Yunsheng noticed that there seemed to be a few footprints at the volcanic lake's crater. Could it be that someone entered the volcanic lake during this time? Yunsheng pondered whether or not she should enter the volcanic lake to explore. It's dangerous. Don't go near there. Just as Yunsheng was about to walk into the lake, a person rushed out from the other end of the lake. Happy Lava Festival, everyone! Chapter 1009. Yunsheng stopped in her tracks after being yelled at. She took a closer look and realized that the person who called her was actually him. Penglai of Gojoseon, Ji Rumo. Yunsheng didn't expect to see Ji Rumo again in the deepest part of the magic beast forest, near the crater of the volcano. When Changwei took Yunsheng to see the scenery of Penglai, he also told Yunsheng about the power of Penglai. He also mentioned that the relationship between Penglai of Gojoseon and Empress was not good these years. The two of them respectively controlled the Zao state of Fire Island and the Penglai Pavilion of Iceland. It was indeed a little strange that Ji Rumo suddenly appeared in the magic beast forest of Fire Island. Ji Rumo was also a little surprised by this female summoner who suddenly appeared at the crater of the volcano. This area was recognized as a forbidden area in the magic beast forest because the volcano guardian beast left behind by the first Emperor Zao was sleeping in this lake. Usually, those summoners didn't dare to come close to this place at all. Only some powerful magical beasts would come close to this place to drink water. But these days, for some unknown reason, even high-level magical beasts didn't dare to come close to this area. Even though the guardian beast of the volcano crater was asleep most of the time, it would still burn the intruders to ashes if it was accidentally disturbed. That was why no one dared to approach this place, even with the accompaniment of a battle summoner. Ji Rumo paid attention to Yunsheng's expression and saw that she was completely ignorant. And, judging from her actions just now, it seemed that she wanted to enter the volcano lake. Yunsheng inevitably felt a little guilty when she met Ji Rumo. She was afraid that he would recognize her. It wasn't until she saw her own appearance reflected in Ji Rumo's amber eyes that she remembered that she used disguise magic. Ji Rumo might not be able to recognize her. Ji Rumo was still dressed in purple. Purple was a mysterious color. It was especially suitable for Ji Rumo. From his expression, Ji-Rumo did not recognize Yunsheng. Without Yunsheng's introduction, Ji-Rumo noticed Xiaohei standing beside Yunsheng and asked, "Are you the new animal husbandry summoner who replaced the second main summoner?" Ji-Rumo was slightly taken aback. A sacred beast summon beast? Is she the new summoner who will replace the second main summoner? My name is Yin Yun. Are you also a summoner? Yin Sheng was relieved that Ji-Rumo didn't recognize her. Her tone also relaxed a lot. After weighing the pros and cons, Yun Sheng decided to pretend that she didn't know Ji-Rumo. Seeing that the other party did not recognize him, Ji-Rumo did not reveal his identity. In Penglai, he has always been the superior Penglai of Gojoseon. It was rare that someone didn't know his identity. Ji-Rumo felt a lot more relaxed. Since you are replacing the second main summoner, you should know that in the Magic Beast Forest, there are some places that cannot be set foot. For example, this lake. Ji-Rumo pointed to the lake in front of Yunsheng. What's so special about this lake? From what I see, it's just a volcanic lake. Yunsheng could see that this lake was formed because of the volcano. You should have heard of the origin of Fire Island. This lake is not just an ordinary lake. It is also where the first Emperor Zeos volcano was located. Ji-Rumo's words made Yunsheng involuntarily take a few more glances at the volcanic crater. Penglai Fire Island was once an active volcano. Every year, the volcanic eruption here would bring disaster to the residents on the surrounding islands. Thousands of years ago, the first pope traveled here. He liked the beautiful scenery of Penglai Island and felt that this place was very suitable for breeding magical beasts. With his own tyrannical strength, he sealed the active volcano. Yunsheng had heard about the first Emperor Zeo sealing the volcano and building Fire Island. It was just that she did not expect that the seal was hidden under this volcanic lake. After the first pope sealed the volcano, he was worried that someone would rashly approach the volcano in the future and destroy the seal. Before he passed away, he left a powerful guardian beast here. If outsiders approached this place, they would be burned to ashes by the guardian beast's flames. When Yunsheng heard this, she knew that she must have been tricked by those summoners. They clearly knew that this was where the seal was and that there was a powerful guardian beast here. However, they still guided her here to find a water source. If Yunsheng had not met Ji-Rumo, once she encountered the guardian beast, she would have had a fierce battle. When Yunsheng thought of this, she sneered in her heart. No one could be safe and sound after framing her. Thank you for reminding me. However, since you know that this area is very dangerous, why did you appear nearby? Yunsheng felt very strange. Why would Penglai of Gojoseon appear in the Magic Beast Forest? I came to pay respects to my mother. Ji-Rumo did not hide it. Penglai of Gojoseon, Ji-Rumo's mother? Penglai of Gojoseon's mother, logically speaking, should be a member of the Penglai royal family. Why was she buried in a place like the Magic Beast Forest? However, Yunsheng also noticed Ji-Rumo's choice of words. He said mother, and not imperial mother or imperial mother. Why is your mother's tomb built in such a place? Is she also a pet summoner? Yunsheng looked puzzled. She was born here and died here. Ji-Rumo led Yunsheng through a bush, and a small mound appeared in front of them. That mound was the tomb of Ji-Rumo's mother. On the tombstone, it was engraved. Yunsheng suddenly widened her eyes. You must be very surprised. How can my mother be a magical beast? That's right. She's a 5th-grade antelope. I grew up drinking her milk. Ji-Rumo appeared to be very talkative today. He did not avoid the fact that he and Yunsheng were just acquaintances by chance. Ji-Rumo's warm voice lingered in her ears. Yunsheng got to know a different Ji-Rumo. Ji-Rumo was an orphan when he was young. He was adopted by the people of the Zeo state when he was young. Like all the other orphans adopted by the Zeo state, he grew up drinking the milk of magical beasts. However, because Ji-Rumo was small and ugly when he was first brought back, the strong mother beasts with ample milk were not willing to feed him. Even the maids of the Zeo state despised him because of this. The maids threw him into the forest of magical beasts. He was not fated to die yet. His weak cries were heard by a passing antelope. The antelope carried Jirumo, who was as thin and weak as a kitten, back to where it came from. Before Jirumo was 3 years old, he grew up drinking the milk of the antelope and lived in the forest of magical beasts. After he was 3 years old, he left the forest of magical beasts and returned to the Zao state. Then how did the antelope die? Yinsheng had some impression of the antelope. It was a low-level magical beast. It was agile and had a lifespan of about 50 years. According to the rules of the Zao state, babies who grew up drinking the milk of magical beasts must kill the magical beast with their own hands when they become adults. Jirumo said calmly. Chapter 1010. Yinsheng was silent. She didn't expect Jirumo to have such a pitiful past. The Emperor Zao in red, who was high and mighty in the eyes of the world, turned out to be an orphan who was raised by a magical beast. He even killed the mother beast that raised him with his own hands. The Zao state was a land of tigers and wolves. What the Zao state needed was a group of brave and cold-blooded summoners. Killing the mother beast that raised them with their own hands was a step that all orphan summoners had to go through. If they couldn't do it, they would be thrown into the magic beast forest. What awaited them was only death. Time passed unknowingly, and the sun gradually set. For most of the remaining time, Jirumo didn't speak again. He seemed to be immersed in his own memories. He just stood in front of the graveyard for a long time without speaking. Yinsheng didn't know what to say, and Xiaohei obediently crawled to the side. On the desolate slope, two silhouettes appeared exceptionally bleak. "Thank you for accompanying me to pay respects." Jirumo spoke again. An hour had already passed. His voice was still warm and pleasant, but there was a hint of relief in it. Jirumo had never tried to let down his guard in front of a stranger. Or rather, he had never said so much in front of anyone. He saw a touch of pity in the eyes of this female summoner. He didn't like pity, but this trace of pity made him feel unexpectedly close. Perhaps it was because this female summoner looked sallow and emaciated, but she had a pair of clean eyes. This made him involuntarily think of Yinsheng. That was the only woman in the world that he had feelings for. After talking to a stranger, Jirumo felt a lot more comfortable in his heart. Jirumo looked up at the sky. Unknowingly, it was almost time for the morning court. He nodded at Yinsheng. "Recently, there has been something wrong in the magic beast forest. I hope you can find the reason as soon as possible. However, don't try to enter the volcanic lake." After Jirumo gave a friendly warning, magic flashed and he disappeared. He came and went without a trace, as if he had never appeared. After Jirumo left, Yinsheng did not leave immediately. She left the mound and returned to the volcanic lake. Despite Jirumo's reminder, Yinsheng did not intend to give up the search. She searched around the volcanic lake. There were indeed unfamiliar footprints near the mouth of the volcano. It might be difficult for an ordinary person to discover them, but for Yinsheng, who possessed the Shennong pupil and had superior eyesight, she quickly captured this point. According to the news brought back by the magical beast last night, as well as what the summoners had said earlier, Yinsheng was certain that there were no problems with the water, soil, and food of the magical beasts in the magical beast forest. However, it was also a fact that magical beasts had died near the mouth of the volcano. Staring at the clear volcanic lake, Yinsheng fell into deep thought. Just as Yinsheng was deep in thought, she heard a heavy breathing sound beside her ear. Turning back, she realized that something was wrong with Xiaohei. It seemed to be a little irritable, and near the mouth of the volcano, it stuck out its tongue from time to time and kept panting. Xiaohei was not an ordinary magical beast. It was a holy beast. Normal high temperatures and long-distance travel were nothing to it. Hence, its strange behavior attracted Yunsheng's attention. Magical beasts were always more sensitive than humans. Could it be that Xiaohei had discovered something? Xiaohei? What's wrong? Yunsheng and Xiaohei communicated with each other using their divine senses. "Master, I have an indescribable feeling. I feel a tightness in my chest, and I want to leave this place quickly." Xiaohei told Yunsheng the truth. Xiaohei also told Yunsheng that the closer they got to the mouth of the volcanic lake, the more intense its irritation became. It felt as if the blood vessels in its body were about to explode. Yunsheng suddenly remembered the cause of death of the magical beast that she had dissected earlier. Those magical beasts seemed to have different degrees of blood reflux and symptoms of being scared to death. These were very similar to what Xiaohei was saying. Xiaohei was a holy beast, but even it could not resist, not to mention those ordinary high-level magical beasts. Yunsheng was even more certain that the unknown cause of the deaths of the magical beasts was the volcanic lake, or rather, the volcanic seal. Yunsheng decided that they still had to dive into the volcanic lake. The water in this lake was very clear, and it looked no different from ordinary drinking water. However, the volcanic seal left behind by the first Emperor Zhao was hidden beneath it. The first Emperor Zhao of the Zhao state, who was also the master of the summoning demon hand. He was the most powerful master of the mainland who had once fought against the leaders of the Bakra orcs. Only such a person would be able to seal an active volcano. The guardian beast that he had left behind must be very powerful. At the last moment, Yunsheng's curiosity as a doctor won out, and she decided to explore the volcanic lake. Before entering the volcanic lake, Yunsheng summoned the abyssal tentacle sunflower king that she had just contracted not long ago. Among all of Yunsheng's summoned beasts, only King Anemone abyssalis was considered an aquatic magical plant. The volcanic lake looked clear, but its exact depth was unknown. Knowing that Yunsheng wanted to enter the lake, the King Anemone tentacle did not hesitate and stretched out its tentacles. The Abyss King Anemone's tentacles were of different lengths, and it quickly divided into two layers. The outer layer, as usual, was used to paddle after entering the water. The inner layer formed a protective shield, tightly wrapping Yunsheng inside to prevent anything from seeping in. After Yunsheng was wrapped by Anemone abyssalis, she realized that the Sunflower King's tentacles had become transparent. This way, the surrounding environment could be seen clearly, and her breathing was not affected too much. This feeling made Yunsheng feel as if she was alone in a glass shield, and she could clearly see the situation around her. Master, the air in the tentacles can provide you with about 3 hours of breathing. After 3 hours, we have to leave the sea, the King Anemone tentacle reminded Yunsheng. Yunsheng thought for a moment. 3 hours, including the diving speed of King Anemone abyssalis, should be enough for her to reach the bottom of the volcanic lake. King Anemone abyssalis obeyed the order, entered the lake, and quickly sank. The depth of the volcanic lake, as Yunsheng expected, was unfathomable. The temperature of the lake was suitable, and there were many colorful coral-like volcanic lava deposits around it. After sinking for more than an hour, they still did not see the bottom. At this time, Anemone abyssalis suddenly said, "Master, the bottom of this lake seems to lead directly to the Penglai Sea. If we go any deeper, we will probably enter the Penglai Sea. Do we still want to dive?" It turned out that this volcanic lake actually led directly to the other side of the sea. Since they had already dived to this point, Yunsheng felt that it was necessary to continue investigating. She ordered the Abyss King Anemone to continue diving. Chapter 10:11. After entering the Penglai Sea, King Anemone abyssalis moved even faster. King Anemone's tentacle barrier was very special. Through the tentacle barrier, Yunsheng could see the sea outside, but the sea beasts outside could not see Yunsheng. This made Yunsheng feel as if she was behind a double-sided mirror. Anemone abyssalis dived 5,000 to 6,000 meters. At this depth, almost all the sea beasts in the Penglai Sea had disappeared. At this depth, even the strongest warrior would not be able to reach it. After entering the deep sea, the abyssal tentacle sunflower king's speed slowed down a lot. In this kind of sea region, a large number of sea beasts would appear. Even the abyssal tentacle sunflower king had to be careful. It summoned dozens of small tentacle sunflowers. The small tentacle sunflowers were like blooming flowers in the sea. Following the current, they spread out in all directions, acting as the sentinels for King Anemone's advance. Master, if you still haven't found it, we have to return to the surface in half an hour. Otherwise, your body will not be able to withstand the pressure at the bottom of the sea. Anemone abyssalis had taken nearly 2 hours to swim from the volcanic lake to the Penglai Sea. Within the tentacle barrier, there was less and less air for Yunsheng to breathe. Yunsheng was also a little hesitant. If they went deeper into the sea, if there was not enough air in King Anemone's tentacle barrier, she might be in danger of suffocation. But if they gave up just like that, they would have to start all over again. The time for the Dutian meeting was getting closer and closer. She did not have much time to waste in the magic beast forest. Yunsheng thought for a while, sat down cross-legged, closed her eyes, and slowly used the celestial meditation. The blue sea water disappeared, and the surroundings were pitch black. Suddenly, Yunsheng felt a magical fluctuation at the bottom of the sea, about 1,000 meters away. The magical fluctuation was long and powerful, like a person's pulse. It was there. Yunsheng was sure that the magic array used by the first Emperor Zhao to seal the volcanic crater was there. Dive a little further. I can feel a magical fluctuation at 1,000 meters below. If I'm not wrong, it should be close to the volcanic seal. Yunsheng understood what King Anemone Tentacle meant. She also decided that if there was no more discovery, they would return to the sea and think of a solution another day. Hundreds of tentacles of Anemone abyssalis stretched out, like a taut spring, and a jet of water shot out from its body. It was sinking rapidly. It was at this moment that the tentacle sunflower sentry in front of it sent a message. Master, there's a strange movement in the water ahead. A large sea beast is rapidly approaching in this direction. Its target is the same as ours. It seems to be the bottom of this sea. The Sea Anemone King reported to Yunsheng. When Yunsheng found out, she was shocked. Their current location was definitely in the deep sea. In this area, not to mention the fishermen of Penglai, even rank 8 or 9 sea beasts would find it difficult to get close. Only sacred beasts, or even super sea beasts like King Anemone could move in this area. After a short moment of surprise, Yunsheng quickly made a decision. King Anemone, immediately disguise yourself as an ordinary sea anemone and wait for the super sea beast to come. King Anemone of the Abyss listened and obeyed Yunsheng's order. Its tentacles shrunk and its speed slowed down. A large number of beautiful sea anemone spots grew on its body, and it leisurely swam around nearby. In the eyes of other sea beasts, this must be a very ordinary sea anemone. No one would associate it with the terrifying dark magic plant Anemone abyssalis. After waiting for about a quarter of an hour, the water in front of them became turbulent. Through the transparent barrier of the sea anemone's tentacles, Yunsheng saw a fish swimming towards them at a fast speed. It was a large carnivorous fish, like a small fortress. Its skin was greenish-gray, and its tail was crescent-shaped. Its teeth were very big, like the sharpest sawtooth, enough to crush everything. Its head was in the shape of an inverted triangle. This fish was 3 to 4 meters long, and its weight was at least 600 to 700 jin. Master, that is the most famous hunter in Penglai, the Trident King shark. I have encountered this fish before in the sea. It is very difficult to deal with, so it is best that we do not confront it head-on. The Abyss King Anemone was injured by Ji Rumo's Thunder God Break. Although the Linglong Beast Pagoda healed it, it had not yet recovered to its peak state. Moreover, it was carrying its master, so it advised Yunsheng not to act rashly. When Yunsheng was about to avoid it, her eyes suddenly shrank and fell on the head of the king's shark. Yunsheng noticed that there was a very prominent summoning mark on the shark's forehead. This Trident King shark had obviously been contracted by someone. The other party must be a very powerful summoner. King Anemone, follow the king shark and see what it is doing at the bottom of the sea. Yunsheng and King Anemone secretly followed the king shark all the way down. The Trident Shark King was indeed the overlord of the sea. It swaggered past, rampaging all the way. Its speed was very fast, and it dived straight to the bottom of the sea. Beside it, there was a faint blue light. It also looked around. When it noticed the king anemone, it paused for a moment. But after confirming that it was an ordinary sea anemone, the trident shark ignored it. After about 800 or 900 meters, a magic array appeared at the bottom of the sea. It was an ancient magic array. Because it had been so long, the seal script on the magic array had already turned black and red. But the magic power on the magic array was still not weakened. Yunsheng could clearly feel the powerful magic power coming from the magic array. That was the volcano seal left behind by the first Emperor Zhao. The Trident King Shark's next move surprised Yunsheng even more. The King Shark did not rashly approach the magic array. Instead, it slowed down and swam around the magic array carefully. Looking at its situation, it should be very familiar with this area. It seemed that it had been here many times before. Soon, Yunsheng's guess was verified. The trident whale grew legs and turned into a fishman with a human body and a shark's head. Yunsheng then realized that the trident shark was not a simple sea beast. It was formed by the combination of a summoner and his own summoned beast. But because she could not see the head, Yunsheng did not know who the summoner was. At this time, the summoner raised his hand. On his slender finger, Yunsheng saw a summoning ring. After seeing the mark on the summoning ring, Yunsheng was shocked. That was the ring of the Zhao state. And looking at the magical beast soul stone on the ring, it seemed that the identity of this fishman was one of the 13 main summoners of the Zhao state. Chapter 10-12. After Yunsheng received a new summoner's ring, the seventh summoner proudly showed off his ring to her. According to the Zhao state's summoner's level, the summoners were ranked from lowest to highest. Beast Speaker, Beast Summoner, Scepter Summoner, Wizard Beast Summoner, Saint Beast Summoner, 13 Summoners, and the Emperor Zhao in red. According to the level, the summoner's ring was different for each level. The body of the ring was from the most common iron ring to the highest purple gold ring. The soul stones embedded in the ring were also from low-level magical beasts to saint-level magical beasts. Legend has it that the soul stone on Emperor Zhao's ring was from a mythical beast. But starting from the Saint Beast Summoner, including the Saint Beast Summoner and the 13 Summoners, they were all above the level of Saint Beast. Their summoners' rings were easy to recognize, especially the 13 Summoners of the Zhao state. Their 13 Summoners' rings were all specially made and easy to recognize. The ring on the Shark Man's hand was the same as the one on the 7th Summoner's ring and the one on the 2nd Summoner's ring that Yunsheng had killed. The only difference was that the soul stones on it were slightly different. However, Yunsheng felt that the power of the Shark Man's ring was much higher than that of the 2nd and 7th Summoners. His position in the Zhao state must be high and powerful. But why would the Zhao state's summoner suddenly appear in the deep sea? Or was this unknown summoner like her, who came to find out the cause of death of the magical beasts in the magic beast forest? Yunsheng thought to herself, but she quickly denied this idea. From the attitude of the 7th summoner, it was obvious that he didn't want others to know what happened in the magic beast forest. It was even more impossible for him to tell other summoners about it. Also, the volcanic lake was one of the forbidden areas in the Zhao state. Very few people knew that the bottom of the lake was directly connected to the Penglai Sea. Therefore, this summoner definitely didn't come for the cause of death of the magical beasts in the magic beast forest. The reason he came to the bottom of the sea was probably because of the seal at the bottom of the sea. Yunsheng's guess was quickly confirmed, because the next move of the summoner was to target the volcano seal at the bottom of the sea. Transparent bubbles emerged from the sharkman's gills. When he was about 500 meters away from the magic array, he began to chant. As he chanted, the surrounding waves surged rapidly, and the abundant power of water condensed into a magic array. The icy blue light of ice magic was like a meteor in the dark night, flashing with a cold light. 8 ice tridents that were nearly 1 meter tall emerged from the sea. A murderous glint appeared in the sharkman's long and narrow fish eyes. With a wave of his arm, his aura was astonishing, as if he was a general commanding an army of thousands. The 8 icy tridents were like 8 death nails, piercing towards the 8 corners of the volcano seal. East, west, north, south, southeast, southwest, northeast, and northwest. Yun Sheng was not proficient in magic arrays, but with her Shun-known pupil, she could see that the 8 positions of the sharkman's attack were very exquisite. They happened to be the 8 positions where the magic power of the entire magic array was the weakest. Once these 8 positions were hit, it was like the 8 main acupoints of the human body. The condensation of magic power would be greatly hindered. After a long time, the entire volcano seal would be affected. At this time, the 8 tridents had sunk into the magic array. At that moment, the magic seal text in the dark red magic array emitted a blood-like red light. Then, a terrible sound like the roar of a wild beast came from the magic array. There was no movement in the magic array, but there was a change. The whole magic array was like a pot of boiling lava, bright red and shining. Within the lava, an indistinct angry expression that resembled a human face appeared. "Damn, Sharkman, it's you again. This lord will kill you one day." The angry face in the magic array roared at the Sharkman. After the Sharkman's attack succeeded, the Sharkman's shark mouth opened, revealing a sinister smile. He did not stay any longer and immediately used his movement skill, turning into a trident shark again, and swam quickly to the sea. Lava could only watch helplessly as the Sharkman ran away again. He could only feel his anger rising. The reactions of the lava-angry face and the Sharkman in the magic array showed that the two had been enemies for a long time. Yun Sheng saw it clearly from the side. Just as the lava-angry face gradually dimmed and was about to go back to sleep, it keenly smelled 2 unfamiliar auras. The 2 auras turned out to be from a seemingly ordinary deep-sea anemone not far away. Who is it? Who dares to disturb the lava venerable's dream? Within a day, the lava-angry face had been disturbed one after another, and it was already furious. Different from the Sharkman, the lava-angry face was the guardian beast guarding the volcano seal that Ji Rumo and Yun Sheng had mentioned earlier. It had the power of volcanic lava and transformed into the master of molten flame. It had guarded this area of the deep sea for thousands of years. It knew every blade of grass, every tree, every stone, and every sand in the sea. It had never sensed this unfamiliar aura before. It was obvious that it was an intruder like the Sharkman. Anyone who gets close to the volcano seal must be killed. In the magic array, a mixture of lava that was dozens of meters high suddenly rushed out. It turned into a hand of lava and was about to grab King Anemone. Wherever the hand of lava passed, the seawater quickly turned into heat waves. As soon as it approached, it could directly barbecue a person into human jerky. Fortunately, Yun Sheng had the hellfire of the elves, so she was not afraid of this kind of high temperature. King Anemone's hundreds of tentacles stretched and retracted. With a whoosh, it darted out hundreds of meters and landed at the position where the Sharkman was previously. Yun Sheng had been watching coldly from the side just now, so she could see clearly. The volcano guardian beast seemed to be unable to leave the volcano seal. As long as it was in the position of the Sharkman, it would not be afraid of attacks. Sure enough, the pair of lava hands could not move forward for a while. This feeling of watching but not being able to kill the intruder was not a good feeling. It was like sleeping soundly on a summer night, only to find that an annoying mosquito was disturbing one's sleep. Yun Sheng's actions completely angered the guardian of the volcano seal. In the magic array, a red light flashed. In an instant, a flame rushed up. A mountain-like lava giant that was more than 10 meters tall appeared in the magic array. Only then did Yun Sheng see the true appearance of the guardian of the volcano seal. It was tall and big, just like a modern-day transformer. Every muscle on its body was made of intertwined lava boulders. The blood in its body was flowing lava. Its eyes, nose, and mouth were also emitting a scorching red light. Ignorant intruder, leave the volcano seal quickly. Otherwise, don't blame me for being merciless. The master of molten flame roared. Chapter 10:13. The master of molten flame glared angrily. When he saw the intruder's true identity, his ugly face became even more distorted. Lowly dark magic plant, how dare you disturb the guardian's peace? I'm going to crush you into pieces. The lava giant was created with the power of the volcano's lava. It had a bad temper and would get angry at the slightest provocation. Its arms started to move, and a flaming rock spear quickly condensed in its hand. It was ready to throw it at the dark magic plant that did not know what was good for it. However, at this moment, the dark magic plant's body emitted a magical wave that made the master of molten flame tremble. This was the magical wave of the summoning hand. The master of molten flame was created by the first pope by fusing the power of the summoning hand. Red tears rolled down the master of molten flame's eyes as if he had seen his family. Master, you're finally back. Xiaohua has been waiting for you for thousands of years. Xiao, Yun Sheng, and King Anemone, who were in the tentacles of King Anemone, could not help but shiver when they heard the master of molten flame, who was almost 10 meters tall, call himself Xiaohua. I'm sorry, I'm not your master. I just have the summoning hand and coincidentally met you when you woke up. Yun Sheng coughed a few times. Just now, when she saw that the master of molten flame was about to get angry, Yun Sheng thought of the summoning hand in a moment of desperation. The master of molten flame was ordered to guard the volcano's seal. It did not recognize anyone except the first Emperor Zhao. The summoning hand in the orc language ring was the right hand of the first Emperor Zhao. It still had the aura of the first Emperor Zhao and might be able to subdue the master of molten flame. Yin Sheng was only trying her luck and used the summoning hand. Unexpectedly, after the master of molten flame felt the familiar aura of the summoning hand, he immediately burst into tears and looked as if he wanted to hug Yun Sheng and cry. No, you're Xiaohua's master. The first master said that if the summoning hand recognized him as its master one day, the person who had the hand would be Xiaohua's new master. Honorable master, please forgive Xiaohua's recklessness. Previously, Xiaohua thought that you were in cahoots with the evil shark man and that you were here to destroy the volcano's seal. The master of molten flame's emotions stabilized, but he was still agitated. He had guarded the volcano's seal alone for many years. He had been very lonely and had always wanted to find someone to talk to. However, he was ugly and too powerful. The sea beasts of the Penglai Sea did not dare to come to this part of the sea. For thousands of years, the master of molten flame had been muddle-headed at the bottom of the sea. He was half asleep and half awake. Yun Sheng comforted the master of molten flame and then asked about the shark man and the volcano's seal. The master of molten flame told Yun Sheng about the volcano's seal and the shark man with a hoarse voice. The master of molten flame was the guardian beast of the volcano's seal. Everyone in the Zhao state knew this, but very few people knew where the master of molten flame was hiding. For thousands of years, the people of the Zhao state had always thought that he was sleeping under the volcano's lake. Therefore, for many years, no one disturbed the master of molten flame. However, about 50 years ago, a powerful shark man broke into this area. The shark man was very cunning. At first, he only disguised himself as a shark and swam in the deep sea area. From time to time, he would get close to the master of molten flame. The master of molten flame had been at the bottom of the sea all year round. He had no friends and had always been very lonely. Although he had discovered this intruder and knew that he should be wary of the intruder, the sharkman's humorous conversation and extensive knowledge made the master of molten flame have a good impression of him. The sharkman and the fire lord went back and forth. After about 10 years, the sharkman finally won the fire lord's trust. The fire lord and the sharkman talked about everything. He even told the sharkman the weakness of the volcano's seal and the blind spots of his own attacks. After the Shark Man got the volcano's seal, he quickly revealed his true identity. He used powerful ice magic. The lava giant was a guardian beast of the fire element, so it avoided ice magic the most. That was why the Shark Man used the icy trident to attack the volcano's seal and the Master of Molten Flame. After the Master of Molten Flame learned the Sharkman's true identity, he was furious. He wanted to kill the Shark Man, who was full of venom. However, the Shark Man was not only good at magic, but he was also very fast at escaping. Every time he successfully destroyed the volcano's seal, he would immediately escape. The lava giant could not catch him every time. The volcano's seal was very powerful, but it could not withstand repeated ice magic attacks. These days, the color of the volcano's seal was getting dimmer and dimmer, and the Master of Molten Flame was getting weaker and weaker. You mean in the past few decades, the Murloc has been coming back to destroy the volcano's seal? Yin Sheng was very surprised. Yes, Xiaohua failed to live up to the old master's advice. He trusted the evil villain, so the volcano's seal became what it is today, the lava giant said with regret. As the volcano's guardian beast, the lava giant could be said to be interdependent with the volcano's seal. If the volcano's seal was destroyed, he would eventually disappear. The Master of Molten Flame had already felt that his life would dissipate at any time. Once the volcano's seal collapsed, the volcano and the fire island would erupt at any time. Yin Sheng was also shocked when she heard the news. Once the volcano that had been sealed for thousands of years erupted, not to mention the Zhao state, even the entire Penglai state would be destroyed. Yin Sheng could not help but be frightened by this terrible idea. At the same time, she also realized that the purpose of the Zhao state summoner was probably to destroy the volcano's seal, so as to achieve the purpose of destroying the Zhao state and Penglai. For nearly 50 years, the Shark Man had been lurking in the Zhao state as the summoner. On one hand, he held great power in the Zhao state, and, on the other hand, he lurked in the deep sea from time to destroy the volcano's seal. What a shrewd and sinister man. Yin Sheng thought for a while and concluded that this man must be a spy. The unknown summoner was probably another force, most likely a spy from the Bakra orcs. After figuring out that the volcano's seal was abnormal and that the volcano was likely to erupt at any time, the sudden death of the magical beasts in the World of Warcraft forest was easily solved. The magical beasts in the World of Warcraft forest, especially those high-level magical beasts that lived near volcanoes and lakes, were likely to feel the climate change. Yin Sheng remembered that in her last life, she had heard that every time there was a major geological disaster, such as a volcanic eruption or an earthquake, some sensitive animals living in the local area would do strange things such as committing suicide. It was likely that the magical beasts in the World of Warcraft forest were the same. They had a premonition of the crisis, and in panic, they did something that was close to suicide. As long as the magical beast's emotions were appeased, she believed that the sudden death of the magical beasts would be solved. However, before solving the death of the magical beasts, Yin Sheng had to find a way to solve the volcano's seal. Chapter 10:14. Once the volcano on Fire Island erupted, the Zhao state, which was still unaware of the situation, would definitely be annihilated. Yin Sheng hated the Zhao state very much. She also wished that the Zhao state would be annihilated by the eruption of the volcano. However, even if the Zhao state was guilty, the thousands of civilians in Penglai were innocent. Once the volcano erupted, those innocent people, the magical beasts in the magic beast forest, and even the countless magical beasts living in the sea would also suffer. Yin Sheng could not sit back and do nothing. She was the one who was most afraid of trouble, but who knew that trouble would always come to her again and again. Yin Sheng entered the volcanic lake, found the volcanic seal, and ran into Shark Man attacking the volcanic seal and Xiaohua. It was all unintentional. Her original intention was to track down the cause of the magical beast's death. She did not expect that she would accidentally discover the shocking conspiracy of the Zhao state spy. However, she also had a problem now. Not to mention that she did not know the specific identity of a lurking main summoner. Even if she knew the identity of the other party, how could she expose him? The other party was at the level of the main summoner and had a high position and power. On the other hand, Yun Sheng was in an awkward position now. She had to hide the fact that she was the descendant of Celestial Fox and guard against others recognizing her fake identity as the regent of Great Zhou. Therefore, unless it was absolutely necessary, Yun Sheng could not expose the other party's identity and conspiracy. Therefore, Yun Sheng could only use her wits and not fight head-on. Xiaohua, according to your estimate, how long can the volcanic seal last? Yun Sheng asked. I can't hold on for more than a month. If the fishman attacks again during this period, I'm afraid I won't be able to hold on for more than 10 days. The Venerable of Lava Flame felt that his time was coming to an end. The Sharkman must have noticed this as well. In the past 3 months, the volcanic seal had been attacked more and more frequently. Although the lava giant had extraordinary strength, it could not escape the volcanic seal. Once the Sharkman swam out, the lava giant could not do anything. About 10 days, an ominous premonition flashed across Yun Sheng's heart. In another 10 days, the Dutian Summit would be held. Peng Lai of Gojoseon had invited the leaders of several major countries and forces of the mainland to gather at Peng Lai. If at this time, the volcano seal failed and the volcano suddenly erupted, the Zhao state's spy must have been waiting for this opportunity for a long time. He wanted to wipe out the rulers of the continent once and for all. If his scheme succeeded, even if the Dutian blood seal did not collapse, the continent would be without a leader. When that happened, the Bakra orcs would launch a counterattack, and the entire boundless continent would be plunged into an abyss of suffering. He could not allow the volcano seal to fail. Xiaohua, is there any way to strengthen this volcano seal? Yin Sheng could only hope that they could find a way to restore the volcano seal to its original state, or at least hold on for a while, since they couldn't inform the Zhao state at once. It is not completely impossible to restore the volcano seal, but 2 conditions must be met. Condition 1, have the summoning demon hand. Condition 2, have the strength of the first Emperor Zhao. Only when both conditions are met can the summoning demon hand be used to redraw the volcano seal. The Master of Molten Flame could feel that although this new master had the summoning demon hand, her strength was far from that of the Emperor Zhao. The summoning demon hand was a relic of the first Emperor Zhao. The summoning demon hand had the memory of drawing the volcano seal. However, the prerequisite was that Yun Sheng had to have the ability to awaken the memory in the summoning demon hand. Even without the lava giant's reminder, Yun Sheng knew that her strength was far from that of the first Emperor Zhao. The first Emperor Zhao was recognized as the strongest Emperor Zhao in history. Even the current Emperor Zhao, the Emperor Zhao in red, might not have the strength of the first Emperor Zhao. Although Yun Sheng was a genius, she was only an 18-year-old girl. She might not be able to reach the strength of the first Emperor Zhao in a few years, or even in her entire life. The fact that she was powerless made Yun Sheng a little depressed. She thought that her strength had taken a qualitative leap after she saw the true face of the Emperor Zhao Yan. However, the truth was that the gap between her and the top masters was still very big. During this trip to Peng Lai, Yun Sheng had met masters like Ji Rumo and the Emperor Zhao in red. She felt that her pitiful strength was not enough in front of these people. As if he was worried that his words would hurt his new master, the lava giant quickly said, "New master, you don't have to be too discouraged. Although you can't restore the volcano seal, there's a way to delay the eruption of the volcano for a while. That is the mysterious power of the origin of fire in your body." The lava giant had long felt that Yun Sheng not only had the magical wave of the summoning demon hand left behind by the first Emperor Zhao, but she also had a very sacred power in her body. That power was even more powerful than the power of the first Emperor Zhao. It was a power that was close to the power of God. This new master had the power of the origin of God in her body. However, She was too young and could not freely control the power of the origin of God for the time being. As soon as the lava giant finished speaking, the vermilion bird totem on the Shinnong medical bracelet spoke. Master, the magical wave of the volcano seal's guardian beast is very similar to mine. I think maybe I can help it. However, I can only help it restore part of its magical power. I can't completely restore the volcano seal. When Yunsheng was in the Grand Emperor city, she had gained the allegiance of the three great mythical totem beasts. Among them, the vermilion bird totem was originally a very powerful fire attribute mythical beast. The lava giant was a guardian beast created by the first Emperor Zhao using part of the volcano's power. It was indeed the same power as the vermilion bird totem. Yunsheng thought for a moment. Suddenly, she asked, Xiaohua, do you want to take revenge on that shark man who harassed you from time to time? Hearing that he could take revenge, the hot-tempered lava giant became even more excited. New master, do you have a way to find that hateful shark man? But he is very cunning. Every time he comes and goes without a trace. It's impossible to guard against him. If the lava giant could leave the volcano seal, you would have fought that shark man to the death. There's no need to look for him. Just wait here. That sharkman's purpose is to destroy this volcano seal. You should also know that the volcano seal is very unstable and could collapse at any time. In the near future, it should be around 10 days. He will definitely come again. At that time, we will give him a gift that he will never forget. Yunsheng deliberately kept him in suspense. She thought darkly, you must be cruel to your enemies. Chapter 10:15. The best way to deal with shrewd, thick-skinned, and shameless spies like the Shark Man was to wait for him to come knocking on their door. The magma flame venerable, the vermilion bird totem, and the dark demonic plant, the anemone king. With these few people working together, the next time a Shark Man came, even if he didn't die, he would lose a layer of skin. Seeing the sinister smile on their master's face, the magical beasts and guardian beasts, including the lava giant, all felt their scalps go numb. They all said in unison in their hearts, no wonder people say that humans are the most sinister creatures. Master is 1,000 times more sinister than Sharkman. With the help of the vermilion bird totem, the Master of Molten Flame recovered part of his original power, and the volcano seal was also much more stable than before. Yunsheng also returned to the volcano lake with the help of King Anemone. Since the lava giant's magical power was partially recovered, the volcano seal was also relatively stable, and the magical beasts in the magic beast forest should also be more peaceful. Yunsheng planned to completely eliminate the influence of the volcano seal's instability on the magical beasts in the magic beast forest in the coming days. When she climbed back from the volcano lake, Yunsheng looked at the sky and saw that it was already close to evening. Xiaohei was still lying at the mouth of the lake, and when it saw Yunsheng, it ran over happily. Yunsheng paid attention to Xiaohei's condition and found that it didn't show any signs of panting or being anxious, so she was relieved. When Yunsheng appeared again, the summoners all looked as if they had seen a ghost. They thought that Yunsheng had been in there for a day and had died. At this time, the seventh summoner also came. When he saw Yunsheng, he looked nervous. Master Yin, I heard that you went into the magic beast forest during the day. Did you find a reason for the death of the magical beasts? I found it, and I also found a way to cure the death of the magical beasts. Seventh summoner, please give me 3 days. After 3 days, I promise that there won't be any more magical beasts dying for no reason in the magic beast forest. Yunsheng nodded. Her confident expression made the seventh summoner skeptical. The summoners who kept animals beside her looked at her with disdain. What's the use of bragging? After 3 days, it would be clear whether she was the real deal or not. In the morning, a thin mist shrouded the magic beast forest. A female summoner with an ordinary appearance sat cross-legged in the forest with a jade-like zither on her back. Although the female summoner's looks, she had a pair of fingers as fingertips. Her fingertips moved, and under her 10 fingers, there was a clear sound of the zither, like flowing water in the valley. The sound of the zither was clear and resonated throughout the island along with the hot volcanic wind. In the magic beast forest, the magical beasts who were restless because of the instability of the volcano seal a few days ago also heard the sound of the zither. They either crawled on the ground or perched on the trees, squinting their eyes and listening to the magical sound of the zither. The sound of the zither made the restlessness and uneasiness in the hearts of the magical beasts disappear little by little. The sound of the zither also fell on the Penglai Pavilion on Ice Island. Ji-Rumo of Penglai of Gojoseon listened to the intermittent sound of the zither. His amber eyes flashed with a strange light. Someone, go and find out who is playing the zither. The person who went to investigate soon returned. Your Majesty, it's the new summoner who came to the magic beast forest. During this period, the emotions of the magical beasts have been very unstable. The summoner is said to be using the sound of the zither to treat those magical beasts. The person who investigated the matter was puzzled. The world was big, and there were all kinds of strange things. He had never heard of using the sound of the zither to treat magical beasts. The new summoner who came to the magic beast forest? It must be the female summoner he met in the mountains that day. She actually found the real reason why the magical beasts were restless. Haha, Yin Sheng, you are always so unexpected. Under King Penglai's jade-like face, a smile bloomed on his lips. Yin Sheng had been playing the Di Hong song in the magic beast forest for more than 3 days. In these 3 days, there were no more deaths of magical beasts in the forest. Even the fights between magical beasts did not happen during this period. When the 7th summoner knew about this, he was wild with joy. He thanked Yun Sheng profusely and paid Yun Sheng's remuneration. He also begged Yun Sheng to stay in the magic beast forest for a while longer. Yun Sheng readily agreed. After receiving the 7th summoner's remuneration, Yun Sheng asked seemingly unintentionally, 7th summoner, do you know which summoner among the 13 summoners has a sea beast? That trident shark was a king-level sea beast. This kind of sea beast was hard to come by. Even among the 13 summoners, it must be very rare. Master Yin Yun, could it be that you're interested in sea beasts? Penglai is an island, so there are many summoners who use sea beasts as their summoning beasts. Now, there are 3 vacancies among the 13 summoners. Excluding me, among the 7 summoners, there are 4 who use sea beasts as their summoning beasts. The 7th summoner did not think much. He thought that Yun Sheng was interested in cultivating sea beasts. Which ones are they? Yun Sheng asked again. Let me think. The 13th, 8th, 4th, and 1st summoners all use sea beasts as their summoning beasts. Among them, the 1st and 4th summoners' summoning beasts are sharks. Both of them are very powerful, the 7th summoner said with an envious expression. The more powerful their summoning beasts were, the higher their status in the Zao state was. As for the 1st and 4th summoners, Yin Sheng was almost certain that the spy was one of them. However, although the 1st and 4th summoners are very powerful, there is one more person among the 13 who cannot be provoked. That is the 9th summoner. Although that woman is the youngest and the only woman among the 13, she is much more powerful than the 1st and 4th summoner. However, she is even more terrifying than the 1st and 4th summoners who have ferocious beasts. The blood dragon that she contracted is truly unstoppable on land, sea, and air. When the 7th summoner mentioned the 9th summoner, he shrunk his neck. Among the 13 summoners, half of them were promoted by the previous Emperor Zao. The rest were promoted by the current Emperor Zao. When the 9th summoner, Hu Jiuxing, was promoted because she was the only female summoner and her identity was a mystery, the other 12 summoners were all against it. However, in the end, Hu Jiuxing relied on her superb summoning skills and outstanding military exploits to make the other main summoners shut up obediently. That woman always wore a Yikshan mask. No one knew what she looked like. Other than Emperor Zao, she only spoke a few words to the 3rd summoner. After the 3rd summoner died on Mount Taiyuan, the ninth summoner became even more isolated. Every time the seventh summoner saw her, he wanted to run away. Chapter 10:16. The ninth summoner, Hu Jiusheng. When she heard this name, Yunsheng's heart trembled as if it had been hit by a heavy object. Mother. She had finally heard news about her mother. Yunsheng thought it would take some effort to find Hu Jiusheng, but she didn't expect that only one of the 13 summoners was a woman. This saved her a lot of guesses. Thank you, seventh summoner. I will be careful and try not to offend them. Yunsheng suppressed her excitement and thought about how to create an opportunity to meet her mother, Hu Jiusheng. However, the seventh summoner also said that the ninth summoner was famous for appearing and disappearing like a ghost. Sometimes, even the Emperor Zhao, in red, might not be able to find her. Grandmaster Yin Yun, if you have the time, why don't you help me look for suitable magical beasts? You see, as a master summoner, it's very embarrassing for me to not have a suitable sacred beast as a contract beast. If you can help me raise a suitable holy beast, I will reward you handsomely. The seventh summoner still didn't give up and wanted Yunsheng to help him raise a new holy beast. Yunsheng naturally wouldn't agree. She said a few words and finally sent the seventh summoner away. Inside the exquisite beast tower, Dollar and Popping Sheep, who had been cooped up inside for a few days, were complaining. Especially Dollar, who felt uncomfortable if he didn't lie next to Yunsheng. Yunsheng thought for a moment. Since she was in the magic beast forest, she didn't need to worry about anything. She simply let the two beasts out. Popping, my dear master, the music you played earlier was very nice. Popping and Dollar both want to hear it. Popping Sheep felt that its master's music was very nice. Yi Baiming, the golden Kirin, felt the same. He had accompanied Yunsheng to learn the Dihong song. He still remembered clearly that Yunsheng didn't know anything about music. When Yunsheng first learned Dihong's song, her zither skills were very ordinary. But ever since she experienced the Battle of Taiyuan City and killed the city lord of Taiyuan City, it was as if she had been enlightened, and her zither skills improved with each passing day. Golden Shilin Yi Baiming did not know the reason for this, but he believed that Yunsheng must have comprehended something at that time. Yi Baiming naturally would not have guessed that Yunsheng had gained enlightenment after seeing the true appearance of the Emperor of Fire. Unfortunately, the people of Dihong City were stingy. If Yunsheng could enter the Emperor's tomb and obtain the last few chapters of the Dihong song, her zither skills would definitely reach a new level. When Yunsheng saw the proud sheep, she couldn't help but feel that it was very small. Seeing that the weather was good, she simply took out her zither and played a song. It was still the melodious Dihong song. The sound of a zither was melodious and drifted far away. As Yunsheng stroked the zither strings under her hand, she recalled the scene at the immortal residence, Icefall City. At that time, she didn't know that the masked female prisoner was her mother. This zither was made by her and her mother together. Thinking of Hu Jiusheng, the sound of the zither under Yunsheng's hand unconsciously changed. Yunsheng thought of Hu Jiusheng and the family of three. They hadn't been together for 18 years. In the sound of the zither, there was inevitably a bit of melancholy. In the Zhao state, the ninth lord, Hu Jiusheng, had just returned from a mission outside. When she heard the sound of the zither, she couldn't help but stop in her tracks. The sound of the zither was so familiar. When she was in Icefall City, she had also heard similar zither sounds. But compared to that time, the zither sounds now were one step ahead in both memory and timbre. Hu Jiusheng's beautiful eyes changed as she suddenly remembered something. Could it be that she had come to Penglai? Hu Jiusheng's heart couldn't help but tighten. It couldn't be wrong. In this world, only that zither could play such a melodious sound, and only that person could play such a Dihong song. Yunsheng, she was in Penglai. Damn it, why did she come to Penglai? The Emperor Zhao, in red, couldn't wait to kill her. Her heart was in a mess, and for the first time, the ninth lord showed panic. She grabbed a guard beside her and questioned, who was the person playing the zither? The guard's face was full of horror. He had never seen the Ninth Lord show such an expression. The guard stuttered, "The Ninth Lord, I don't know. I heard that the Seventh Lord recruited a new summoner in the past few days. The person playing the zither is the new summoner. It is said that he is playing the zither to heal the magical beasts in the Magic Beast Forest." What a mess. The Seventh Lord is getting more and more out of hand. He dares to bring just anyone into the Magic Beast Forest. A dignified voice sounded from behind. Hu Jiuxing heard the voice and let go of the guard. In front of them stood a dignified old man. He was about 50 or 60 years old, slightly older than the Emperor Zhao in red. When the guard saw the old man, he hurriedly called out respectfully, "The First Lord." The old man was the First Lord of the Zhao state. His position was second only to the Emperor Zhao in red. "Ninth Lord, I didn't expect you to be interested in music as well." The First Lord didn't know much about the Ninth Lord. In his impression, the Ninth Lord was rarely as excited as she was today. "I'm not interested. The music is noisy and upsetting," Hu Jiuxing said coldly. Even if the other party was the First Lord, she didn't need to be polite. She didn't say anything more and left. Woman who doesn't know what's good for her. Do you really think that you can be lawless just because Zhao Huang dotes on you? Let's see how arrogant you can be in a few more days. The first Zhao Huang glared at Hu Jiuxing's back with dissatisfaction and said through gritted teeth. Yun Sheng finished playing the zither in the Magic Beast Forest. Next to her, Dollar and Baby Sheep were squinting their eyes, looking very satisfied. This rare, harmonious scene didn't last long. Dollar's ears twitched, and he suddenly stood up. He looked in a certain direction in the forest, alert. A person walked out from behind a bush. When she saw the person, Yin Sheng's fingers were messed up. Her fingers scratched the strings of the zither, and a bright red drop of blood was particularly eye-catching. Hu Jiuxing's gaze changed slightly, and her eyes fell on the unfamiliar female summoner's face. It wasn't her. It was her. Hu Jiuxing's bloodline came into play at this moment. Despite the disguise spell, Hu Jiuxing immediately recognized Yin Sheng, who had disguised herself. "Mother!" Yin Sheng was speechless. She was just about to speak. "You shouldn't have come here. Leave Penglai immediately." Without giving Yin Sheng a chance to speak, Hu Jiuxing interrupted Yin Sheng. "I'm Yin Sheng. I'm your daughter." Yin Sheng couldn't help but step forward. "Don't come over. I don't care who you are. I don't remember the past. Leave Penglai immediately. Otherwise, I will personally report your identity to the Emperor Zhao." Hu Jiuxing snapped at Yin Sheng. She raised her magic scepter and pointed at Yin Sheng. She didn't recognize anyone. Hu Jiuxing's expression was very dignified. She didn't seem to be joking. Yin Sheng didn't expect that the mother and daughter would meet again in such a scene. Chapter 1017. She didn't expect that her reunion with her mother, Hu Jiuxing, would be in such a tense atmosphere. Yin Sheng couldn't help but smile bitterly. She admitted that she had played some tricks. When she was playing the zither for the past few days, she did have some hope in her heart that she would be able to attract her mother. She did manage to attract her mother, but the result was far from what she had imagined. There were no tears in her eyes or sighs when mother and daughter met again. Hu Jiuxing, who was only 10 steps away from her, was pointing her magic scepter at her, threatening her to leave. Without the heart-ache lantern, her mother still wouldn't be able to recover her memory. She was afraid that other than the Emperor Zhao in red, her mother wouldn't believe anyone else's words. It was obviously impossible to take her mother away. Yin Sheng was very clear about Hu Jiuxing's strength. A few years ago, she was already able to use an amazing time prohibition magic. Now, Hu Jiuxing was at least in existence at the level of a divine magistrate. Compared to the Emperor Zhao in red, she was probably not much worse. "Mother, whether you admit it or not, you can't change the fact that I'm your daughter. Don't worry, since you don't want to see Sheng won't appear in front of you again. Next time, when we meet again, your daughter will definitely make you remember the past." Yun Sheng sighed. She picked up her zither in disappointment and walked out of the magic forest with a gloomy expression. Seeing Yun Sheng walk further and further away, Hu Jiuxing stiffly put down her magic scepter, until Yun Sheng completely disappeared. Hu Jiuxing was like a helpless child. She mumbled, I just don't want you to get hurt. When Yun Sheng called out, Mother, for the first time, Hu Jiuxing couldn't treat her as a stranger. Why did her heart hurt so much when she saw her sad and gloomy appearance? Hu Jiuxing didn't remember Yun Sheng, but she faintly felt that Yun Sheng must have some connection with her. Yun Sheng suddenly appeared in Penglai. In addition to being happy, Hu Jiuxing was more uneasy in her heart. She was worried that the Emperor Zhao and Red would find out that Hu Sheng in the water prison was a fake. She was even more worried that Yun Sheng would be caught. In any case, before this Duqian meeting, she must prevent the Emperor Zhao and Red from seeing Yun Sheng herself. As long as the blood sacrifice was completed, Yun Sheng would be safe. Hu Jiuxing let out a long sigh and returned to Zhaoting alone. Yun Sheng's departure made the seventh summoner extremely anxious. Master Yin Yin? Where is Master Yin Yin? The seventh summoner searched the entire Penglai, but couldn't find Yin Yun, the summoner of sacred beasts. The seventh summoner never expected that Yun Sheng had already returned to the great Zhou embassy in disappointment. Yun Sheng, who had removed her transformation magic, had transformed into the regent of Great Zhou. Yun Sheng and Hu Jiuxing's meeting this time was very unpleasant. Her mother's unapproachable look made Yun Sheng's heart feel uncomfortable. It also made her more anxious to find the Heart Distress Lantern. But in order to find the Heart Distress Lantern, she had to find the Netherworld Ghost Key and the Netherworld Ghost King. In the Great Zhou Embassy, Yun Sheng had a worried look. She returned to her residence. As soon as she sat down, she suddenly noticed that there was an extra letter on the table in her room. The ink on the letter had dried up. It was obvious that the letter had been sent for some time. There were no signs that the room had been rummaged through. Yun Sheng asked the people in the embassy, and no one had come to look for her recently. Whose letter could it be? Yun Sheng was puzzled and opened the letter. When she saw the handwriting in the letter, Yun Sheng's hand trembled slightly and her eyes widened. The letter was actually left by her father, Yun Songhai. She didn't expect that her father would pass by her when she entered the Fire Island while searching for her father's whereabouts. Compared to her accidental encounter with her father, the contents of the letter made Yun Sheng even more puzzled. Her father seemed to be in a hurry, or maybe he still had some concerns. The letter only mentioned 4 words: Zhao State's water prison. Zhao State's water prison. There was no beginning or end. Why would her father suddenly mention the Zhao State's water prison? Yun Sheng was still thinking when someone from the embassy came to report. Prince Regent, people from the mainland's magic elite camp are outside asking to see you. Sister Lan is here. After listening, Yun Sheng put away the letter. Her frown that had been frowning for several days also loosened. This Duqian meeting was of great importance. The mainland's magic elite camp was also invited. Before Yun Sheng left, she had already heard that the magic elite camp would send Sister Lan. Not long after Yun Sheng and Yi Baiming got married, Sister Lan was officially promoted to an elder of the magic elite camp. She became the youngest elder of the magic elite camp. However, to Yun Sheng's surprise, Sister Lan wasn't the only one who came looking for her. Abandon was also there. Abandon, why are you here? Yun Sheng hadn't seen Abandon in a while. Ever since Hu Sheng disappeared, Abandon hadn't been feeling very well. He always felt that it was because of his rash refusal that Hu Sheng left. In these 3 years, he had been suffering from a guilty conscience. Long time no see. Yun Sheng, let's talk inside. Compared to 3 years ago, Senior Sister Lan now had the steadiness of an elder. She was still beautiful, and when she saw Yun Sheng, a rare smile appeared on her face. Senior Sister Lan and Yun Sheng had once competed with each other. However, after the two of them had gone through several trials, they appreciated each other's talents and had become good friends. It was just that the two of them were usually in charge of Zhou State and a magic elite camp. They didn't have many opportunities to meet. The 3 of them entered the room. Sister Lan was very careful to set up an isolation spell in the room. Yun Sheng, There's good news and bad news. When Abandon saw Yun Sheng, he forced a smile. Yun Sheng found that there was a touch of worry between Abandon's eyebrows. Could it be that something happened to Gufeng? Yun Sheng had a bad premonition. 3 years ago, after Yun Sheng's accident, Yun Sheng's good friends, Ling Gufeng, and Abandon, had been with her during her most painful period. It wasn't until Yun Sheng recovered that Abandon returned to the elite camp under the urging of Mentor Shi Huan. As for Gufeng, he accompanied Dongwang Ling to Skywing City. During that period in Skywing City, Dongwang Ling with the help of the Skywing's Jade, slowly weakened the power of the left prime minister and took back the power of the eastern capital. About a year ago, Dongwang Ling wrote a letter to Yun Sheng telling her that she, her mother, brother, and Gufeng had returned to the eastern capital. They had driven away the left prime minister and moved back to the eastern capital. This was all good news. Could it be that after she arrived at Penglai, something happened in the eastern capital? Yun Sheng, you worry too much. Gufeng is very good. This time, the Dongwang dynasty has also received an invitation. Gufeng may even attend with Princess Dongwang, Sister Lan explained. Yun Sheng was even more confused. Since it wasn't about Gufeng, then what was it that made the usually cold Abandon so worried? What's the good news and bad news? Yun Sheng was puzzled. The good news is that we have news about Hu Sheng. The bad news is that Hu Sheng is now in the hands of the Zhao state. Abandon sighed and wrote a letter to Yun Sheng. The golden keyboard is in the last 2 days. Everyone still has tickets on hand. Remember to vote for this work and bow to thank. Chapter 10:18. The letter that Abandon brought over was an investigation report from the Hunters Guild. It was the information that Abandon had collected after the Continental Hunters Guild issued a commission. 3 years ago, Hu Sheng left without saying goodbye. Abandon had always thought that a person like Hu Sheng would not leave so abruptly without leaving any news. In the past 3 years, he had also been closely looking for Hu Sheng's whereabouts. Abandon had issued a commission from the Hunters Guild for hunters all over the continent. Any hunter who traveled on the continent could get a handsome reward from the Continental Hunters Guild as long as they provided clues. Once the clues were verified, they could get a handsome reward from the Continental Hunters Guild. But even so, Abandon had not received any useful clues in the past few years. Until half a month ago, a freelance hunter who wandered around the border area of Laterchin came to the Hunters Guild in Zhou State. He said that about 3 years ago, he had met a woman who looked very similar to Hu Sheng at a port in Laterchin. But at that time, the woman was with several summoners from Penglai Zhao State. Abandon went there personally and found the hunter. The woman's appearance was exactly the same as Hu Sheng's. The hunter also pointed out that there were 2 Zhao State's main summoners who were escorting Hu Sheng. One of them was the second main summoner of the Zhao State. The port where they appeared happened to be the only way from Zhou State to Penglai. Because of this, Abandon was even more convinced that Hu Sheng was really caught by the Zhao State. Hu Sheng was the saintess of the Celestial Fox people. Her identity was extraordinary. If she was caught by the Zhao State, she would be doomed. After Abandon confirmed this news, he happened to meet Sister Lan, who was going to Penglai to participate in the Dutian conference on behalf of the Magic Elite Camp. He volunteered to go with Sister Lan. When Yun Sheng heard this, doubts arose in her heart. Hu Sheng was indeed the saintess of Celestial Fox, but the matter of her falling to the boundless continent was very secretive. Other than Laterchin's Duga Xiao, Madame Chi Bai, and a few others, no one else knew about it. How did the Zhao State know that Hu Sheng was in Zhou State? And where did they catch Hu Sheng? However, what worried Yun Sheng and Qi Mor was that Hu Sheng had been taken away for 3 years. Judging from the hatred of the Zhao State towards the Bakra orcs, Hu Sheng might not still be alive. Yun Sheng couldn't help but sigh in her heart when she thought of the weak woman who had the same face as her but had a rough fate. No matter what, she had promised Hu Sheng that she would send her back to the 8 wastelands. This time, even if she couldn't save Hu Sheng alive, she had to at least find her corpse. Seeing that Yun Sheng and Qi were so anxious about that Hu Sheng, Lon couldn't help but feel a little strange. Gee, you're so nervous about that woman called Hu Sheng. Could it be that she's your sweetheart? Lon had never seen Hu Sheng before. She didn't know that Hu Sheng looked exactly the same as Yun Sheng. However, Lon had heard that she had been looking for Hu Sheng for the past few years. In Lan's impression, other than she who cared about Yun Sheng and Gu Feng, he did not care about anyone else, even his own mentor, Shi Huang, who cared about Qi. Therefore, Lon naturally thought that Qi was so nervous because he liked that woman called Hu Sheng. Who knew that Qi's handsome face changed when Lon asked this question. He hurriedly explained, "Sister Lon, what nonsense are you talking about? Hu Sheng and I are innocent. I just treat her as a partner." Qi's voice became softer and softer until it turned into a mosquito bite. However, Qi didn't know that the more he tried to explain, the more he couldn't explain himself. So in the end, he simply shut up. "Look at how anxious you are." It turns out that Qi also has times when he's shy. Sister Lon also used a rare, mischievous tone to make fun of Qi. Qi was so anxious to find Hu Sheng not because he later found out that he liked Hu Sheng. On the contrary, Qi knew very well that he didn't love Hu Sheng. Back then, after Yun Sheng and Yi Baiming confirmed their marriage, Qi was indeed disheartened. He even thought that he could try to fall in love with Hu Sheng, who had the same appearance as Yun Sheng. During that time, Hu Sheng's gentleness and kindness did give Qi the illusion that he had already accepted Hu Sheng. But it wasn't until the day Yun Sheng and Yi Baiming got married, when he saw Yun Sheng, who was wearing a phoenix coronet and a red robe, being sent to the bridal chamber, that he realized that he had never let go. There was such a person that once you met her, there would be no room for anyone else in your eyes from then on. It turned out that sometimes a person could be a world. Yun Sheng was Qi's world. Qi said silently in his heart, "The only person I like has always been Yun Sheng." "Sister Lon, please let Qi go. You know his character. Let's confirm Hu Sheng's life first." Mistaking Qi's silence for awkwardness, Yun Sheng quickly tried to smooth things over. Qi stood aside, smiled bitterly, and didn't say much. Yun Sheng thought that if Hu Sheng was really caught in the Zhao state, he would definitely be able to find out news about her. Since the other party is a descendant of the celestial fox, he deserved to die after being caught by the Zhao state. Why do you have to go through so much trouble to save him? Since 2 summoners at the main summoner level were sent to catch him, the person called Hu Sheng must not be an ordinary person. Sister Lon didn't understand why Yun Sheng and Qi were so agitated after learning that a descendant of the celestial fox people was caught. Sister Lon didn't seem to like the Zhao state very much, but she disliked Bakra orcs even more. Sister Lon didn't know that Yun Sheng was also a descendant of the celestial fox. Sister Lon was a human, so she was instinctively hostile to Bakra orcs. After all, they were now in Punglai, and the people of the Zhao state were not to be trifled with. "Sister Lon, it's a long story. Hu Sheng and I have some connections. We must save her. If she's alive, I want to see her. If she's dead, I want to see her body," Yun Sheng said resolutely. Qi on the side also nodded solemnly in agreement. Seeing the unwavering look on their faces, senior apprentice Sister Lon had no other choice. "We have to think about saving her. Maybe during the Dutian conference in a few days, we can take the opportunity to enter the Zhao state and have a look. Yun Sheng, let's not talk about this. We haven't seen each other for a long time. I heard that your magic cultivation has improved again. Come on, let's find a place to compete." Sister Lon still couldn't change her old habit. When she saw Yun Sheng, she couldn't help but want to compete with Yun Sheng. Seeing Sister Lan's excited face, Qi didn't want to stop her. After Yun Sheng left the mainland's magic elite camp, Sister Lon had one less opponent who was on par with her. In the past few years, she had been bored to death. She made a helpless expression to Yun Sheng. Yun Sheng could only howl and be kidnapped by Sister Lon. Chapter 1019. Sister Lon pulled Yun Sheng out of the Great Zhou Embassy without any explanation. Lon was a rare beauty. When she was in the mainland's magic elite camp, She was the #1 beauty on the Sakura list. But for a long time, none of the male warriors and magicians in the mainland's elite camp dared to pursue her. In addition to Sister Lan's cold temperament, another reason was that Sister Lan had a big problem. Every time the male magicians in the camp saw Senior Sister Lan, it was as if they had seen a ghost. They would hide as far away as they could. Sister Lan's problem was that she practiced magic almost to the point of madness. To put it bluntly, Sister Lan was a magic fanatic. When she competed with people in magic, there were only two results. Either she killed the person or she disabled the person. Yun Sheng was the only one in the elite camp who could escape unscathed after competing with Yun Sheng. This was why Sister Lan liked to compare notes with Yun Sheng so much. Every time Yun Sheng competed with her in magic, they agreed not to overdo it. But when Sister Lan competed, she would completely forget the prior agreement. As a result, Yun Sheng often used up her last trace of magic power and couldn't even hold the magic scepter before Sister Lan stopped. Exhausting one's magic power was not a pleasant feeling. Even Yun Sheng needed to use celestial meditation for half a day to recover. Today was different from the past. Yun Sheng was now in Penglai. It was like being in a tiger's den. She couldn't run out of magic power again. It was too dangerous. Yun Sheng racked her brains, thinking about how to avoid this competition with Sister Lan. Sister Lan, it's not that I don't want to compete with you. It's just that with my current status, it's inconvenient to compete with you using magic. As everyone knew, the region of Great Zhou was a warrior. If he competed with Sister Lan, it would be bad. It's okay. Let's find a place where there are no people. The Penglai Sea is vast. We can compete in the sea. No one will see us even if we fight in the dark. Sister Lan completely ignored Yun Sheng's words. Let her go. This king will compete with you. Just when Yun Sheng was thinking about how to get rid of Sister Lan, a sudden voice interrupted Sister Lan's entanglement. Sister Lan turned her head and her eyes suddenly lit up. At the entrance of the Great Zhou Embassy stood a handsome man. The man's blonde hair draped over his shoulders. His facial features were like a stone sculpture under the hands of a fairy master, deep and handsome. As soon as he appeared, he attracted everyone's attention. The man looked at Yun Sheng, who had a bitter face, with a smile at the corner of his mouth. Soft ripples appeared in his eyes and eyebrows, as if his smile could penetrate people's hearts. The one who interrupted the conversation between the two was the immortal resident's Godwind King. Godwind, you're here. Yun Sheng looked around and saw that Godwind was alone, without any guards. He must have just arrived at Penglai and came to find her. The Duqian meeting is related to the survival of the Boundless Continent. The fairy tribe can't stay out of it, so I came to Penglai with Huayu. Huayu has already gone to the immortal resident's embassy. I heard that you were also on the island, so I came to see you first. Godwind walked forward dotingly and quietly rescued Yun Sheng from Sister Lan's evil claws. Godwind was one of the few people on the continent who knew that Yun Sheng was pretending to be the regent of Great Zhou. In the past few years, the immortal residents and Zhou State had a lot of dealings because of the border trade. The border trade was also thanks to the joint efforts of Yun Sheng and Godwind. Whether it was Yun Sheng or the regent of Great Zhou, in Godwind's heart, Yun Sheng would always be the person he wholeheartedly protected. This point would not change because of the fact that Yun Sheng was married. Godwind's face was full of doting. He treated Yun Sheng as if there was no one else around, causing Sister Lan to frown. Sister Lan was talking nicely and was suddenly interrupted, so she was a little unhappy. But she thought about it again. What did Yun Sheng call him just now? Godwind. Could it be one of the Wuji Five Walls, the immortal resident's fairy, King Godwind? Sister Lan sized up Godwind. With this kind of temperament and appearance, it could only be the elf King Godwind. Sister Lan secretly praised in her heart. But in the next moment, Sister Lan thought of something. Elf magic was unparalleled in the world. It was said that the elf King Godwind's wind magic was the best in the world. Godwind King, you just said that you want to compete with me. Is this true? Sister Lan did not care about the other party's identity as the Elf King. Thinking that she would be able to see the magic of the elf tribe later, Sister Lan couldn't help but rub her hands together with an excited look. It's not convenient for Shang-Er to fight. If Miss Lan's hands are itchy, Godwind can replace her and compare notes with you. Godwind had long heard that the magic of the continent's elite magic camp was not ordinary. The two hit it off and immediately agreed to go to the Penglai Outer Sea to compete. The innocent Yun Sheng was pulled in as the referee. Yun Sheng wanted to stop them, but it was already too late. She could only go with the two to the Penglai Outer Sea to compete in magic. The three of them were the top figures among the young magicians of the present age. 15 minutes later, Godwind and Sister Lan were already in the Penglai Outer Sea. The two had chosen to go to the Penglai Outer Sea, which deviated from the main sea route of Penglai. There were no fishing boats or merchant ships passing by, so even if there was a big battle, it would be fine. On the surface of the sea, the white clouds were reflected and the blue seawater was roaring. Yun Sheng, Sister Lan, and Godwind formed a tripartite balance of power. On the way to the Penglai Outer Sea, Yun Sheng thought to herself, if she and Sister Lan really competed, who knew who would be better? In the continent's elite magic camp, Yun Sheng and Sister Lan were indeed evenly matched. In the past 3 years, Yun Sheng and Sister Lan had made significant breakthroughs in their magic cultivation. The two of them had already broken through to the Saint-level Law Overlord realm. In terms of magic power, Yun Sheng had a unique 5-elemental magic spirit, and she had also received a portion of Yi Baiming's magic power. Her magic power was even stronger than Sister Lan's. However, because she had learned magic late, and she had also focused on medicine and summoning, Yun Sheng's magic skills were still inferior to Sister Lan's. Thus, if the two of them really competed, Yun Sheng would probably not be Sister Lan's match without using her summoned beasts. However, if she used her summoned beasts, Yun Sheng believed that Sister Lan would not be able to last 15 minutes against her. This was the strength of a summoner. As for Godwind's strength, Yun Sheng did not know. After Godwind inherited the throne of the Elf King, according to the rules of the elf race, he should have inherited the legacy of the Wind Elf Queen. She did not know what outstanding magic he had learned. Since the location has been chosen, it's time to start the competition. Sister Lan had an eager look on her face as she asked for a battle. Yun Sheng collected her thoughts and glanced at Godwind. The latter said loudly, "Little Sheng-Er, you have to watch carefully." Chapter 10:20. Yun Sheng, you have to look carefully. Divine Wind's words fell into Yun Sheng's ears. Yun Sheng was very smart and immediately understood Divine Wind's meaning. Divine Wind wanted to teach her new magic. The elf tribe had a commandment that the elves could not teach their tribe's magic to outsiders, but did not say that the enemy could not observe elf magic. This time, Divine Wind's competition with Blue seemed to be a competition, but in reality, Divine Wind was teaching Yun Sheng new elven magic in disguise. Yun Sheng understood and held her breath, waiting for the competition. The sun was dazzling and Divine Wind stood in the wind. He was like a javelin, standing proudly in the wind. There were no magic wings on his back, and there were no wind magic elements around him. What was even more rare was that the wind on the sea was very strong, but the biting cold sea wind automatically detoured around Divine Wind, as if it had entered a forbidden area. Wind Elf King. Between heaven and earth, any wind that saw the Wind Elf King would have to prostrate themselves. At this moment, the air stopped flowing. Sister Lan saw this and raised her eyebrows. Under her, waves splashed. Yun Sheng licked her chapped lips that were blown by the sea wind. Divine Wind was a wind magician, and Sister Lan was a water magician. On the Penglai Sea, the wind was very strong and the waves were very fast. It seemed that both of them had the advantage, but it also seemed that neither of them had the advantage. Just as Yun Sheng was thinking, the competition began. Sister Lan was the first to move. The soul stone on her magic scepter flashed coldly. On the surface of the seawater quickly became dense. First, it turned into clouds of white water vapor. The water vapor quickly condensed and formed countless ice swords. In an instant, the ice swords were like a rainstorm, densely packed and mercilessly stabbed at Divine Wind's blind spots. The ice arrows were like lightning, flashing past. So fast, Yinsheng was secretly surprised. From chanting to releasing the magic, Blue only used the blink of an eye. While Yinsheng was surprised by the speed of the ice swords, she took a closer look and saw that the ice swords were flashing with the power of lightning like silver snakes. It turned out that Sister Lan also fused a part of the lightning magic in the ice swords. The strength of the ice and lightning swords formed by the combination of the two were at least 50% more powerful. The speed was so fast that it was impossible to guard against. At this moment, Divine Wind was still like a rock, but his clothes did not move, and he did not use any magic. Divine Wind, be careful. Yinsheng could not help but be anxious. But just as Yinsheng shouted, the ice swords were already in front of Divine Wind. Several ice and lightning swords pierced Divine Wind's throat. The Divine Wind's silhouette flickered and suddenly collapsed. It turned into a mass of light green wind. Lan was extremely shocked. Behind him, the air was like the surface of the water, rippling. A tall and straight wind, Divine Wind. Blue was not caught off guard, but her reaction was not bad. She used Earth Meld and pulled away from Divine Wind. Yinsheng and Sister Lan were both shocked. They did not expect that the Divine Wind they saw just now was just an illusion. Wind clone, super wind magic. It could create a clone that was exactly the same as the real body in an instant. They did not expect that the Divine Wind King of the Immortal Residence had learned the long-lost super wind magic. Sister Lan's attack missed. Although she had already dodged, a chill ran down her spine. It's been Wang's turn. Divine Wind's handsome face revealed a smile that was as light as a breeze. In an instant, tens of thousands of emerald green wind blades formed around him. Each wind blade was capable of tearing the strongest martial artist into pieces. The wind whistled. Sister Lan was about to be surrounded by the wind blades and turned into meat paste. Sister Lan could even feel the pain of her skin being torn apart by the wind blades. But Blue was Blue. As the youngest elder in the mainland's magic elite camp, Blue had experienced many life and death situations in the past few years. The moment she sensed danger, she quickly found a way to deal with it in her mind. She furrowed her brows and raised her magic scepter. A few words jumped out of her cherry-red lips. Blue crystal protective wall. 6 walls of water immediately rose around Senior Sister Lan's body. The walls of water condensed together to form a 6-sided crystal protective wall made of water droplets. The wind blades slashed at the blue crystal barrier one after another. Even though it was water that could be destroyed in one hit, the moment the wind blades hit the blue crystal barrier, water elements immediately surged up and repaired the damaged blue crystal barrier. Yinsheng saw this and couldn't help but associate it with the magic waterfall used by King Anemone Tentacle when they encountered Anemone Abyssalis in the Penglai Sea. Sister Lan's new magic, blue crystal wall, had a similar effect to the magic waterfall. Under the protection of this wall, even if the wind blades covered the sky and covered the earth, it would be impossible to hurt her. Divine Wind's face showed a look of admiration. No wonder she was the leader of the mainland's magic elite camp. Her magic skills were really good. She actually comprehended such a profound water god's fury. Blue crystal wall should be a new esoteric magic that Lan Xin comprehended. If it was a normal competition, Divine Wind wouldn't mind giving in to Lan Xin at this point. After all, the opponent was a female mage. However, Divine Wind glanced at Yinsheng from the corner of his eye. At this moment, Yinsheng was already in a daze. Her eyes were filled with both worry and excitement. Sister Lan's improvement was really not small. Ice Thunder Ice Blade, and a new esoteric magic. Divine Wind was also very powerful. His wind clone could pass off as real, and his magic manipulation ability to form thousands of wind blades in an instant. Yin Sheng had really opened her eyes today. However, Yin Sheng had underestimated divine wind's strength. Men were always prideful, especially in front of the woman they liked. Divine Wind didn't want to lose face in front of Yin Sheng. Just as the wind blades were being dissolved by the blue crystal wall, Divine Wind's magic scepter suddenly flew out of his hand. The moment the emerald green magic scepter was thrown into the air, it suddenly turned into a green shadow. It was like a long rainbow, like an unsheathed sword, soaring into the air. In the air, the magic scepter was like a magnet, attracting all the wind magic elements that were originally scattered in the air. The magic scepter kept changing, turning from a scepter into a wind blade. The wind blade was Divine Wind's unique secret blade. It was formed by magic in the scepter. This blade was formless and could change its size at will. Borrowing the power of the natural wind, it could tear apart all protective walls. Divine Wind stood in the air. He stretched out his arm, and the large blade formed by the hurricane was already in his hand. With a flick of his wrist, the blade flashed. In an instant, the seawater flowed in reverse, like the rising and falling of the tide. Between heaven and earth, the wind and clouds changed color. The blade flashed and whistled, like the cries of ghosts and howls of wolves. Like a level 17 tropical hurricane, countless wind forces poured out like a volcanic eruption, like a flood breaking through a dam, and crashed into the blue crystal wall. Chapter 1021. Divine Wind had already retracted his blade. He stood on the surface of the sea with the blade in his hand. It was as if he and the blade were the only things left between heaven and earth. The waves of water dispersed and splashed onto Senior Sisterland's face. She was instantly drenched and looked like a drowned rat. Indigo staggered and fell from the sky like a butterfly with broken wings. I lost. Although Indigo lost, she was not angry. She accepted her loss wholeheartedly. Miss Indigo, thank you for letting me win. Divine Wind nodded. Today's competition with Indigo was also beneficial to him. That's it? Divine Wind, what was your last move? Yin Sheng was still unsatisfied. She looked at Indigo and then at Divine Wind. Indigo's magic fusion was somewhat similar to Yin Sheng's profound lightning vortex. However, Divine Wind's last move, Hurricane Blade, was obviously not magic. Although it was not magic, it was enough to compete with Sisterland's profound magic. Yin Sheng was somewhat interested in Divine Wind's Hurricane Blade. You two take your time chatting. I'll go back and ponder over what I've learned from today's competition. Senior Sister Lan was very tactful. Whether it was profound magic or her own innovation in magic, she would not easily tell others about it. After Indigo took the pill, she left, leaving Yin Sheng and Divine Wind behind. Sheng, do you remember when you saw me practicing my blade in the Elven King tree? Divine Wind did not hide anything from Yin Sheng. Although Divine Wind was a magician, he was very interested in blade techniques when he was young. The Elven Queen found a sword master from the Elven tribe to teach Divine Wind sword techniques. Divine Wind's Hurricane Sword technique was a new type of magic skill that was between magic skill and battle technique after he combined sword techniques and wind magic. Hurricane Blade was also Divine Wind's life-saving magic skill. If he did not want to show off in front of Yin Sheng, he would not have used it so easily. A new magic skill created by combining blade techniques and magic? Yin Sheng had never heard of Divine Wind's innovation on the continent. Magic skills were a combination of long-range magic attacks and melee combat techniques. They could be used at will and could be used to conserve stamina and mana to the greatest extent. It wasn't like profound magic, which would consume a large amount of magic power in one go, but its power wasn't inferior to profound magic. Ever since Yun Sheng knew that she wasn't suited for martial arts and chose to become a mage, she had always thought that there was only magic in magic fusion. However, the recent competition had unexpectedly opened up a whole new path of cultivation for Yun Sheng. Something was forming in her mind. Yun Sheng, who was deep in thought, didn't even hear what Divine Wind was saying. Sheng, Seeing that Yun Sheng had suddenly become silent and her eyes were blurred, Divine Wind thought that something had happened to Yun Sheng. Divine Wind, thank you. I'm going to retreat for a few days. Please help me inform the embassy that no one is to disturb me during these few days. Yun Sheng suddenly had an idea. Her eyebrows were full of joy. After saying this, she suddenly disappeared, leaving behind a dumbfounded Divine Wind. Shenger, what's wrong? On the vast and boundless Penglai Sea, the seawater was like a huge blue gem. Under the sun, the gem emitted a charming luster. Yin Sheng sat on a dry beach. She sat cross-legged with a Millennium ice harp on her lap. Divine Wind's words just now actually inspired Yin Sheng all at once. What Divine Wind had inspired Yin Sheng was the new magic skill that he had used earlier. It was neither magic nor combat techniques. Since Divine Wind could fuse sword skills and magic together and create a unique magic skill, Hurricane Sword, then why couldn't she combine magic and Di Hong's song that she was good at and create an unparalleled sound magic? Yun Sheng's bold idea must be a big joke in front of any magician on the continent. For thousands of years, no one had ever thought of combining music and magic. But Yun Sheng wanted to give it a try. Yun Sheng slowly injected the magic power in her body into her fingers. Her fingertips plucked the strings of the harp. But in the first few attempts, because the magic power was too strong and the strings of the Millennium Ice Harp were very tough, the two collided together. The strong shock force cut the skin of Yun Sheng's fingers. But Yun Sheng wasn't discouraged. From time to time, she adjusted the amount of magic power injected into her fingertips. Unknowingly, the sun set below sea level and then rose above sea level. Day after day, 3 days passed in a flash. Yun Sheng didn't know that her disappearance made Divine Wind and the magic beasts waiting in the embassy suffer. Yun Sheng just suddenly said that she was going to retreat, but she didn't say where she was going to retreat or how long she was going to retreat. Suddenly, she disappeared without a trace. When Divine Wind brought the news back to the Great Zhou Embassy, what waited for him was, Tu Yin, your dear master is gone. Divine Wind, why are you so useless? You can't even look after your master. Popping Sheep cried. Divine Wind was just about to explain when a golden whirlwind brushed past him. What is it? Divine Wind was surprised. If he wasn't wrong, that was the magic beast called Dollar that was beside Yun Sheng. Its speed, Divine Wind still had some impression of Dollar, because this magic beast not only had a special appearance, but also had great strength. Dollar was a new magic beast that Yun Sheng accidentally got more than 3 years ago, but according to Yun Sheng, she didn't contract Dollar. Divine Wind couldn't help but be shocked. As the inheritor of the Wind Elves, he couldn't see the speed of that magic beast called Dollar. What was its origin? Moreover, a magic beast actually knew how to worry about its master? Popping Sheep watched from the side and secretly said in his heart, Dollar will naturally be nervous. His wife has been missing for 3 days and 3 nights. It is extremely difficult for him to endure until today. Golden Kylan Yi Baiming left the Great Zhou Embassy as fast as lightning. He looked around for the whereabouts of Yun Sheng. However, Yun Sheng suddenly seemed to have disappeared from the world. He searched many islands in Penglai, but there was no trace of her. At this time, in a sea between Later Qin and Penglai Sea, an ancestor three-winged eagle was flying forward. There was a person on the back of the three-winged eagle. That person had many injuries on his body, and there was a deep wound on his left arm. This person was Minister Zhua of the East Capital. Minister Zhua of the East Capital used to be very powerful, but today, he was in a mess. His clothes were not as gorgeous as usual, and he looked very embarrassed. He seemed to be avoiding something. While controlling the three-winged eagle to move forward, he looked back from time to time. It wasn't until they flew out of Later Qin's border and entered the area of Penglai Sea that Minister Zhua of the East Capital was relieved. At this time, in the sky ahead, an empty ship appeared. Chapter 1022. When the left prime minister saw the empty ship, it was as if he had seen a life-saving straw. On the empty ship, the flag of the later Qin dynasty was flying. The charming Madame Qi Bai stood at the bow of the ship. She saw the left prime minister. Madame Qi Bai raised her eyebrows and ordered the empty ship to descend, allowing the three-winged eagle to land. Madame Qi Bai and the left prime minister had a close relationship. Back then, it was the left prime minister who introduced Madame Qi Bai to Duguxiu. Therefore, this time, after Madame Qi Bai unexpectedly received the left prime minister's letter for help, she asked Duguxiu to bring the empty ship to rescue the left prime minister. The left prime minister also relied on the Dugu father and son to be able to call the wind and summon the rain in the eastern capital for more than 10 years. However, the left prime minister's good days were gone in the later Qin dynasty's Emperor Duguxiu's death. A new emperor ascended the throne, and Zhou's state rose to power. Lord Left Prime Minister, we haven't seen each other for more than a year. How did you become like this? Madame Qi Bai covered her mouth and laughed. The left prime minister originally had a big head, big ears, and a belly full of fat intestines. However, he was now covered in dirt and had lost a lot of weight. If it wasn't for the left prime minister's letter for help, Madame Qi Bai wouldn't have dared to confirm that the man in front of her was the left prime minister himself. Sigh, madam, don't laugh at me. It's all because of that bitch from the eastern capital. She used underhanded means against me. The left prime minister's residence and all of my properties were confiscated. Even my private guards were all killed. Judging from the injuries on the left prime minister's body and the three-winged eagle's condition, he must have experienced an extremely difficult pursuit. That bitch from the eastern capital? Are you talking about Dong Wangling? Left prime minister, you are getting worse and worse. You can't even deal with a silly little girl. Madame Qi Bai said with a disdainful expression. The left prime minister smiled bitterly. God knows, before he was exiled and chased, he also thought that Dong Wangling was nothing more than a silly little girl. However, this time, Madame Qi Bai was just as wrong as he was. Zhou's state was on the rise, and Dong Wangling was the legitimate princess of the Eastern Imperial Dynasty. She, Empress Dowager Situ, and the others had returned to the eastern capital with the help of the heavenly winged jade and the regent of Great Zhou. After Dong Wanglinger returned to the imperial capital, she was very respectful to the minister of the left at first. Ministers would thought that she was afraid of later Qin's influence and didn't dare to act rashly, so he gradually let down his guard. Who would have thought that Dong Wangling would actually collude with Heavenly Wing City's Heavenly Wing, Jade, to set a trap for him? Tianyu knew that Prime Minister Zhou liked beautiful women, so he sent an outstanding beauty to his residence. Prime Minister Zhou was careless and let that beauty steal the evidence of his collusion with the later Qin and the Bahuang tribe. Dong Wangling took the opportunity to impeach him in the imperial court and exiled him for the crime of treason. Not only was he exiled, but ministers had already received the news. During his imprisonment, he had transferred a large number of his personal properties. He planned to recruit soldiers and buy horses as soon as he left the Dongdu, seek the support of the later Qin, and rebel. But who would have thought that as soon as Prime Minister Zhou left the eastern capital, many powerful warriors and magicians ambushed him halfway and killed all his family members and personal guards. Those people were like wolves and tigers, and it was obvious that they were the desperados of the Heavenly Wings arena. Prime ministers would then realize that he had fallen into Dong Wangling's trap. The exile was fake, and the extermination was real. At the last moment, Prime Ministers fled all the way with a three-winged eagle that he had raised. He originally wanted to flee to later Qin, but he didn't expect to run into later Qin's Duguxiu, who was going to participate in the Duqin conference. Prime Ministers could only hastily contact Madame Qi Bai, and the two agreed to meet at the border between Penglai and later Qin to meet him. Prime Minister Zhou, who was originally in the limelight, suddenly became a rat that everyone wanted to beat up. It was no wonder that Prime Minister Zhou was so haggard. Dong Wangling actually improved so much in just a few years. I'm afraid that Yun Sheng, that cunning woman, came up with this plan. Madame Chi Bai's face darkened after hearing this. Dong Wang Ling was originally just a princess of the imperial family. She didn't know how to scheme at all, which was why the Eastern Imperial Dynasty fell to its current state. Madame Chi Bai, you must save me this time. Dong Wang Ling still won't let me go. This time, she personally led people to chase after me. At this time, she should be entering Penglai's borders. Prime ministers will recall the method that Dong Wang Ling used to exterminate him, and his heart trembled. Don't worry, she should also be here to participate in the Dutian meeting. We have already entered Penglai's borders, and we will reach Penglai's outer seas if we continue onwards for another 100 miles. At that time, Dong Wang Ling won't dare to do anything. Otherwise, the people from Izao State and Penglai Pavilion won't let her go. All these years, you have contributed a lot to the 8 Desolate tribe. After a while, as long as the Dutian bloodprint is completed, the 8 Desolate tribe will return to the Boundless Continent. At that time, the small eastern capital will be as easy as taking something out of pocket. Madame Chi Bai's beautiful eyes flickered as she ordered the airship to move forward quickly. Although the Eastern Imperial Dynasty was no longer one of the top forces in the continent, it was still the orthodox imperial family of the continent. Therefore, the Eastern Imperial Dynasty was also invited to the Dutian meeting in Penglai. Later Qin's airship continued to move forward. 10 miles behind Later Qin's airship, a male and a female magician were moving forward rapidly. Ling, are you sure we don't want to inform Yinxing first? The male magician on the left was Gu Feng. At this moment, he had a worried expression on his face. Just like what Madame Chi Bai had said earlier, Gu Feng and Dong Wang Ling were going to Penglai to participate in the Dutian meeting. The outside world didn't know that Dong Wang Tianqi had turned into a fool. After Dong Wang Ling returned to the eastern capital and regained control of the eastern capital, she had been managing the affairs of the Eastern Imperial Dynasty as the eldest daughter of the emperor. As for Gu Feng, he had also given up his identity as a magician in the continent's elite camp for Ling and had been accompanying her. However, his marriage with Ling had been delayed due to Dong Wang Ling's busy state affairs. Even Yun Sheng, a good friend, couldn't help but feel anxious for the two of them. Gu Feng and Ling were clearly in love with each other, but they couldn't get married. However, Dong Wang Ling had long been blinded by hatred. Right now, her only thought was to take revenge as soon as possible. The hatred between Dong Wang Ling and Later Qin, Minister Zhua, and the others wasn't something that just happened in a day or two. Dong Wang Ling's elder brother, Dong Wang Tianqi, was turned into a fool by Duge Xiu and Madame Chi Bai. Dong Wang Ling also heard that her father was killed by Later Qin's Duge Sheng. I can't tell Yun Sheng about this. She had already done too much for me back then. This time, I can't implicate her again. This time, no matter what method I use, I want Minister Zhua and that adulterous couple to die. Dong Wang Ling gritted her teeth. Behind her, the magic wings shone brightly, and her speed increased by a few notches. Thank you for all your tips and votes. Today is the last day of voting for the Golden Keyboard. Remember to vote for this project. Chapter 1023. The revenge of her father and her family allowed Dong Wang Ling to grow up quickly in just a few years. From the outside, she was still the charming Dong Wang Ling but in fact, she had changed. Her beautiful eyes no longer had the innocence of the past. Instead, there was only killing intent and hatred. A year ago, Dong Wang Ling returned to the eastern capital with the help of the heavenly winged jade and Yun Sheng. On the surface, she was still respectful to the minister of the left. But secretly, she gradually eliminated the Later Qin and the other countries' forces in the eastern capital. Because she was not as powerful as Duge Xiu, she did not make a move on Minister Zhua. It was not until half a year ago, when she got that thing, that she really began to take revenge. She swept away all the traitors in the eastern capital like the autumn wind sweeping away the fallen leaves in one night. But Ling Duguxiu is too strong. What if? Gu Feng was still worried. He had to admit that Dongwang Ling was very well prepared to kill the minister of the left. Now, no one in the eastern capital dared to go against Dongwang Ling, but now that they were at the border of Penglai, Gu Feng felt that they still needed to make arrangements. Gu Feng, I was afraid of Duguxiu in the past because I was not strong enough. But now I have that treasure. Not to mention a mere minister of the left. Even if Duguxiu comes personally, I can kill him. This time, I will take revenge for my elder brother and father. I swear that I will take revenge for the Dongwang dynasty. Dongwang Ling, eyes were filled with killing intent. In the boundless world, the only orthodox dynasty was the Dongwang dynasty. Gu Feng still wanted to say something. Gu Feng, you are too indecisive. In the past, we can't always rely on Yunsheng. After Yi Baiming left, Yunsheng was already in a lot of pain. We can't trouble her anymore. I will take revenge for myself. Dongwang Ling said resolutely. After experiencing the twists and turns last time, Dongwang Ling and Gu Feng's love was already deeply rooted. However, the two of them had never gotten married. The reason for that was because Dongwang Ling felt that Gu Feng's character was too weak. Gu Feng was a light magician. His character was kind and tolerant. Dongwang Ling liked this character of his. However, on the other hand, she was also distressed because of this character of Gu Feng. With his character, he wasn't qualified to be Dongwang's husband. However, Dongwang Ling was also unwilling to part with Gu Feng. She knew that she had feelings for Gu Feng, but she was stuck between a rock and a hard place due to the grudge between her and her family. Just like her relationship with her good friend, Yunsheng. Dongwang Ling swore that even if she wanted to revive the Eastern Imperial Dynasty, she would definitely not harm her good friend, Yunsheng. Yunsheng and Gu Feng were like her left and right arms. She would use her life to protect them. She wanted to become stronger in order to protect the two of them. Gu Feng knew that it was useless to persuade Dongwang Ling. Thus, he could only follow behind Dongwang Ling. An empty ship appeared in front of them. After chasing after Dongwang Ling for about 10 miles, an empty ship from the later Qin dynasty appeared in the originally empty sky. Dongwang Ling coldly snorted. Together with Gu Feng, they flew towards the empty ship. They're here, Madam Qi Bai. It's Dongwang Ling and her man. You must protect me. The left minister was like a bird that was startled by the twang of a bow as he hid behind Madam Qi Bai. Dongwang Ling, you're quite capable to be able to find us. However, do you think that with just the two of you, you'll be able to do anything to us? Or do you have other reinforcements behind you? After seeing Dongwang Ling and Gu Feng, Madam Qi Bai's face revealed a trace of fear. Her red lips curled up, and a trace of ridicule could be seen on her face. To deal with you two, I don't need other reinforcements. Qi Bai, 3 years ago, you caused my big brother to become an idiot. Today, I will make you pay with your blood. Dongwang Ling's face was filled with killing intent. She had been waiting for this day for a very long time. Ha ha, little girl, you really don't know the difference between life and death. Since you insist on killing the left minister, you can just die here. Madam Qi Bai's smile disappeared. A leopard can't change its spots. Even if Dongwang Ling used some methods to force the left minister into a dead end, Madam Qi Bai still wouldn't be able to defeat the left minister. Madam Qi Bai didn't think that Dongwang Ling would be her match. 3 years ago, Dongwang Ling wasn't her match. 3 years later, Dongwang Ling was still the same. Moreover, Madam Qi Bai noticed that Dongwang Ling only came together with that useless light magician. She didn't see any reinforcements or reinforcements. With just a mere sky magician, how could she be a match for a ship full of later Qin Iron Blood Guards? As Madam Qi Bai was speaking, she waved her hand. On the later Qin's empty ship, the sound of metal clashing could be heard. The Iron Blood Guards pulled out their blades and aimed close to 100 Iron Blood crossbows at Dongwang Ling. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. 100 arrows were shot out. Sphere of light. Gu Feng didn't hesitate and blocked in front of Dong Wang Ling. A sphere of light enveloped the two of them. When the arrows hit the sphere of light, they were all reflected back. TSK. Brat, you do have some ability. However, other than defense, what else do you know? You're a man, yet you only know how to hide in your shell like a tortoise. What kind of man are you? If you have the ability, come out and fight with me. Madame Chi Bai provoked. She was able to tell that Gu Feng's light magic was very special. That spherical light barrier was indestructible. If she wanted to kill Gu Feng and Dong Wang Ling, she could only anger that brat and make him remove the sphere of light. Gu Feng's face flushed red. Although he had a good temper, he was still a hot-blooded man. Being called a turtle shell by Madame Chi Bai and not a man by Madame Chi Bai, he was furious. However, when he thought of Dong Wang Ling, who was behind him, he clenched his fists. He was a man. He must protect his woman. He must not let Ling be in any danger. No matter how much insults were thrown at him, he could endure it. He was useless. However, he could use his own methods to protect Ling. Dong Wang Ling stood behind Gu Feng and looked at the tall man in front of her. She was so angry that her shoulders were trembling. However, she still refused to remove the sphere of light. She knew very well that Gu Feng was humiliated like this because of her. Chi Bai was her, Dong Wang Ling's man. How could she allow others to casually insult him? Shut up, you shameless woman. If I wanted to kill you, why would I need Gu Feng to do it himself? I alone am enough to take care of you all. Dong Wang Ling ignored Gu Feng's obstruction and left the sphere of light. Dong Wang Ling, I thought that you had improved a lot. In the end, you're still the same as before, brainless. You've been fooled. Madame Chi Bai gave a signal with her eyes. Immediately, the mages that were lying in ambush on the ship released magic toward Dong Wang Ling. Just as Dong Wang Ling was about to be engulfed by the magic, Dong Wang Ling, who didn't dodge at all, raised her hand. In her hand was a bronze tool that was flickering with an ancient luster. Chapter 10:24. The item in Dong Wang Ling's hand looked like an alms bowl. Under the sunlight, it reflected a cold, bronze-colored radiance. That ancient utensil was tattered. Even the broken bowl of a beggar on the street would be much more beautiful than it. However, Dong Wang Ling just had to take out this broken bowl at this moment. Could it be that it was an ordinary-looking magic tool? Seeing that Dong Wang Ling, who was about to die, actually only took out such a thing, Madame Chi Bai sneered coldly. She didn't notice that when Minister Zhua, who was beside her, saw that ordinary-looking ancient utensil, his eyes bulged out, and his face was filled with horror. Madame Chi Bai's mocking expression didn't last for long. In the next moment, Madame Chi Bai's face trembled. In her eyes, the mocking expression was replaced by an indescribable strangeness. Hell, what did she just see? The magic attacks released by the tens of magicians, which contained all kinds of magic attacks, were all absorbed by that bronze-colored utensil when they were about to hit Dong Wang Ling. All of the magic attacks disappeared. After absorbing the magic attacks, the bronze-colored utensil seemed to have been injected with life force, and it emitted a bright radiance. That radiance was absorbed into Dong Wang Ling's body bit by bit. In a short period of time, Dong Wang Ling's magic soul expanded by more than 2 times. Her red clothes were like fire, and she stood in the air. On her beautiful face, there was an additional sacred and inviolable expression. The magic power on her body was getting stronger and stronger. Obviously, she had absorbed the magic attacks released by those magicians earlier. Although the magicians under Madame Chi Bai's command weren't top-notch magicians in the continent, they weren't ordinary magicians either. At the very least, they were master magicians. Most of their magic power was concentrated in their magic attacks. The magic attacks that were supposed to attack Dong Wang Ling were actually all converted into Dong Wang Ling's magic power through that miraculous utensil. For a magician, the most important factor in a battle was the strength of their magic power. Through that strange utensil, Dongwang Linger absorbed all the magic power of others. It was as if Dongwang Linger had obtained an endless supply of magic power, while the magic power of others was greatly reduced. Turning other people's magic power into one's own was the most unbelievable thing, but it had indeed happened before his eyes. All of this was because of the strange magical artifact that Dongwang Linger was holding. How? How could this be? What kind of magical tool is that? Madame Chi Bai found it hard to believe. Her original arrogance and mockery had completely vanished. An ominous premonition slowly spread from the bottom of their hearts. Fear was eating away at the hearts of the people on the later Qin spaceship. That's him. That's him. He killed many of my guards. That's Dongwang Qing. The left prime minister cried miserably. When Madame Chi Bai heard the name Dongwang Qing, it was like a sudden clap of thunder. As a member of the Bashi tribe, one of the descendants of the Bahuang tribe, Madame Chi Bai was no stranger to Dongwang Qing. The Dongwang Qing, one of the 8 Barren Lands divine artifacts, was said to be an inconspicuous bronze Qing. This Qing was personally forged by the founder of the East Imperial Dynasty, the first emperor of the East Imperial Dynasty. It was said that it was forged by heavenly lightning. Could it be that it had been hiding in the eastern capital all this time? However, it was precisely this bronze Qing that was the scariest magical tool in the world. It possessed a mysterious power that was able to devour all kinds of attacks, including magic power and combat skills, and turn their power into one's own. Why didn't you say earlier that she had the Dongwang Qing? Only now did Madame Chi Bai know why Dongwang Linger dared to face the Qin soldiers on the spaceship by herself. I forgot to say it. The left prime minister was already scared witless. When he wanted to say it, Dongwang Linger had already caught up to him. Dongwang Linger held the Dongwang Qing and looked down at the people on the spaceship. Brother, Linger is going to take revenge for you. This woman who caused you to become an idiot, I will take revenge for you. After killing her, the next target would be later Qin's Duguxiao. Dongwang Linger had been waiting for this moment for more than 3 years. 3 years ago, her brother, Dongwang Tianqi, was harmed by Madame Chi Bai's soul snake and became an idiot. When Dongwang Linger rushed to Skywing City, her brother was like a 3-year-old child. Empress Dowager Sidu had been crying all day long. That period of time was the darkest period of Dongwang Linger's life. Seeing that Dongwang Tianqi had no chance to recover, Empress Dowager Situ told Dongwang Linger's secret. One of the 8 barren divine artifacts, Dongwang Qing, was hidden within the Eastern Emperor tomb. However, in order to awaken Dongwang Qing, one must have the blood of the first emperor and be 18 years old before one could enter the Eastern Emperor tomb. After Empress Dowager Situ told Dongwang Qing's secret to Dongwang Ling, she even forced Dongwang Ling to promise her that if she was able to awaken Dongwang Qing one day, she would definitely replace her brother and revive the Eastern Emperor dynasty. Dongwang Ling saw Empress Dowager Sidu, who had aged a lot in just one night, and her brother, who had become an idiot and had saliva dripping from his mouth, and agreed to Empress Dowager Sidu's request while sobbing. At that time, Dongwang Ling was only 16 years old. She waited for 2 years. She waited until 1 year ago when her family returned to the eastern capital. Only then did she enter the Eastern Emperor tomb. In the tomb, Dongwang Ling successfully found Dongwang Qing. However, after finding Dongwang Qing, Dongwang Ling wasn't able to form a blood contract with Dongwang Qing immediately. Instead, she used another year to truly become Dongwang Qing's master and learn how to use Dongwang Qing. Including the time when she ambushed Minister Zhua, this was the second time that Dongwang Ling used Dongwang Qing. After absorbing the magic power that Dongwang Qing converted into, Dongwang Ling could feel that her magic soul was like a drunkard who had been thirsty for a long time and drank a lot of good wine. Her body was filled with magic power. Chi Bai, you didn't expect that you would have a day like this, right? God bless me, Dongwang. This time, I will make sure that none of you will be able to return. Dongwang Ling sneered. She started chanting. On the surface of the sea, a hurricane dragon that was several times bigger than usual roared as it coiled between the sea and the sky. That hurricane dragon stretched for several miles. As it coiled in the sky, it was like a black cloud. As it got closer and closer, it caused one's soul to tremble. Roar! In the sky, a thunderous dragon roar could be heard. On the sea where the empty ship was, a hurricane that was tens of meters tall swept up the sea water and rushed up to the sky. The empty ship was blown into pieces. In the 8 desolate continent, within the Ba Serpent tribe, the Ba Serpent tribe's chief, Chi Yuan, was having a discussion with the elders of the Ba Serpent tribe. Father, Chi Mugwan, one of the descendants of the Ba Serpent tribe, rushed in. Mugwan, where did you go? We were having an important discussion. As the young chief, you were actually late. Chi Yuan was displeased. During these days, the 8 major tribes have been discussing about attacking the Boundless Continent. The Ba Serpent tribe was definitely going to use this opportunity to counterattack the Boundless Continent to gain more merits. The light of life has extinguished. Chi Bai is dead. Chi Muwan's face was filled with pain. You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.